Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Going to start with my presentation, the executive summary. From there, our treasurer and deputy treasurer will do an overview presentation on the budget. We'll have some other presentations as well before we get into really a walkthrough of the budget book. At some point, I believe around 1 o'clock, we'll have the BIAs come in and do delegations to council on their budgets for 2024. Once we get through the budget book, we want to have an opportunity to address anything what we're calling parking lot items. So parking lot items are items that council are considering, or if delegations have brought up certain items for council to consider. We've started a parking lot list of items that is included in the budget report in your agenda for today. We can add to that as we go along today. If that's what, I think that's probably the best route of action, is to add to the parking lot and address any potential motions at the end of the presentations today. Am I okay to move forward, Devlin? Also included today, as part of the discussion, we have various reports. We have the 2024 fees and charges. We have the first business plan that we have put in place for Center Wellington for 2024. And then obviously at the end of the deliberations, the last report would be the approval of the budget itself. As council is aware, we have our new strategic plan, which formed the basis of the budget for this year, and not only the basis for the budget, but for the basis of the new business plan that we've created. So we're excited to be moving forward on the implementation of this strategic plan with council. And as you can see throughout the business plan, we've made various linkages to that strategic plan as part of this budget process. Something to keep in mind as we go through budget deliberations, there are a lot of different factors impacting our budget, and in a lot of cases impacting the level of service that we can provide here at the township. In a lot of cases, it's a cyclical approach where we're determining the level of service that we should be providing, determining the cost of that level of service, and if that cost is inappropriate, then we have to go back and readdress the level of service. And that seems to be the approach we go through when we're setting budgets from year to year. And I'm sure we'll be discussing some of that today as we go through the budget process. So some of the other factors impacting level of service and the overall budget, we have obviously legislative requirements. Our strategic plan plays a huge role in what goes in the budget. Available resources, and we'll talk about that as we go through the staffing strategy and other components of the proposed budget. We have the financial constraints, and we have community expectations. Just focusing on financial constraints for a minute here. I'm just doing a comparison of the 2023 budget versus the 2024 draft budget. And just a comparison of the budget that was passed in relation to our combined township index. In 2023, we had a combined township index of 9.1%. We were in a situation where interest rates were a lot higher than they are today, but we were able to get a draft budget in place in front of council at 3.48% and an approved budget at 3.53%. We're finding there were a lot of items in 2023 that increased it drastically, that we're experiencing a lot of pressures on these areas. Insurance is one, group benefits, calcium to go on our gravel roads has increased significantly, 30-40% increase in cost. And to be honest, the 3.53% increase we did last year didn't really cut it. And we're really in a pressure situation this year when it comes to budget versus actual results. So that is part of the reason why we're suggesting an increase slightly above the combined township index for 2024. If you look at the right-hand side of the screen, the draft budget book is currently sitting at 8.54%. But if you reduce off any of the special levy increases, termite management, asset management, et cetera, the net budget to sort of compare to the 2023 budget is really 5.81%. And that compares to a weighted index this year of 4.5%. So we're slightly above that right now. And the justification from that, from a staff perspective, is we have a little bit of catch up to do from this year, 2023. This slide is meant to be a little bit of education or a refresher for council in terms of how the budget is put together and how it is actually funded. We have a number of funding sources that go into a budget. It's a very complicated budget to pull together, and funding sources are really dedicated to certain types of costs and services. So just to go through this at a high level from an operating perspective, obviously we have tax supported services that are funded through property taxation, but some of those are offset by revenues. So if you think about our Sportsplex or our Jefferson Elora Community Center, for example, they are tax supported functions, but the impact on taxation is offset by revenues we can generate in those areas through programming and so forth. Water wastewater operating is funded through water and wastewater rates. So water funds water and wastewater funds wastewater. There's no real cross subsidization between tax supported water and wastewater, other than we have an admin charge that goes from tax supported to water and wastewater because we have tax supported staff that assist the administration of water and wastewater. But something to keep in mind, basically tax, water, and wastewater don't cross-connect when it comes to funding. A few other areas that are what I call self-sustaining, like water and wastewater. One is the building division. Our building department it's legislated that we do a calculation to make sure that our building permit fees offset their direct and indirect costs. And cemetery operations actually is revenue neutral as well. We try to make sure we bring in the necessary revenue from a cemetery perspective to both cover operating costs and to put money in reserves so that we can fund the future expansion and renovation of our cemeteries. So those four areas are more or less independent of each other when you talk about the operating budget. Capital. There's a few more categories here. We have tax supported capital, but it's tax supported excluding bridges and culverts. So that is studies, buildings, corporate, fire, storm, roads, parks, recreation. They are all lumped together in what we call tax supported capital excluding bridges and culverts. So they have dedicated funding. More or less it comes from the General Capital Reserve, OCIF funding, which is a partial contribution because some of it goes to bridges and culverts. We have the CCBF, which is the former gas tax funding, and we have the OLG funding at 90%. So that is the dedicated funding source to fund all of those tax supported services. And we don't use those funding sources for water wastewater. We don't use those funding sources for bridges and culverts. It's dedicated to those tax supported services. There are other funding sources that come up from time to time, donations, developer contributions, that type of thing. But these are the standard foundational funding sources that we have for tax supported capital. Tax supported capital from a bridges and culverts perspective, we have the other half of the OCIF funding, and we also have the dedicated capital levy that was set up. So there's $1.6, $1.7 million worth of dedicated capital levy that was set up by 2 councils ago, where they did 2% increases per year for a number of years that aggregated into about a $1.6, $1.7 million levy that is dedicated to bridges and culverts. We have 111 bridges and structures, which is a very, very high level of structures to be maintained by a township of our size. So this dedicated capital levy and this treatment of bridges and culverts separate from other tax supported assets was warranted. Cemetery capital, as I mentioned earlier, is funded independently. We have a cemetery capital reserve to fund that. An indication of our revenues being insufficient is when our capital reserve for cemeteries goes into a negative balance. So we try to address that from year to year. It goes into negative when we have a number of years in a row of significant capital demand, and we just need to have a few years of operations to pick up the balance. Water wastewater capital, similar to operating, we have water capital reserve and a wastewater capital reserve to fund water and wastewater capital. Growth related are typically funded through development charges and developer contributions, but council is well aware of the fact that growth doesn't always pay for growth. So there are usually tax implications, water wastewater implications of growth, because in a lot of cases, legislation doesn't allow us to have growth pay for growth from a 100% perspective. And the last one is we have a number of replacement reserves, vehicle, equipment, and facility replacement reserves. And we have a dedicated section in our budget for this. These are reserves that basically plan over from a budget perspective, a 10-year horizon, but from an asset management perspective, we do a 20-year horizon so that we can make sure the funding is in place through contributions from operations to fund our vehicle, equipment, and facility replacement needs. So these are very pre-planned schedules that allow us to ensure that we have the funds in place when we need them to replace these items. So hopefully that helps. That's in a nutshell, that's the summary of how funding is allocated through our very complicated budget process. So now into the executive summary of what's in our budget book that we're going to be discussing today. So this is how the 8.54% increase in taxation was arrived at. So we have a 2023 taxation levy from this year, totaling about 18.4 million. We've had growth of 2.93%. So that means there's been additional assessment added to our tax base. New houses coming into Center Wellington being developed, people renovating and expanding their housing. So it's equated to about $538,000 of additional taxation dollars that we have that can be added to the 2023 levy to give us sort of a 0% increase base level. So a levy of 18.947 million is considered a 0% increase in taxation for 2024. Our levy in our budget book is sitting at 20.5 million, which is where the calculated 8.54% is coming from. Comparing the 8.54% sort of by area and by the council direction that was provided back in June, I've shown council direction on two different columns there. Column one was the original direction to have the general increase in taxation at 6% or less. Column two is showing that there was a resolution by council to see if we can get that 6% down to 4.5%. But we've shown at that point, anticipated 1% levy for our termite management, 2% for asset management. And at the time, there was no levy increase expected for staffing. So that shows council direction being between 7.5% and 9% as a starting point to get into the budget book. The budget book itself is sitting at 8.54, which is in between those two council direction items. So the good news is we didn't come in at 9%, but the bad news is we're not at 7.5%. We're sitting at 5.81% from a general levy perspective. Termite management came in a little bit more expensive than we were anticipating. So instead of 1%, it's sitting at 1.27%. And the asset management increase of 2% has been offset by a component of the assessment growth we've received, which was the plan from as outlined in our asset management plan. So it's actually been reduced to 1.18%, with the remaining 0.82% coming from assessment growth. So we are getting the full 2%. It's not a full 2% impact on taxation. So that gives us the 8.54%. And to get the 5.81%, which is the general levy increase, down to 4.5%, which is the request of council, we would need to find 1.31% in tax reductions to do that. This slide shows some of the potential reductions that staff have pulled together for council's consideration. And through the chair, you may want to decide just to put the entire 11 items on the parking lot, and then we can talk about them throughout the day and then talk about potential motions or no motions at the end of the day as part of the parking lot. It might be an easier way to administer that, but I'll leave that up to the chair. But I want to go through these one at a time just to give you some high-level staff comments on each one. We did find a potential $332,140 in tax reductions, which is 1.75%, more than the 1.31% suggested on the previous page, but there are implications to some of these reductions. And I want to go through those with you now, and we can go through them again as part of the parking lot discussion if that's what council wishes. So the first one is related to the termite management levy. So this is suggesting, and this came from a conversation through, I believe, Councillor Jefferson, that we could use some of the OLG funds to offset the impact of the termite management levy. So right now, as per the previous page I just showed you, the termite management levy is sitting at 1.27%. We have 3% of OLG funds that are currently dedicated to the Economic Development Reserve Fund that we could redirect to termite management, and that would provide $88,500 for the year to be allocated to termite management rather than the Economic Development Reserve Fund, and that would reduce the termite management levy down by 0.47%. So the downside to that, right now, our Economic Development Reserve Fund is in a negative balance because it's being used to fund the servicing of the Dixon Drive Business Park. So it's a really significant negative balance. But we are anticipating in the first quarter of next year lot sales of the business park, which should drive the Economic Development Reserve into a positive. There are other pressures on the Economic Development Reserve. Council just passed a new CIP plan. All costs incurred implementing the CIP come out of the Economic Development Reserve. And you'll see once we get down to item number 3 on this list, we have a staff position that's currently funded through the reserve fund as well. So there are pressures on that reserve, but we are anticipating at some point for revenues to come in, but we're sitting in a negative balance right now. Number 2, Committee of Adjustment. We're suggesting we increase the revenue of the Committee of Adjustment by $5,000, and that would impact taxation rates by reducing them by 0.03%. That committee seems to be very busy. When you go to that page in the budget book, they have a revenue that is fairly significant in comparison to their budget for 2023. So we're anticipating you could increase that by $5,000. The risk you run is the work of the committee adjustment can be very sporadic, and it's hard to trend out how much revenue they'll have from year to year. Number 3 is the Economic Development Coordinator that was put in last year's budget. When I say last year, 2023, this year's budget. So this is suggesting that we fund $27,800 addition from the Economic Development Reserve. So when that position was created last year, it was indicated in the staffing strategy that in 2023, the position would be 100% funded through the Economic Development Reserve. And then 1/3 per year over 3 years, we would gradually transition it to be funded through taxation. This is suggesting we delay that transition and start the transition to taxation in 2025. So that would save tax dollars of $27,800 or 0.15%, but obviously put additional pressure on that Economic Development Reserve that we talked about earlier. Number 4 is the Community Development Coordinator, also added in the 2023 budget. There's a portion of that position's salary, $37,000, funded through the Partnership Reserve Fund. We anticipated through this budget to take pressure off of that reserve and have this position fully funded through taxation rather than partially funded. So this suggestion of $37,000 or 0.2% impact on taxation would mean another year of funding $37,000 of that position through the reserve rather than through taxation. Number 5 is investment income. As council is aware, we're in a very high interest market right now, and we have significant investment income coming in 2023. This is proposing increasing our budget by a further $50,000. We have already increased our investment income budget by about $492,000 because it was very low in 2023, and we've increased it significantly in 2024. This would be increasing it for a further $50,000. We are very conservative in our budget for 2024 for investment income, but we are also aware that this high interest market will gradually dissipate. So we need to be aware of not going too high in our investment income, or we'll be clawing back that revenue budget number in future years. Number 6, gravel maintenance, $50,000 or 0.26%. So we have increased our operating budget for gravel maintenance, but our gravel maintenance budget for capital has decreased this year. And that is because we have a very significant stretch of 8th line in the budget, which is taking up all the funding we have available for our rural roads. So we were trying to ramp up our gravel maintenance budget from an operating perspective to offset that. It's gone up $130,000 as per the budget book. This recommendation is suggesting taking that $130,000 increase and reducing it by $50,000. Some comments here. We have 390 lane kilometers of gravel roads, which means we resurface these gravel roads every 4 to 8 years on a cycling basis. We have 560,000 total in maintenance gravel for 2024, and reducing that by 50% would be a 9% reduction. So that would be about 6 lane kilometers of gravel roads that we are anticipating to gravel that we could not gravel in 2024. And then there'll be resulting condition impacts to those roads because of that. Number 7, healthcare professional budget. So this is an area where in the past we've dedicated $20,000 to healthcare professional recruitment. We're proposing to continue to do that, but we have also increased the healthcare professional budget by an additional $12,700 to cover costs associated with the farmhouse, insurance, snow plowing, maintenance, utilities. Those at this point are all being incurred by the township, and we anticipate we need the $12,700 to do that. So it's been incorporated into the budget. This is suggesting reducing that somewhat, and we've initiated conversations with the hospital about maybe some cost sharing, but we have not been able to fulfill those discussions yet. Number 8, reduction in transfer to capital of $50,000 or 0.26%. So this is taking the equivalent to 2% increase in asset management and reducing it by $50,000 or 0.26%. So we're in the 1.75% impact on taxation for without taking into account assessment growth for asset management rather than the 2%. This would sort of deviate from our asset management plan recommendations. We'd have less going into our capital reserve to fund asset management. And I think we had a conversation on this last year with council that we're trying to make sure we're not fully reliant on external sources of financing like the grant funding that we receive from the province when we can be 100% certain of internal sources of funding like transfers to capital reserves. So this would put a little more reliance on external sources of funding, which can fluctuate dramatically, and it would be going against our asset management recommendations. Number 9, staff learning and development. Our HR department has increased their learning and development budget by $2,000. This is a program we use to provide various workshops and training courses to our staff. Reducing it by $2,000 would be giving them the same budget they had in 2023. So there may be inflationary impacts that would impact what we can do or a few courses that we'd have to defer until 2025, but that was something that we could look at. Number 10 is beautification. Our greenhouse area of community services have increased their budget by $5,000. Part of that is due to inflationary impacts, but also part of it is due to their desire to expand out our beautification to areas like Bellwood and Salem. Going back to the 2023 budget and reducing it by $5,000 would mean we would have to spread out the existing funding to more areas. And there may be a minor level of service impact as a result of that. And that's 0.03% impact. And the last one is we were proposing to rent temporary washrooms in downtown Elora. Just to give council some perspective, we have a tourism counter at the tourism office for this summer, and for part of June, July, August, and part of September, we had 55,000 people go through the tourism building, which is significant. I'm guessing most of those people have washroom needs when they're visiting Elora. So we were anticipating spending $14,100 to rent a washroom trailer, a double unit trailer, for half of June, July, August, and half of September. And that cost would include setup, removal in the fall, and cleaning. Not doing that would mean we have the washrooms we had in 2023 and we'd have to move forward with that level of service. So in a nutshell, that's $332,140 of potential tax reductions. Staff tried to focus on areas where budgets had increased from the previous year. We feel it's a bad idea to take areas where we have committed levels of service from previous years and try to reduce that. So these are all areas that are shown as operating increases. And as you can see from I wanted to take the time to go through them one by one because there are implications to each and every one of them. So I'll just finish my presentation and then we can take questions from there. So this table is the same table we looked at a few slides ago, but I've added the extra column off to the right-hand side, which is what the budget book would look like if we made all of those reductions, all 11 of those reductions. So the impact on general levy would be 4.78%. The termite management levy would be down to 0.8%. The asset management increase would be down to 0.91%. And the staffing strategy impacts on new services would be 0.29%. And what that is, and we'll get into that more with the staffing strategy, there are two positions that are needed as a direct result of level of service increases. And those are the only two positions that are impacting our increase in taxation. But I'm going to go into that in a lot more detail when we do the staffing strategy. So as a whole, we're down to 6.79% if you do all of the reductions. Looking at that from a total tax bill perspective, so on the left-hand side, you can see that the township is basically 31 cents to every dollar that is in the tax bill. The rest of it, 57 cents go to the county, 12 cents goes to education to support the school boards. So if you take that into account on the right-hand side, comparing the budget book at 8.54% to the potential budget book at 6.79%, representing 31% of the budget, or sorry, 31% of the budget, sorry, the tax invoice. That means that the budget book is sitting at 2.6% of the total property tax invoice. If you make all the reductions, it goes down to 2.07%. Impact on the average assessed property based on the budget book at 8.54% is $114 per property per year. And that would go down to $91 per property per year if you make all the reductions. So that's some context on the impact of the average assessed residential property. That concludes my executive summary. And like I said, Adam and Mark will go into a lot more detail when it comes to the operating and capital implications. But from a high level perspective, I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Dan. That's a very helpful overview of where we're at. So I'll have questions from council now. Councillor Ewing.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dan. I really appreciate that. And I look forward to diving into each of them a little bit later. But the one question, your final line was about $1 increase. Was that based on what they paid last year? Or so is that what homeowners can be looking to expect higher than? So whatever they paid last year, they would have roughly $100 and some more per annum.
Through the chair, that is correct. So based on what the average assessed property paid last year, this would be the increase in addition to that as a result of the township's budget.
Councillor Craddock.
I think just a follow up to that, thank you, through you. That's just the township portion increase though, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. And I believe Adam and Mark will be showing you a more fulsome impact based on what we know of the county's budget and the education impact as well. So they'll give you a more fulsome look of that in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. Thank you, Dan. With the table 3, the possible reduction areas, can we move that as a whole into the parking lot for further discussion later? And I don't know, do we need a motion or just a council?
Okay, so I have a suggestion that we'll move all 11 items to a parking lot. You have a show of hands. Everyone agrees? Excellent. So we'll do that. So we'll just make a note of that. Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Jefferson. Any other questions at this point? And wait to get into the details with all the other reports. All right, great. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. And with that, we have, we'll turn now to Adam McNabb and Mark Brady for a budget presentation.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Wilton and members of council. Happy to be here this morning. During this presentation, Mark and I will be providing a little bit of a preamble before delving into the specifics of the operating and capital budgets. And thanks to Dan for the very comprehensive kind of introduction and review. Some of this may serve as a bit of a duplication, but if you'll bear with us, we'll get through this and hopefully provide a little bit more context. Today, I will be touching on a brief overview and summary of the asset management program that we've got, some general budget information, the public engagement survey and results relating to the township's 2024 draft budget. At that time, I will turn it over to Mark to discuss the tax-supported operating budget, inclusive of some operating budget facts, some funding challenges, some significant formatting changes from the 2023 township budget, contributions to capital, and other areas identified or impact areas identified while crafting the 2024 draft budget. Mark will also be discussing the capital budget. Then I will close with a high-level discussion regarding the township's debt. And we would close with an opportunity to field any questions the council may have with regards to our presentation content. So, asset management planning. We've introduced this topic previously. However, staff feel that the concept bears repeating as it has significant influence and some direct correlation with the annual budgeting process. As a process, the concept of asset management is multifaceted and requires, at a minimum, that corporate processes, focused asset management processes, and the asset management plan itself are developed with specific consideration being given to the detailed knowledge of the township's owned assets. And while this may seem intuitive, it wasn't until 2008 and the introduction of PSAB 3150, with PSAB being the Public Sector Accounting Board, which is the governing body for municipal finance, that required municipalities to report on financial information in their financial statements. We must conduct a level of service analysis, and these levels of service are to define and determine the service attributes and expectations with a lens on both community and technical performance measures, and are either defined through regulation or independently defined at the municipal level. We must perform an analysis of future demand. That is to say that any growth must be considered in the township's asset management planning and procurement processes. Also, the physical condition, risk, performance, and utilization of township-owned assets must be considered. We must ensure that life cycle costs have been considered and options and analyzed when developing budgets and procurement processes. Project prioritization must also be contemplated as the part of the township's asset management and procurement practices. That is to say that budgetary and procurement decisions are being made using data-driven empirical evidence and reasoning and not being done arbitrarily or on a squeaky wheel basis. We must also ensure that asset management systems and processes are in place to support corporate asset management processes and are adequately informing the township's asset management plan. And lastly, but not least of which, is the concept that the township's asset management planning is informing the annual budget. Now, this is a long-winded explanation to simply emphasize that the township's asset management plan and the annual budget are, and rightfully should be, inextricably connected. As the title on this slide would indicate, there are linkages between the budget and asset management. And on this slide, we have graphically depicted how there are a multitude of plans and processes that inform both asset management and the annual budget. On the left, we've got strategic planning, departmental plans and processes, and the budget processes informing each other, as well as the asset management process, and vice versa. And on the right, we see that the official plan, secondary plans, master plans, condition assessments, and staff reports and analyses also inform asset management processes. This concept, again, just reinforcing the relationship between the township's asset management practices and, again, the annual budget process. The purpose of this next slide is to relay the timeline for regulatory compliance as it relates to the township's asset management practices, policies, and planning. Currently, the township is compliant and well-positioned to remain compliant for future regulatory deadlines. However, worth mentioning is that there is a significant amount of work remaining to ensure that continued asset management maturation and compliance from a regulatory standpoint must be conducted, with the next key township milestone date being July 1st, 2025. The July 1st, 2025 deadline and requisite asset management plan update requires additional content over what was endorsed in 2022. Most notably, we must perform an update on the levels of service metrics, the proposed level of service for the next 10 years, and the appropriateness of the levels of service based on risk and affordability. Also required is the introduction of life cycle activities needed for each of the next 10 years to meet growth demands and provide the proposed level of service. We must also update the financing strategy and key assumptions to ensure that the strategy contemplates providing the proposed level of service, as well as the funding projected to be available to facilitate the requisite lifecycle interventions or activities. And where funding shortfalls have been identified, an indication which activities will not be funded, along with the associated risks of not completing those tasks. And lastly, discussion on future implementation tasks and key assumptions, inclusive of the risks and mitigation strategies associated with implementing the asset management plan, and the explanation of the key assumptions underlying the asset management plan that haven't previously been articulated. So in lockstep with the concept of stewardship of the township's owned assets is the available funding to facilitate same. This graph demonstrates that the township's progress in managing its capital program funding deficit in relation to the optimal levels of funding established in the 2022 asset management plan. You will note that in 2018 and 2019, the township was able to hit the recommended funding targets. However, in years 20 through 2022, the township trailed slightly from the recommended funding levels. What is being proposed for 2024, 25, and 26 through the 3-year plan will once again adhere to the recommended funding levels. However, beyond that 3-year horizon, those being 27 through 2031, funding sources have not yet been defined, thus the township investment has not been graphically depicted on this slide. Worth highlighting here is that much of the funding gap closure is being facilitated through external funding sources, most notably OCIF, which is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, and OLG allocations, which are outside of the township's sphere of influence. As external funding sources are outside of the township's control, it's important to ensure that continued reliance and expectations regarding the sustainability of these funding streams is tempered. And the previous slide provides a nice segue into our status update for how the township is progressing on the recommendations detailed in the township's 2022 asset management plan. The plan had identified 7 recommendations, and I'll be providing a quick synopsis of where we are to date as a result of these recommendations. The first recommendation was to have staff closely monitor external funding sources. And this is an ongoing exercise, and staff routinely report on external versus internal sources of funding involved in the annual budget process. And this has been presented once again in 2024 draft budget book, and we intend to continue that into future years. Second recommendation was to ensure that increases in OCIF funding will be dedicated to roads-related rehabilitation and replacement needs. The 2024 draft capital budget is consistent with this approach, with the 2024 project earmarked as a recipient, at least in draft form, being the St. David Street North reconstruction project in Fergus. The third recommendation was that the OLG allocation policy be reviewed with the lens on potentially maximizing funding available for asset management purposes as part of the October pre-budget meeting. And staff recommended and council endorsed a defined contribution of 90% of OLG funds be directed to asset management initiatives. The fourth recommendation suggested that debt payments over the 10-year capital forecast are not to exceed 15% of township revenues. And as you will see in a slide later in this presentation, what is being proposed as part of the 2024 draft budget adheres to this recommendation. The fifth recommendation was that a portion of annual taxation assessment growth is to be allocated to asset investment. And the 2024 draft budget sees 25% of the realized assessment growth revenue being allocated to asset investment, thus adhering to the plan recommendations. And the sixth recommendation was that the township instate a 2% increase in taxation equivalent or on an annual basis to provide meaningful increases in tax-supported asset investment over time. For the purposes of the 2024 draft budget, an increase equivalent to 2.5% increase in taxation has been included. And this is in response to inflationary pressures experienced by the township, most notably in vehicle, equipment, and facility replacement schedules. And with this inclusion in the draft budget, this recommendation has also been implemented. And lastly, that the township continue to follow water and wastewater recommended rate increases. And this has once again been endorsed in principle by council at the June pre-budget meeting and has been included as part of the 2024 draft budget. And as Dan had touched on earlier, I'll just provide a little bit more backdrop in terms of inflation analysis. So I will start with inflation. The contents of this slide really detail the year-over-year changes in both the consumer price index and the non-residential building construction price indices. The construction price index is typically used as a proxy for our operating cost increases, whereas the NRB CPI, that's a mouthful, typically points to kind of our capital inflationary measures. And as Dan alluded to earlier, in aggregate, using 2023 as a proxy, we're at about 4.5% blended in terms of our inflationary pressures that we're seeing as we close out 2023. touch quickly now on 2024 fees and charges. Fees and charges are imposed on township programs and services as a mechanism to recover costs. And these charges are integrated into the annual budget process and inform many of the revenue lines throughout the budget. Generally, a 6% increase was endorsed in principle by council for 2024 as part of the June pre-budget meeting. And the township's fees and charges bylaw includes the categories of parks and recreation, fire services, cemeteries, building and planning services, corporate services, infrastructure services, water and wastewater, and township-wide charges. As part of the 2024 draft budget process, staff had once again sought public input regarding the 2024 draft budget. Connect CW was the host of the survey that ran from October 10th through November 7th, with advertisement of the survey being conducted through participation during the October Key Projects Open House, as well as our corporate services website, social media, radio ads, and billing inserts. While down from a year ago, the amount and quality of feedback provided through the public engagement exercise is being viewed as a success, with 209 responses in total. The full survey results were presented to council during the November Committee of the Whole meeting. However, some of the salient public engagement responses will be summarized in the next couple of slides. In terms of the top 5 tax-supported areas most in need of additional resources, the public engagement survey would suggest that growth management, roads and bridges, parks, sports fields and trails, fire rescue service, and winter snow plowing and removal rank amongst the most in need from a public perspective. And when asked what would be the preferred mechanism to pay for services provided by the township, the survey responses would suggest that an increase in user fees for programs was preferred over the other options of increases in taxes to expand or enhance services, increased taxes to modernize and maintain services, cutting of services rather to maintain current levels of taxes, and cutting services to reduce taxes. The other respondents chose none of the above or otherwise undecided. And with your permission, Deputy Mayor Wilton, I'll now turn it over to your Manager of Finance and Deputy Treasurer Mike Brady to continue the conversation.
All right, thank you, Adam. So I'll continue on. And the focus of the first piece of my presentation will be on the operating budget. Oop. There we go. So you've already seen this slide Dan presented earlier in a different format. He did it on dollar basis. This one's on a percent basis. So what this depicts is the 2024 average residential tax bill breakdown. So where does the money go when we collect it here? So essentially 12% goes to education, 57% goes to the county, and we retain 31% here. I think, Dan, you might have had 30% on yours, but it's rounding. This slide here shows that trend or the split on the residential tax bill since amalgamation, which was in 1999. So you can see the top line there, the green one is the county and how its percentage has changed. The blue line represents the township, and the black line is education. And just by way of information, this is on the average commercial industrial tax bill. Where does the money go when we receive it here in the township on those tax classes? So education gets a bigger portion than the residential side. They get 36%. 42% goes to the county, and we retain 22% here. Now, this slide may look familiar. This attempts, in a nutshell, to depict the municipal budget and how all the interrelationships work. There are some interrelationships missing here. This really gives you a high overview of it, but it is a very complex process. municipal budget essentially made up of two budgets, the operating budget and the capital budget. Operating budget's funded mainly from property taxes, user fees, investment income is a big chunk for the 2024 budget, but there's also some grants in there like the OMPF grant. When you think of the operating budget, think of your day-to-day expenditures, main one being salaries and benefits. Utilities are also a big portion of the budget. There's also supplies that are required, cleaning expenses, fuel, insurance, anything that's kind of a day-to-day expenditure you can think of. There are also, as Dan had mentioned earlier, there's significant contributions to capital. That's through contributions to the general capital reserve, but there's also significant contributions built into the operating budget to fund our asset replacement. So these are contributions to vehicle, equipment, and facility replacement reserves. There's also other reserve contributions like contributions to the WSIB reserve, contributions to employee future benefits reserve, and the contribution for the election reserve, which is a good example of over a 4-year period, we save up money for an election that's going to happen in 4 years. In the 4th year, that election reserve comes back into the operating budget to fund the cost of that election. Okay, that ensures that the tax rate does not essentially spike in year 4 when we have an election. We try to spread it out over 4 years, the cost of it, to smooth the tax rate. All right, so now we've got to the reserve funds. Once the capital money sits in those reserves, and we use that as a primary source of funding for the capital budget, which is on the right side. Other sources of funding for the capital budget, a big chunk in some years could be development charges, there could be grants, and also developers could be funding the capital budget projects as well. When you think of the capital budget here at the township, rule of thumb is it's one time and it's over $5,000. Okay, and the reason for that rule is you start putting in one-time items over $5,000 in the operating budget in a year, you're going to spike the tax rate again. All right. So capital budget, these are your big ticket items, your road reconstructions, your asset replacements, new equipment, new vehicles, could be a new facility. In the case of a new facility, the township may need to acquire debt. So now we're at the top of the diagram. If we acquire debt, the subsequent debt payments, principal and interest, then need to be funded in the operating budget. They could be funded in the operating budget if it's tied to a growth-related capital project, could be funded for development charges, or it could have to be funded from taxation or water and sewer rates. Okay? So that's a very quick overview of how the municipal budget works. You can see it's very circular, lots of interrelationships between the operating and capital budget. So just breaking this down further, you got the operating and the capital budgets. They further break down into tax support operating capital budgets, water supported operating capital budgets, and wastewater supported capital budgets. So we go through the budgets today. You may also hear us refer to the water, wastewater supported budgets as environmental budgets. We may call it the user pay budgets. They're all the same thing. Okay, they're funded from user fees essentially, and those being water and sewer rates. All right, just some very high-level facts on the 2024 draft operating budget. So the total budget operating-wise is just over $54 million. The tax-supported portion of that is just under $40 million at $39.5 million. And the user pay budget, so water, wastewater, environmental budget, is $14.6 million. So this is just a quick overview of the 2024 budget process and the timing that took place. I'm not going to read all these lines off to you, just very high level. June to early November, staff worked on the capital budget. We started in the 2024 capital budget in early June, and we finished in early November with completion of the 10-year capital forecast. In terms of the operating budget, staff began that in August. And again, it wrapped up for the most part for the 2024 budget within October. But then we had to do a 3-year tax-supported operating 3-year forecast as well. That was completed in early November. The goal, I think, as Dan had mentioned earlier, is to approve the budget on the December 18th council meeting. We'll point out we did have 3 sort of pre-budget meetings as well. one in June, which was to get direction from council on a number of items. We had one in October that was to review the 2024 draft capital budget and the 3-year capital forecast. And we also presented in November the 10-year capital forecast, and I believe the bridge plan was part of that as well. All right, moving on. Next few slides, I believe, are some graphs, and it's just showing the budget broken down into buckets and different variations. So the first one is net expenditures by department. I think the key thing to grasp out of this is that community services and infrastructure service make up about 2/3 of the net expenditures for the operating budget, the tax-supported operating budget. Okay, and there's further breakdowns there for corporate services and planning and so forth. Next slide, gross revenue by function. This is depicting how is the tax-supported operating budget funded. And as you can see, it's about half of the budget is funded from taxation. I should mention this slide and the one before, they hardly change much from the year before. Some of those, like a lot of those percentages are exactly identical the year before. Taxation may change slightly 1 or 2% from year to year, and being offset by a plus or minus on one of the other categories. This here shows the percentage of gross revenues represented by taxation. So how much has taxation funded the operating budget going back to 2010? So you can see it, you know, it really is fairly consistent from year to year. In 2010, it was 51%. We're at 50% now. There's a little, you'll notice in some of these trend diagrams, there's a little bit of a skew there in 2021 and 2022. That's COVID. Okay. And I think you'll see it in a couple slides from now when we look at the expense side of things. So this slide here is taking the tax-supported operating budget and putting into buckets such as how much of the tax-supported budget is salaries and benefits. And you can see it's a substantial portion at 43%. That's pretty typical for a municipality. In fact, a lot of municipalities will approach around the 50% mark. We've got long-term debt there at 3%. Contribution to reserve and reserve funds is quite significant. And a big portion of that is going to be the OLG money, the OSIF money, and gas tax or CCBF money that comes in as revenue into the operating budget, but then flows out immediately into a reserve as a holding tank to then fund the capital budget. Okay. And this here shows a trend since 2010 of the portion of the tax-supported operating budget that is being directed towards salaries and benefits. So as I mentioned, fairly consistent from year to year. You can see a bit of a blip there in 2021 and 2022 again. That's COVID. All right, some funding challenges for the township. Every year when we pull together the budget, these are always kind of 6 items that we have to work around as we're building the budgets. The first one being reduced government funding. Not as big of a problem as it was going back about a decade ago, but it's still not nice to see, I guess, and that our OMPF funding is being cut again, 15% again this year, about $25,000. You go back about a decade, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars they were recouping. At one time, our OMPF funding was actually $1.5 million. It's now down to about 140,000, I think. Next funding challenge would be revenue generation. So when we're pulling together a budget, we're trying to limit the impacts on taxation. How do you do that? You look to other funding sources. Other funding sources could be development charges. You could look to grants, apply for grants if possible, or you look to increasing user fees where appropriate. Next item, funding legislative requirements. So obviously the municipality is required to fund certain requirements, legislative requirements, and those would be accessibility requirements, asset management, minimum maintenance standards for roads. There's also source water protection, and there's many other legislative requirements as well. We need to maintain our existing services. So we have to make sure that we have funding available to operate our community services, provide clean water, and wastewater services. We have to provide fire services. Funding commitments, I would mention the biggest funding commitment that the township has would be its debt commitment. And next year, that's $2.9 million. That's principal and interest payments. That's what's expected. That's pretty consistent with the year before. And the economic environment, we're certainly in an interesting economic environment. Again, this year, similar to last year, with high interest rates, high inflation, provides some opportunities in that it gives us more interest income on our cash balances, but there's certainly challenges there if you have to go out to acquire debt in a higher interest environment. Okay, significant format changes to the operating budget. So there's not a lot of format changes as we go through the operating budget likely this afternoon. This just highlights some of the pages that would vary from the year before that you may be familiar with. So we pulled the youth initiatives page. It's still in the budget, but we pulled the budget from 2024 and moved that amount into the mayor and council page. Okay, that has no impact on the budget at all. It essentially moves $5,000 of revenue and expense from the youth initiatives page into mayor and council. We've also separated out the community development division, so it's a new page in the budget book. And for the most part, the majority of those costs are just coming off of the Parks and Rec Administration, Sportsplex, JECC, and Celebrations pages. So we're just taking costs from one area where they were in 2023 and moving them into a new division so we can track things and be a little more transparent. We did the same with the buildings and properties management division. So we created a new cost center for that as well. Essentially, the majority of those expenditures, which really are two positions, have been pulled out of the Parks and Rec Administration where they reside in 2023, and now they're on their own page in 2024. Again, to be a little more transparent and it's easier to track this stuff. And last but not least, we create a new page in the operating budget for the termite management program. So I think everybody sort of stole my thunder in the next two pages, but I provide a little more detail than you guys did. So here we go. So this first slide shows, essentially summarize these internal tax-supported contributions to capital that both Dan and Adam referred to. So the main sources of these are the dedicated capital levy, contributions to capital. So this is the contribution to the general capital reserve that we use exclusively to fund the capital budget. And then there are also 3 replacement reserve amounts for contribution to equipment, facility, and vehicle replacement. And you can see that this has grown significantly because we made a concerted effort to direct money towards capital since 2014. So I think in 2014, it was about $1.75 million, and the 2024 budget proposes having internal sources of funding for the capital budget of just under $5 million. So that's a $3.25 million increase over not a long period of time. That's significant. And these are amounts that we have control over. The only way that these can decrease, because the 2023 amounts are built into the base budget, only way it doesn't decrease is if this group makes the decision to decrease it. So it's built into the base budget, and that's important because the next slide are the external ones, where you can see they've grown significantly, but we're at the mercy of the province for OSIF. We're at the mercy of the Grandway facility for the OLG funding. If they decide to shut down or pick up and go to another municipality, it's gone. And you can actually see the impacts of COVID on that with in 2021. That's why that bar shrinks. Because of the closures that took place because of COVID. And we're at the mercy of the feds, essentially, for CCBF or gas tax funding. All right. So it is obviously a significant source of funding. It's over $6 million, but it could disappear. So it's important that we do focus on improving and getting more money into capital from internal sources. All right, next 2 slides, I'm not going to go into these in detail now, or otherwise I'll be here all day. These are all touched on as we go through the operating budget. Every one of them will be. I've tried to kind of compile amounts here like wages and benefits. That takes all the wages and benefits across all the divisions and so forth. But do not be deceived by that number. The 2.2 million is the gross amount. There are some items on the next slide, which are actually the reductions to the tax rate, which are tied specifically to those wages and benefits. So my point is if we don't have the body, we don't have the revenue. So really they should be kind of netted, I guess is what I'm saying. Okay, I'll point out some of those on the next slide. So the first slide here are items over $14,000, and I just picked that because there were some that were just under my usual $15,000 threshold. These are items that are increasing the tax rate. Okay, next slide are items that are decreasing the tax rate, and this gets us down to the 9.36% that is before combining it with the dedicated capital levy, which gets us down to the 8.54. Okay. So the items that are on here that, without the body essentially, or the wages, we wouldn't have the revenue. So those would be the bylaw enforcement revenue, there's planning revenue, there's partner revenue for a human resources service contract, and there's also some revenue increases that are within the parks, actually it's within the Parks and Rec facilities revenue that wouldn't exist without an aquatics position. I believe it's about 90 grand. Okay, this stuff is all detailed out on the individual pages if you flip through the budget book. All right, next slide, just high level again, this is from the budget book. Just summarizes where the 2.93% of assessment growth went. Basically, 50% of it went to fund the staffing strategy, which I believe Dan and Rashid will be speaking to shortly. There's also a quarter of it, or 25% of growth went to the asset management, and then the other 25% is funding the rest of the offsetting other growth pressures within the operating budget. We'll just shift gears now. Now we'll move to the right side, kind of that diagram, and I think there's only about 4 or 5 slides, so just bear with me. These are high level on the capital budget. So capital budget, the total in the draft budget for 2024 is just shy of 30 million. The tax supported portion is 19.8 million, and the user pay capital budget is 8.1 million. So again, just trying to take that capital budget, put it into various buckets, so it's easier to see it visually. Where are we spending this money, or how is, and then what this slide shows is how is the capital budget being funded. So you can see a significant portion on the right side are the tax supported reserves. Again, the majority of this, as we'll see in a slide later, is going to be the usual items: general capital reserve, gas tax money or CCBF, OSIF, and the dedicated capital levy as well as in there. You can see water, wastewater also contributes significantly to this budget, and development charges as well. Next slide, gross expenditures. So what service area are we spending the capital dollars in? This is pretty typical from year to year. The majority, typically, as I'll show in a later slide, is in the transportation and public works area, roads, bridges, right? Water, wastewater, just by way of comparison, you can see if you add them up, wastewater is in the yellow at the top at 10%, water's at 20%. That's 30%. The 5-year average spent on the environmental budget is 29%, so we're right in that pocket that's in comparison to other years. And so this expands that one piece of pie that was on an earlier slide. So what reserves are we using? And we use in this budget almost $20 million of reserves. And you see OLG, the big ones are there. The OLG, the CCBF, OSIF, the water, wastewater components are on there as well. This one does change significantly, or could change significantly from year to year if we use one of these other reserves. Like this year, economic development's quite small at 1%. Last year, it was huge. It was a big piece of pie because we were funding the servicing for the employment plans. Okay, and one I should point out too is the vehicle and equipment that's shown there. That's actually vehicle, equipment, and facility replacement, 20%. And I believe this is my last slide. So this one just takes the service areas for 2024, which is in blue, and compares it to the 5-year average. So you can see we're directing slightly more this year than the 5-year average to the transportation public works area, and we're slightly down on parks and recreation. Those are always the two biggest that we'll show on this slide. One thing to keep in mind is the 5-year average skewed a little bit. It's a little higher than it usually would be for the next 5 years from when we started funding the renovation at the ECC, because that was a significant project. And that is bumping the 5-year average up a little bit more for parks and recreation than it normally would be. Okay. I'll turn the presentation back over to Adam to discuss a couple slides on debt.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, again, as Mark had alluded to, these next few slides will focus on the township's current and projected debt servicing costs over a 10-year horizon. And as you can see in this graphic, the annual debt servicing load, and again, as Mark had alluded to, is hovering around $3 million and is being carried to support multiple service areas. And while there is new debt scheduled to be issued in 2024 for the township's water supply strategy and corporate operations facility, the servicing costs are not anticipated to start until 2025. 2025, kind of a pivotal year for us, as it will see the termination of 3 existing debentures that the township currently holds, and these are related to the Fergus Sportsplex, the Fergus Water Tower, and the library. And beyond 2025, the gradual increase in debt servicing costs beginning in 2026 are largely attributable to 2 major projects, those being the corporate operations facility and the expansion of the Fergus wastewater treatment plant. When looking at the debt forecast in terms of servicing costs as a percentage of the township's own source revenues, this graph details some fairly important information. The horizontal red line at the top being the first of which, this shows the provincially imposed debt servicing ceiling for all municipalities, which is referred to as the annual repayment limit, which caps debt servicing costs at 25% of own source revenues. Next, kind of important line or graphic in this picture is the horizontal green line. This shows the self-imposed debt servicing ceiling at 15% as stipulated in the township's 2022 asset management plan. The last of which is the third line. That's kind of the one that moves around quite a bit. And that details the township's forecasted debt servicing costs to facilitate the proposed capital program. And as you will note in its current form, the forecast does not eclipse the 15% ceiling over the 10-year forecast. Also worth noting is that much of the debt being contemplated in the forecast is to be serviced predominantly through development charges, wastewater rates, and disposition proceeds, thus limiting the impact on the existing taxpayer. And that effectively wraps up Mark and I's preamble as it pertains to the 2024 budget, and we're happy to field any questions the council may have.
Great. Thank you, Adam and Mark. That was very helpful. Very clear overview. Now turn to council for questions. Councillor Adams.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question back on page 25, the net expenditures by department. There was one that was like other services, 11%. Just curious what other services were, because it seems to be above both administration and a couple of other the categories.
All right. So other services, yeah, excluding taxation, what's going to be in there? These are the items that don't really fit anywhere else. Obviously because of the other name, but top of my head, I'm trying to think what's in there. There's going to be items that, these would be transfers out to various reserves would be in there, because the majority is coming from the other page, actually, that's in the budget book when we go through it this afternoon. So these would be transfers out to OLG, gas tax and so forth, right? OSIF. Trying to think what else is in there. Yeah, go ahead, Dan. You've probably.
Thank you, Mark. And through the chair, this is where we have the GRCA levy, the healthcare professional recruitment budget. Like Mark mentioned, transfers to capital reserves. The BIAs are in this area. So just service areas that don't really fit in other departments.
Councillor Eboy.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I do have a few, so you let me know how you want to break them up.
Just one at a time, please.
Perfect. First one will go around user fees. Can you explain a little bit more about what those programs are? We know there's water and wastewater. What other user fees are you guys talking about potentially raising to save elsewhere?
I can take a stab at this initially. Yeah, I think the slide I'd had kind of detailed what those services are. So they're soup to nuts, really. They range from administrative fees and charges for kind of tax related requests, other things of that nature. We also have some infrastructure related ones for utility costs. If they have to come in and do some road cuts or road occupancy requirements, we have charges to facilitate that for kind of rehabilitation purposes if they have any kind of things resulting that would affect our roads network. The cemeteries, which details our charges for internments and other things of that nature. The programming from the community services side for swimming lessons, ice rental. It's the whole gamut of fees and charges serves to kind of help recover costs for the utilization and providing of services for the township.
Thank you. In that respect, is there a way to break those down so that the child who needs to go swimming doesn't have to be extra charged, whereas the person who might be working on their road or filing taxes? Is there a way to break them up, or would it be an all in or all nothing?
All the fees and charges are detailed in our fees and charges bylaw. They're broken out by schedule within the bylaw. And we will have a report coming later in this that kind of details the entirety of our fees and charges schedules and bylaw with some of the salient points in terms of the changes that are detailed in the body of that report.
Any other questions from council? You guys must have covered everything very clearly. Thank you. All right. I think since that went fairly quickly, we could probably do one more report and then we'll take a break. So, Barb?
I did have others, but you said only one. Is that one each round or one period that we got?
Oh, when I said other questions, I didn't see you put your hand up.
Yeah, it was my arms. Or sorry, it was that one.
All right, Adam, you're not quite finished.
Sorry. So I do have a few guys just for full understanding and knowing that we have other people joining us today. When you talked about salaries and benefits going up during COVID, why did that go up during the COVID years?
I may defer to Mark on this one.
Yeah.
No, it went up for those 2 years.
All right, through you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. Good question. Yep. And so COVID, it's easiest at that slide. I don't know if we can get the slide back up. So while Devlin's finding the slide, the reason it went up from 42 to 44% and then came back down again, what's happening behind the scenes, if you think about the nature of what's making up the total expenditures, are transfers to reserves. And one of the big transfers to the reserves there is a transfer to the OLG reserve. Mm-hmm. So you recall that I showed on another slide how OLG went way down. Well, if OLG goes way down, all the other expenditures percentage-wise take up a bigger portion. So that's all that's happening. Mm. Okay, that's the majority of it. So did wages actually go up? Yeah, of course they went up by COLA, but or cost of living index, but they did not go up that much, and that's why it comes back down again. So the slide is actually slide 30 or thereabouts, I think. I don't know if you've got the page. You don't. That might have been it right there.
Pages, I would have done
yes.
It. There.
So what happened in 2021 and 2022? OLG money crashed because the slots facility or the OLG facility was closed.
So it was more out of our pocket than out of an external pocket, is why it looked that way.
Yeah, it's just salaries and benefits are now making up a bigger proportion because one of the other big items that were in the operating budget as an expenditure through a transfer to reserves has crashed.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, great, thank you.
And then as OLG replenished itself and the OLG facility was open full time again, the money came in from OLG, it was higher again. The transfer reserve, remember I said it comes in and then goes right out to the reserve. Well, the transfer reserve, which is an expense, went way up again. So proportionally, salaries now are a smaller portion and dropped 42% again to what it was pre-COVID.
Thank you.
Okay.
Moving on to a few more. I didn't notice, and I'm sure we'll see it later, but why we're not seeing the lack of income around DCs. I did see a reference to it showing a 13%. Does that coincide with, does that look different than it did before these new regulations were put upon us?
Yeah, Adam actually will take that one, but by point of reference for the year before, for the 2023 capital budget, it was 19% of the capital budget was funded from development charges. This year it's 13%, but it's more a function of the nature of the projects that are coming forward. But Adam can.
That actually answers it for me. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, and with regards to external funding, I look to Pat Newsom's department and celebrate that we're trying to get creative, like the Laura Rink as a great opportunity, and I hope that we don't completely not include that in our packages going forward as potential funds. And my last question was around, you showed 43% for staff. At the time that you showed it, you said it's great because most or many municipalities are 50, and then in the last slide you showed it as 50. So I'm wondering why paying for 50% of the staff in the last pie, I believe. And I was celebrating the 43 and wondered why it moved to 50.
I'm not sure which slide that'd be where I would have showed that 50, other than the trend one that we did have up. We started at close to 50 back in 2010. But oh, I know where you're getting this from. You're getting this from the slide about growth paying for growth.
It was just towards the end because I was celebrating the 43 and then I saw the 50. And
I know where you're getting it from. Actually, if you, it's just after the impact area stuff. So keep going. Yeah, right there. I think you're getting it from there, the 50%. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is, we took 50% of the 2.9% to 93% growth we had, which totaled just shy of $500,000 for the slide there. We took 50% of those dollars and used it to fund new positions this year. That's what this is saying.
Thank you. And that's my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I actually forgot I had a question of my own. So just curious, it might be a question for Pat Newsom, but I'm curious if anyone knows the typical breakdown for Parks and Recreation funding from a capital perspective for municipalities of our size, and considering that we're going to be growing quite a bit over the next 10 to 20 years. So I think on your slide you had it at 8%, whereas Public Works is obviously a much more significant piece, but I'm just curious if we're actually giving enough budget proportion and from a capital perspective to our Parks and Rec facilities. So I don't know if there's a kind of.
You can walk all the way up there to tell you I don't know. So I don't need.
CAO Wilson would like to offer some comments, so thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we don't have stats on other municipalities at this point, but what I do want to say is the 8% for Parks and Recreation is skewed a bit because we did this calculation last week, about $5.4 million in previous year's projects that are still ongoing, that add to the Parks and Rec capital initiatives for next year. So things like the Bissell Park multi-surface pad is a significant project, but it's not in the 8% because it was passed in previous years.
Thank you. Super. I think looking around, I think we're finished on that report item. And maybe now that took a few more minutes, we'll take a break now, and then we'll come back with a report on the next one is on fees and charges bylaws. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Yeah. So, so don't let Colin hoard them back there. Perfect. All right, we'll keep moving along in our agenda. We've got a lot to cover. So I think Adam McNabb is back up with a report on 2024 fees and charges bylaw. Adam?
Mark and I had touched on in our previous presentation, the township fees and charges are a mechanism to recover costs for services, activities, and use of municipal property. And we're able to charge these through authority granted in the Municipal Act. During our pre-budget direction meeting in June, Council directed staff to adjust the fees and charges for 2024 by 6%, unless other factors required an increase that is more or less than the prescribed 6% amount. This report is being presented with a recommendation that Council pass a bylaw to establish the 2024 fees and charges for the township. Generally, staff had adhered to the 6% guidance provided by Council in June. However, there are some areas where deviations from this guidance are being recommended by staff and are detailed in the body of the report. I'm happy to field any questions that Council may have with regards to the bylaw itself or any of the content.
Councillor Jefferson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. With this report, I'm just wondering if we would be able to defer it to the parking lot for further questions and discussion. There's some things that I want to discuss about the user fee in relation to content in the operating budget. So I don't know, is that possible or consensus or consideration?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jefferson. Councillor Adams, did you have your hand up to comment on that or no? Okay, so the suggestion is to move the decision on the user fees and charges bylaw to the parking lot so we can just have maybe some more nuanced discussions about some of the items through the budget reports that are going to happen this afternoon. So we'll just kind of defer that decision until later. And so I just need consensus from council. But where did everybody go? Okay. Okay. Yeah, Mayor Waters, that's okay. So we'll be moving that and just the decision on that piece. So thank you for that. And then I do have another agenda item to move around. So we've had a request from staff to move agenda item 7.5, the corporate business plan report, to just before the draft budget decision. So it would become item number 10.1 and the draft budget item would become 10.2. Is everybody okay with moving that item around? Great, seeing that sounds good. Okay, perfect. So with that, we will now turn things over to Dan Wilson to do an update on this staffing strategy. So Dan and Rashid.
Yeah.
Over to you, Rashid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So every year we talk about budgets and I talk about people. So I'm back. This is in response to our council strategic plan and also the business plan. So we always look every year into what positions we require and need for the next budget year. And we also forecast the couple, 3 years after that, so that they are always in a pipeline of like a workforce plan, which is not only a year and a window, tunnel vision, but we just want to expand so we see what else is on horizon. So that's why we do a staffing strategy. It actually is a very proactive, if I can use this, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Is it on? Okay. Thank you. All right. So I'll just have very few slides. So I'm just going to go over why we do this staffing strategy. Like I said, so it's a proactive approach to determine human resources needs. So this is to feed into and in support of the business plan and the corporate strategic plan. So we're looking at any anticipation of future demands, the current needs and the future demands. We also look at analyzing impacts of demands on the township overall. So what else is on the horizon? What else needs to be supported? Like you have a lot of business plans, you have master plans, you have multiple things coming. So the human resources function then looks into, okay, how are we going to support all this work by what kind of positions we're going to be requiring. So we also make decisions on how effectively we need to acquire and utilize township human resources. So how do we then bring people on board after passing a strategy, and also how to retain them and how to keep them, employed with us. So we have no retention issues. We don't want to be hiring again and again. So final one, and this is how do we do this process is a justification process. So we have created a process. We'll talk about that in the next few slides. So a position request process, which is like a business case. Why do you need this staff member? What analyses have you done in your team as a manager to request a position? So we have a very robust process. Last time I introduced that to you, but I'll just quickly remind you in a couple, 3 slides what the process looks like. Workforce planning is another term used for multiple reasons. Staffing strategy feeds into that. Workforce planning is basically staffing strategy is one component of that. So what happens is overall you look at a corporation and you say our workforce plan have a staffing strategy, learning and development program, retention strategies, compensation philosophy. So workforce plan goes a lot. This is the umbrella body of whole staffing structure what you have. So one of the component, like I said, is the staffing strategy out of that. So we create, or we have needs to create positions due to multiple reasons. So one of those is growth. So you have demands put onto township because of growth, and to offer all those services what you commit to, you need staff to come and help support that. You also have legislative requirements. So certain positions are a must to have if you're legislatively required to do asset management, for example, or a municipal bylaw needs to be implemented because there's new regs or laws. So you'll be creating a position for that. Another reason why we create positions is new services. So council asked us to start doing a business which we were not into before. If that's the case, then it's a new service getting provided. So that could be also a need why you create positions. Principles. So we like every other process, we have principles on this work. So we want to, a staffing strategy should be able to establish and maintain staffing levels that provide cost-effective services to the community. Those are at the levels which are determined by our council. So it starts with council determining those levels of service, and we want to make sure these are cost-effective levels of service provided through a staffing strategy. We also need to have a staffing strategy that adheres to council priority, which council just passed in strategic priorities, becoming an employer of choice. What does that entail is that you want to have people who come and work, and it's a great place to work. You build a career. It's not only a job. So we just need to make sure that it supports attraction, retention, development, and well-being of staff. Another principle is the municipal spending on personnel costs are affordable and sustainable over time. Once again, it's a planned and principled approach. You don't want to have a haphazard approach to staffing and funding those positions. So this is a very planned approach where we always are looking for what's the best cost-effective way and affordable way of hiring staff or creating positions. It also enables our organization to plan according for growth. So it's forward-thinking planning. So like I said, the crux of this report is that if all other plans are getting developed, we need to have a staffing strategy to be able to deliver all the promises what this council is making. So with that, we have something. So now imagine you have the staffing strategy, you hired all those positions, what happens? So compensation. So how do we compensate people? What is our philosophy on that? So we thank council recently working on a compensation report with us. We hired a consultant, third-party consultant to come in and do those wage reviews. I just want to touch on our philosophy. So Center of Excellence compensation philosophy, it addresses elements of internal equity. So we promise to be fair and equitable and pay equity overall, which is compliance, which is the legislative pace. Market equity, which is competitiveness. So you look at your comparisons and your competition, and you figure out, how do we stand in comparison to our competition. And sustainability is what Adam would love, like can you afford it and how you want to implement a compensation strategy. So basically, you need to have all these ingredients to make a good compensation philosophy for our corporation. So we are really thankful to council that this is now in place. And in 2024, we will be looking at a salary administration policy. The CEO has asked us to look at that in HR's business plan. So we'll be writing how to administer, wages, what happens when a promotion happens. So things like that, we are making a lot more policy as we go. So this philosophy would be our guiding principle to write certain policies of the future. With that, this once again, just to capture all that staffing strategy and new position request process, like I explained, so the umbrella body is you're looking at a workforce planning tool. Staffing strategy is that, and a new position request process is our internal process, how we submit for our needs for the next year and for next 2-3 years, and HR captures all that, and the senior management team comes together to review those needs, and we finalize, who gets which positions are a priority for the year. So this is just a roadmap of what I just said. So how we have a very robust process, a scoring mechanism to arrive to a very democratic way of creating positions, I guess. So it actually it is very helpful. So it starts with the manager asking and filling a form that I need this position. That plan goes, and we also now require people to create a job description draft, so we understand what kind of positions you're going to be looking for, what is the reason for this position, a rationale, a whole package comes to human resources. We collect it in that year, and then we arrange a meeting, and we come together as a senior management team, and we debate and discuss every area's needs. And there's a scoring methodology which has different decision factors and weighted averages. We look into, okay, what score is given to each aspect of a request. And out of that process comes out a very good, report that these are the top scoring positions, and we just categorize them, and a decision is made by the CAO which positions, and it also is dependent on the budgets and what kind of growth dollars we have. We don't get everything what we ask for, absolutely, like any other corporation, but it is done very systematically. So one more area then. So you hired somebody and you started paying them. You have a good compensation philosophy. Now you want to actually develop them. So you want to make sure that their ambitions are also taken care of. What are their opportunities to skill development, learning. So we have a learning and development program, which helps supports, provides a lot of opportunities for our folks to be learning our in-house training and external trainings. And we have a robust process about that. This supports creation of a healthy talent pool. So basically, once you hire somebody, my hope is that they would be within the corporation moving to a better job, more tasks, and stretch assignments or a promotion or a different department. We send you to different trainings, and we improve your career with you. So basically, that's a retention strategy and a career and succession planning strategy what we have. This program is going on for now 2 years, and we have a lot of good, feedback from our staff. So we have a partnership with Mohawk College Enterprise. So we did a leadership development program. Right now, we are doing a supervisory training program. So our training calendar have a lot of general training options as well, which are over and above those two big, leadership programs we have. So this all feeds into our staffing strategy to keep our people retained with us. So if I can just pass it along to our CAO to just cover a few more slides, and we'll take your questions right in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid. Moving on in the staffing strategy discussion, you saw this slide last year, but I want to go through it again because it's something that staff have worked really hard on in terms of developing the funding formula for new staff positions here at the township, and recognizing that we're in an environment of high growth and that results in the need for more staffing and more positions. And Rashid mentioned other reasons for new positions like legislative changes, level of service changes. We are very mindful of how that could potentially impact tax rates. So we developed this formula, and we've used it for a few years now. And this is basically how it works. So we have a portion of funding that's dedicated to staffing from our assessment growth. 50% of taxation assessment is dedicated to the staffing strategy. So that is the new assessment, the new houses being developed in Center Wellington, and that new assessment we get before we start looking at impacts on taxation. A portion of that goes to the staffing strategy to address the critical labor force needs in dealing with growth. Number two is the water wastewater supported positions. I mentioned earlier in my presentation that if we have costs associated with water and wastewater rates pay for those costs, and that includes employees. So in the event that we need water wastewater related employees, our water wastewater rates are set to accommodate that. Number three are other fees and charges, and the specific example I have here is the planning department and building department. If they need new positions, they have building fees and planning fees that go to contribute to these positions, and again that results in less or no impact to property taxation for those positions. The next one is alternate sources of funding, and a good example here is a partner contribution where we've partnered with a municipality or another organization to fund a position, to share a position, and I'll give you an example of that in a minute. The next one is capital funded. We have projects that require a lot of employee support. So we have various positions that are funded exclusively through our capital program rather than operating. And finally, at the end of this, if we have positions that are desperately needed, no other funding sources are available, they typically result in an increase in service levels, maybe defined through the strategic plan, for example. Then in this last case scenario, we'll look at an increase in taxation to support an additional position. So when you add all of that together, that is how the senior team looks at all the funding requests and tries to prioritize what goes into the staffing strategy from year to year. This is a calculation that I believe the previous council asked for, and we felt it was meaningful to update it for this council just to show a comparison of staff workforce in Center Wellington to municipalities both slightly larger and slightly smaller than us. And like I said, a previous council asked for this. We updated it based on recent information just so that we had updated stats. But each year, municipalities are required to fill out this financial information return, and in that, municipalities are to provide staffing complement numbers. And we find it useful to look at these from time to time just to see how Center Wellington is doing from a staff workforce perspective relative to other municipalities.
So what this is saying is in 2022, Center Wellington has 128 full-time staff, 157 part-time seasonal staff for a total of 285. If you take the average of all of the municipalities on the right-hand side, so those larger than us and smaller than us, they have an average of full-time staff of 184, part-time seasonal of 167 for a total of 350. So that tells us that, and I said this before, I think we have a very lean labor force here in Center Wellington. And part of the reason why we've developed this funding formula to allocate things like taxation assessment to our staffing needs are a way to meet those staffing objectives without necessarily increasing taxation to do so. So that's part of the reason why we've tried to put so much focus on the staffing strategy from year to year. And the pie chart at the top is what Mark had already shown you, that we have approximately 43% of our gross expenditures going to salaries. And I can confirm Mark's comment that municipalities are typically closer to that 50% range, and we're sitting at 43% right now. These are the new positions proposed for 2024. I'm just going to briefly mention the name and the funding source, and the descriptions for each of them are in the budget book, and we're happy to take questions after the fact if you have questions about a specific position. But the first one is an executive coordinator in my department, funded 80% through the tax side of things, 20% through water wastewater. Number two, payroll and accounting analyst in corporate services with the same funding scenario. Number three, another municipal law enforcement officer, funded 20% through water wastewater, 80% through revenues generated through by law enforcement. The next one, climate change coordinator, funded partially through taxation and water wastewater rates, but shared with another municipality. We felt like it was something that we wanted to share initially to see how much of a workload there is, and then we can go from there beyond 2024. Next is an instrumentation and systems control technician. If you've heard the system called SCADA that we use for water and wastewater, this position would work exclusively on SCADA, and it is currently to be shared with another municipality or municipalities, but funded through water and wastewater otherwise. But we see this as an opportunity to maybe reduce some consulting fees on consultants that we usually use on the SCADA system. Next is a construction inspector in infrastructure services, 100% capital funded. Again, something that we rely on from external consultants that we want to take in-house. And I think there's a potential for efficiencies and savings in our capital program as a result of that. The next is an operations center project manager for a two-year term, funded exclusively through that capital project. Next is a aquatics coordinator in community services, funded predominantly through additional aquatics revenue with a slight impact on taxation. The next one is a gardener for a 6-month seasonal position, mostly funded through taxation, but there's an opportunity to generate some revenue through that gardener to pay for a portion of it. The next two are customer service representatives for both the theater and the Jefferson Elora Community Center. The theater position is funded exclusively through theater revenue, where the Jefferson Elora Community Center rep is taxation. The next one are existing two positions that already exist, the parks and roads operators. We want to make them permanent full-time, so there's an additional minor impact there to fund some additional benefits to make them permanent full-time. And then the second last line is actually to create a third position that is similar to those two, a parks and road operator that would be permanent full-time to make that complement 3. And the creativity here is these positions work in the parks in the summer season, and they work in winter maintenance in the winter season. So it's much easier to recruit when you're looking for full-time positions that can split their duties between two departments. And the final one is a customer service associate within planning and development, which is revenue focused from a funding source. Keep in mind, wherever I said taxation, in most cases, it's assessment growth and does not impact taxation rates. And just as a summary to that, this is the grand total at the bottom of the 2024 staffing salary positions, and this is in the budget book. We're looking at, when you add it all together and the number of FTEs listed, it's 10.6 FTEs with a total salary of $1.25 million. But this is the benefit of the funding plan that we have in place. If you go from left to right, we have $185,000 that is already in prior budgets for these positions. So that has no impact on our tax rates. The next line over is $242,000 in assessment growth. So that is brand new assessment growth and does not impact tax rates. The third line is $165,000 in water wastewater rates. So that is built into the water wastewater rate calculations to fund positions and portions of positions that are water wastewater focused. The next line is revenue generated to fund positions, $287,000. A good example of that would be the aquatics coordinator that is generating aquatics revenue to help fund the position. The next one is $222,000 in capital funding to fund capital related positions. The next is $88,000 in partner contributions where we're sharing positions with other municipalities. And then the final number is $54,944 where we're showing an increase in taxation. And that is where staff are recommending there are two positions that are considered a level of service increase to the point where we couldn't fit it into the normal staffing strategy. The first one is the climate change coordinator, which is something that is directly a request out of our strategic plan. And the second one is the customer service representative at the Jefferson Elora Community Center, which is something we haven't had in the past and would represent an increase in level of service. So those two positions are having a combined roughly $55,000 impact on taxation, or 0.29%. So my first presentation of the day, when I said there was a 0.29% impact on taxation from the staffing strategy, it is those two positions from this line item. But just to reiterate, the rest of the positions do not impact the taxation rate whatsoever. I won't go through these in a lot of detail, but these are the forecasted positions in 2025. We will review this again as part of the staffing strategy for next year. And we've highlighted for transparency purposes positions that were originally requested in 2024 that due to funding constraints, we have pushed to 2025, just so you can get an idea of which ones those are. And we've also outlined the potential funding sources off to the right-hand side too, because you'll see in the budget book, we have a 3-year operating forecast that 3-year operating forecast takes into account these positions. These are the positions for 2026. And same thing, everything highlighted in that orange color are positions that were pushed from 2025 to 2026. And beyond 2026 is our last column, which is a catch-all for positions we know are needed slightly beyond 2026. And we keep those just to make sure we have a full inventory of the requests that were made. And again, anything in blue were originally in 2026, and we've had to move them to beyond 2026. So in summary, very similar presentation to last year. We do have a demand for new positions in 2024, but I feel like through the request process, through the staff strategy assessment process that the senior team went through, I think we were very innovative and creative in how we funded those positions, and I think we're setting ourselves up well for the year. I'm happy to take any questions with Rashid.
Excellent. Thank you, Dan and Rashid. That was very helpful and good overview. I'd now turn to questions from council on anything to do with the staffing strategy. Yep, Mayor Waters.
Yeah, Dan, I really appreciate the creativity there in terms of how you've approached it and sort of the thought and in terms of how you direct and figure out how to pay for these services. This is going to be obviously a challenge as we move forward and continue to grow and come up with creative ways to be able to support that growth in terms of staffing. And, you know, in the past, there's always been, oh, you seem to have so many people, but I think this is important to relay how this is done in terms of how this is being presented, the creativity in terms of how you're moving forward in terms of the payment of this. And I think this is a real kudos to your staff and yourself in terms of how you've approached this in my mind. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Egoy.
Thank you to you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree totally with the mayor on all those comments. I'm going to assume, although I'm not asking you to go into it, that we are looking for options around using students like we are with the urban forestry. I'm sure there's lots of opportunities to partner with our nearby colleges and universities to get some future staff that may choose to stay with us, not unlike what we do in the medical section as well. You didn't speak to when we arrived as a new council, one of the first things we did was reintroduce some staffing positions. And you made it clear at that time that we would probably have to revisit this again next budget, which is where we're at. Just for our own sake, can we take a minute and understand why we had to bring in so many people along with growth? It just seems like it's a big jump. Two large groups of people, I'm guessing somewhere around 25 staff or 30 staff even. So if you could just speak to that briefly so I have a really full understanding of why this has happened.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. Yeah, I mentioned in my presentation that we do have a number of pressures affecting staffing, legislation, level of service, but I would say the predominant one is growth. Growth is very much a pressure in staffing needs, but I would say even prior to this term of council, we were a little behind in our staffing needs. We had less of an opportunity to bring in new staffing with some of the previous terms of council. I think I'll just leave it at that. I think we're in a position now where I think our council understands that there's these stresses and demands put on our budgets, in particular in staffing. And each year, I can promise that staff will bring forward the recommendation that meets the needs of the township based on all those pressures, and it's council's decision as to whether or not it's going to move forward or not.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. I have two positions I was wanting some clarification on. With the gardener position of the 2024 budget being temporary, and then in the 2025 forecast that it's coming up as facility attendant combined with gardener, are we looking to have somebody temporary position for this year and then move that particular person forward to 2025?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. The original request in 2024 was a full-time position that was a gardener in the summer and a facility attendant in the winter. We had to shift the facility attendant piece to 2025. So the intent is to hire someone for 6 months in 2024 to be a gardener. And then the hope is we reassess the need and potentially make it a full-time position in 2025 by adding the facility attendant piece to it at the same time.
Thank you for that, because I just want to say Marissa is amazing, Pat, at her job. She does beautiful work, and I know she works probably 100% or 150% of the time to do what she does. So anything to assist her would be, I think, greatly appreciated and needs to be recognized. If I may, my second position for clarification, with the Operations Center project manager, are we looking at hiring somebody that would be a single person that's like internal to the township staffing, or are we looking at like an ICI company that does the project development and project management as well with a contract position? Just wanting clarification on that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and through Deputy Mayor Wilton. So, yeah, the intent is that would be an internal position, that would be essentially a secondment for an existing staff person to take on that role. So, so it would be 2 years would get us through kind of the levels of procurement processes that we need to follow, detailed design, permits, approvals, and then through the construction phase as well.
If I may further, thank you. Okay, have we looked at doing an outside contract for project management before with larger projects?
Yeah, through Deputy Mayor Wilton. So yeah, that will be part of the strategy to construct, like there's different procurement processes that we're currently evaluating, whether it's design build or construction manager as well. So, so this will be, you know, we're evaluating the different processes in order to, you know, bring that that project to fruition. So this role is kind of the township's representative. Kind of, you know, this is a very multi-departmental facility. We've got planning and building. We have IT, Parks and Rec within this facility. So, so this role is our internal resource to kind of bring everybody together, make sure that kind of all the needs of the internal stakeholders are being met, and kind of facilitate the development of the site. But it's quite possible in the future there will be like a construction manager that's the owner, the township's representative through the project as well. That's a possibility. Yeah.
Councillor Adams.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Dan, can I just confirm? I want to make sure that I understood you right. So the 0.29% increase that we had spoke about comes mainly down to the two positions, the climate change coordinator and then the new position at the Jefferson Elora Community Center. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. In that case, I would want to make sure that we have a fuller discussion and just hear from the two departments on like the need for that and like what those positions would fully entail. I know there was a brief description there, but to hear more from the departments I think would be really helpful.
Would you like to do that now, or if possible?
Suggestion.
Is that possible to do now, to have the one would be from Pat Nason, I assume, and Colin Baker? Is that correct?
Okay, we'll provide some description now. The climate change coordinator would be, just in summary, a position within our environmental services division of infrastructure, reporting in through Colin's department. And right now the proposal is to have 60% of the full-time equivalent for Center Wellington and 40% to another municipality. But I'll give Colin the floor.
Yes, thank you for the question. And yes, so through the strategic planning process, you know, I think it's clear, you know, council's looking to for the development of a climate change mitigation or adaptation or action plan, and this position would be the resource to move that forward. As Dan mentioned, it would be a shared position. There's another local municipality within the county that is also looking at a similar initiative, and so yeah, 40% of the cost of that position would be covered through that partnership.
Thank you, Colin. Is that a question particular for Colin? Do you mind staying, Colin, for a second? All right, Councillor Egoy, question.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Exactly what does that role entail?
The climate change coordinator. Yeah. So essentially, it will be, I think the major initiative is developing the plan, right? So that'll be probably the next year and a half of that, the priority for that position. So looking at methods to, you reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Of course, that's going to be a high priority of this position. But then kind of examine our corporate practices to see how we can become more resilient to climate change. We know weather patterns are changing, storms are becoming more intense, more frequent. And so, what do we need to do as a municipality to become more resilient to those future climate conditions? So that's, I think, the action plan is the main priority, but then just kind of examining us, kind of corporate wide as to how we become more adaptive to future climate change scenarios.
Great. Thank you, Colin. It's great to see this coming forward as it is part of the strategic plan. So appreciate that. So great. Councillor Craddock, same for Colin. Question for Colin. Yeah.
Thank you. Through you. Have we considered or had talks with the county to have that a position county-wide, only given that climate, I think, affects everyone within not only the municipality and our neighbors?
Yeah, no,
very similarly, and we all face the same risks. So if that could be a county funded, and I don't know if the project would be too big for one position county-wide, but
through Deputy Mayor Wilton. Yeah, I think the county does have a manager of climate change currently, and from staff perspective, maybe a bit of a missed opportunity to the county has authored a report on their climate change action plan and are in the process of implementation of their plan. So they are quite a few steps, I think, ahead of all the other local municipalities. So maybe a bit of a missed opportunity to kind of go in step together as kind of county-wide. But so I think we're all looking to play a little bit of catch up here at this stage. But yeah. We do. Yeah.
Yes, apologies. Do we not, and not to change this individual's job description within the county, but have them as a liaison to the municipalities and still have that position funded by the county, but maybe they provide consultation or advice to each independent municipality?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And through the chair, we've had those conversations with county staff, and the preference at the county level is to, they're more than happy to collaborate and assist the lower tiers when it comes to something like climate change initiatives. But the expectation is that we have our own resourcing and that they would work with that resourcing. So that was part of the conversation when we brought this up.
Mayor Waters?
Yeah, and part of that too is it's a bigger job than a couple of individuals at the county level. Every municipality, and this is why we're looking at working with other municipalities, are going to need to look at this. It's obviously looking at your infrastructure. It's a huge, and it's a fundamental shift in thinking as well. But it's also a huge task at hand in terms of how we look at this. It's every municipality are going to need to be looking at this, and I know the feds are looking at how they can assist this way. But it's something we're going to all have to make these fundamental changes that way. So,
great. Thank you, Colin. I think that's good for questions regarding that position. And CAO Wilson, do you want to add something? Or?
Thank you. If you're okay, moving on to the second position,
yes.
Just to give you an intro before Pat steps in. So the customer service representative for the Jefferson Elora Community Center is, like I said earlier, something we haven't had in the past, and this is for a one half or 0.5 of a full-time equivalent to provide those customer service related activities at the ECC.
So this was a bit of a project that started when we looked at the renovations of the Elora Community Center, which now is the Jefferson Elora Community Center. And if you've had a chance to tour it, you'll see there's a brand new customer service counter. In the past, there was an office for the staff to work out of, but nowhere could public come in and pay for a class or sign in for an activity that might go on in the hall or on the ice, that it was a municipally run program. So what we're looking to try to do through directions from council in the past was was, how can we bring more recreation programming to the Jefferson Elora Community Center? And that requires somebody there to make sure that whoever's doing the activity has paid their fee, is registered, and also providing some customer service front facing at that facility. So the intent here is for the equivalency of a half-time, full-time equivalent. So the idea being that how we look at rolling this out is on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we would have one of our a recreation programmer at the facility for the daytime. So you could have some senior programs or some parent taught skates or senior shinny or fitness classes going on in the hall. And then in the evenings, we would have a part-time person covering that desk Tuesday and Thursday evenings and on Saturday. So we're starting slow. We're going to see what the opportunities are there and what the uptake is for those types of programs. But the hall will be ready for, during COVID, we learned that the hall is great for running some recreation programs. So it's a service enhancement to the recreation programs to offer them at this facility. And this is the position that would be on site to help administer that.
Thank you, Pat. Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. Thanks, Pat. What kind of matrices will be in place to measure the effectiveness of this part-time position that we're testing out?
Most of that would be in measuring revenues and participation rates. So what were we currently offering? What more have we been able to offer? So for example, we intend to run all summer a day camp, both at the Sportsplex and the Elora Community Center. So what was the uptake? What was the registration numbers? Were they successful? So that would be a matrix to measure. That's one example. So we always check in on our participation rates and our revenue. It's how many people and what's the revenue. So
could we include a question in those post surveys? Did you use the person in the front so that we know, was it our programming or was it having a person in front, and what was the mash therein?
Yeah, this is the start of this, so we can take a look at all sorts of ways to monitor the success. We'll be doing that ourselves. So if we say we schedule that person to 8 p.m., but we realize there's no real uptake of their use of their time to 7 p.m.s, or do we need to be there till 9? That is all going to be watched closely by our manager of recreation services, our recreation programmer, and the person working there.
Okay. Councillor Adams.
To you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for that. It's good to hear about the increased programming in that building. So that's good, especially like the day camps in the summer. So that increased programming, the Tuesdays, Thursdays, day camps, that's all kind of within budget, but has been like the budget's going to allow you to be able to increase that programming.
Yes, so the recommended changes to our programming are within our budget, and the fees to collect to meet those targets are also in the current operating budget. And so it's not just a day camp, it would be Monday through Friday day camp, but I'm talking about most of the other programs pay for themselves. So if we offer a fitness class in the Jefferson Elora Community Center Hall, then we would charge the fee that would cover the cost of the instructor, so that they are revenue neutral programs. Sometimes not, but yeah, depends on the cost of the program. We try to make them revenue neutral, and they are shown in the budget.
Okay, perfect. And just one follow up in that. So when we looked at the 0.29, were both positions of was it about a half and half, or what's the I'm just curious what that number is.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, it's about 60% for the customer service rep at the Jefferson Elora Community Center and 40% for the climate change coordinator.
Okay, thank you. I do have one question about staffing strategy different than those two positions. So thank you, Pat and Colin, for stepping up and adding some extra context. So I was just curious about the planning and development department. So I see in 2025, there's a landscape architect planner position, in 2026, a policy planner position. I just wonder if staff would consider flipping those two and bringing the policy planning position forward a little closer to 2025, just with all the changes happening province. And if we do implement a CPPS, I think there, or an official plan review or zoning bylaw updates, I just feel like the general policy position might be more needed than the landscape architect position. So just putting that out there, the question and as a comment. So I don't, oh, Brett's standing up. So I see he might want to add some comments there.
Certainly that is a good question, and that is had been part of our thought process. But what we're finding, and the reason for the landscape architect planner, is to assist other departments as well. We recognize that we could be doing a much better job when developments new, a plan of subdivision comes in, it's planning the park at the time of the development happening. So with we think there's a real more immediate need that's more of a priority position. With the policy planner, we're kind of, seems like there's still a lot of government change that we're kind of waiting to see how does that shake out. Definitely we do have a number of things that we have to update. We're hoping with the staff complement we can get started a lot of that with our existing staff, but for sure that policy planner is needed for all these other things we have to do, zoning bylaw updates.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions on the staffing strategy? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Craddock.
Thank you, and through you. I think I have a question about clarity. Start with that, then a straight up question, and then a comment. For clarity, earlier, Councillor Evoy had said something along the lines of 2 groups, 25 to 30 people. Just clarity on that. What it sounded like it was 25 to 30 new positions. No, I think you understood the question, so apologies. What? Because I saw 12 or 13 new positions being. What were the 2 groups and the 30 positions? Or?
Right. Thank you. And through the chair, I think Councillor Evoy is referring to the fact that if you look at the 2023 budget and the 2024 budget added together, you're probably in the 25 staff position range over the 2 years. But in both cases, just to reiterate, very minimal impact on taxation.
Yeah. That'll be part of my comment. But my question is, when you have something that's solely funded through the capital budget, the construction inspector, is that a case-by-case basis? But it doesn't look like it's contract or it's a full-time position, but each capital project is a $5,000 minimum spend, and they vary, so that individual just goes project to project, or?
Yes, great question. And through the chair, yeah, this position would go project to project. It's something that we have consultants do now. Like, for example, engineering consultants will act as construction inspectors for us for constructing a road, for example. So in the past, we would charge their invoices to the capital project. Now we're putting staff time to the capital project, but hopefully at a lesser rate, so we can find some efficiencies that way.
Getting to turn this on, apologies. Comment with the 0.29%, if everything goes according to this plan, I would just urge Kendra and maybe ask the media to just present that breakdown, the effort that you guys have put in to reduce the amount on the taxpayer, because I think people look at that 1.2 million increase in staffing and say, oh, wow, we're paying for that. Brutal. But in truth, it's as minimal as it possibly could be, at least. It seems that way.
Right.
Yeah, I would just advertise that as much as possible.
Okay.
But I know it's not my job to give business advice, and as I've been told. But yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. And yeah, I would just add a comment too that I appreciate the staffing strategy in general and the learning and development. I think staff retention is really important these days, and the competition is fierce for good staff. So it's good to make sure that they feel Center Wellington is a good place to have a career and continue to advance in their career. So I appreciate all the other pieces of the presentation as well. So thank you very much. I think that's good for that report. And I think I'm now calling on Adam McNabb to bring a report on living wage employer.
Great. Thank you once again, Deputy Mayor Wilton. And through you, this presentation is in response to a council request to perform an investigation into the potential of the township becoming a living wage employer. Staff had initiated a compensation market review through an independent third party earlier this year and had presented the results to council during the meeting on July 31st, 2023. During that meeting, council had requested that staff initiate the potential or investigate the potential of implementing a living wage certification process for the township, and further that staff present the findings or other information identified during that investigation as part of the 2024 budget deliberation process. So here I am. The investigation had revealed that to become a certified living wage employer by the Ontario Living Wage Network, two major items must be satisfied. The first of which is that all direct full-time, part-time, and contract employees be included. And second, that employers agree to include a living wage clause in all future contracts stipulating that contracted or some contracted workers are to be paid a living wage, which for 2023 is $20.90 per hour. The investigation had also revealed that a phase certification process can be employed and is permissible. These three phases consist of level 1, supporter. This phase requires that all direct full-time employees are paid a living wage and that the employer be committed to begin raising the rate of pay for all direct part-time employees to the living wage rate. The second phase is the leader, and in this phase requires that all direct full-time and part-time employees are paid a living wage, and that the employer be committed to including living wage in service contracts for third-party or external contractors that provide service on a regular basis. And the top tier or third phase is champion, and this requires that all direct full-time and part-time employees and all third-party contractors are paid a living wage. Based on the findings resulting from this investigation, it is staff's recommendation that the township not pursue a living wage certification process at this time, and the rationale for that decision are as follows. First, given the recency of the compensation market review and the direction to implement the resulting adjustments in the 2024 budget, staff feel that all positions within the organization are market correct to the 60th percentile for all township employees, and that by implementing the compensation market review findings, that the vast majority of positions within the township meet or exceed the living wage rate. Secondly, prior to pursuing a living wage certification, the staff association would have to be consulted on and agree with the adoption of the Ontario Living Wage Network certification process, as this has the potential to influence wage increase negotiations versus mandated wage increases imposed by the Ontario Living Wage Network. And lastly, that by pursuing a living wage certification, it is envisaged that implementation has real potential to introduce wage grid compression issues, which would still have to be further analyzed and quantified. So for these reasons, staff are recommending that we postpone further investigation and conduct a more fulsome review of the certification process as part of the next scheduled market compensation review. And with that, I'm happy to field any questions that council may have.
Great. Thank you, Adam. Any questions from council? Councillor Adams?
Deputy Chair. Mayor, thanks, Adam, for that and for bringing this forward. I don't believe the high value is the actual certification. I think in essence, we really just want to make sure that we're paying our staff well. So thank you. And I think it's an important thing to keep on our radar as well. So thank you for your report.
Just curious, in your analysis, like, are there certain segments of the staff that are not being paid a living wage? Like, I'm just wondering about the aquatics staff, for example, or any maintenance staff. I'm just curious to make sure we're being fair across the board. And I see Rashid is getting up. I hear Rashid getting up, and I see him behind me, so I will defer that to him. He has more of the granular data as it pertains to the impacted positions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And through you, Mayor. So we have very few positions which are below this rate now. So with being correct to the 60th percentile of the market and the recency of our market review, most of our positions, all full-time positions, I can just confirm first of all, permanent full-time and permanent part-time positions, they are actually above this rate. We only have seasonal positions and students, and some of those positions in say swim instructor, lifeguard, assistant instructor guard, for example, their year one level, entry level first year salary is $17.32 as of January 1st, 2024. So that is above the minimum wage of $16.55, which is the government rate. So $17.32 is our minimum now. So, which is a lot better than what the minimum wage is. And plus understanding that those folks come and go. Yes, they are a very important service. In year two, that $17.32 rate goes to $17.57. And by fourth year, they are $17.83. So we're about $18 versus the $20 what OLWN is suggesting. So we're not very far out. And it's for very few positions. I can just count them. I think 6 or 7 on my fingers who are just below this rate. Everybody else is compensated. So 99.9% of your positions are above that rate.
Thank you, Rashid, and through the chair. One of the reasons why we're suggesting this be deferred to the next market review is because if you start adjusting those positions up to a living wage, then we have what HR refers to as a compression issue on our salary grid, where positions above them have to be adjusted, and therefore it continues up the salary grid where it's not just as easy to take, like Rashid said, a handful of positions and just make them living wage without looking at the potential impacts of the entire salary grid. So we agree this is something that we should keep on our radar and just be mindful of it and look at the impacts when we do our next market review.
Thank you. Any further questions on this? Great. Thank you, Adam and Rashid. Appreciate that. And with that, I think I will call on Lucas Rogerson. As you're coming forward, Lucas, I just want to check a scheduling with the clerk. We finished that.
I can make it quick now.
Yeah, no, you can take your time. Forestry is important. So. All right, if you want to give us an update on the urban forestry.
Absolutely, Madam Chair, through you to council and the rest of the staff here, I'm pleased to present 2023 urban forestry update. As most of you are aware, 2023 was a bit of a year of change in the community services area. We had a division creation in parks, which established a new division and some restructuring of the staff and accordingly the flow chart through to the staffing organization. So we're going to start off with that and just give a clarification on where the staffing changes happen and how this new division, which I came on board in May, is now formulated. So as you all know, it funnels down through the CAO, through the Managing Director of Community Services, then into my current position as Manager of Parks. We have a Parks Coordinator who takes care of all our playground, sports fields, etc., and green spaces. Below that, we have the seasonal positions that are working with that position. We then have our horticulturalist who has several summer students and seasonal positions as well. And cemetery administration has moved over into the Parks division as well. And a major part of why I'm here today is to speak on the urban forestry position to which I'm going to introduce our new urban forestry coordinator, Mr. Todd Fritzley, who is in his fourth day, I believe. So we're putting him to the test here, definitely. So his position is slightly modified from the original position that was there, and it's going to give a great focus on our forestry program here at Center Wellington. To speak to his report throughout the summer, there's a summer student then who will work with him throughout the season. as well. So that's the current status of our staffing here in the Parks Division, and more particularly through the urban forestry. So what other programs do we have in place, or do we have in place currently as our baseline of how we're operating this program? Well, the first thing we have is, I jumped ahead. In 2018, Council adopted a public forest policy that was presented. And what this public forest policy, it had a goal of enhance the condition of the public trees and the quantity of public tree canopy cover in the township of Center Wellington. That was the main goal. Through under that goal in this policy, it stated many objectives, actually about 12 objectives. This policy, as well as the next document, our bylaw, is attached in the agenda package as well for your perusal. As some of the selected objectives of the public forest policy, I'll just read through. Promote the retention and enhancement of public-owned trees. I believe we're doing that, and specifically to your strategic plan that's recognized with this council in particular is going to be a strong focal point for our division. Establish and continue an annual tree planting program. We have been doing previously spring and fall tree planting, community tree planting programs. Unfortunately, we had some issues this year just with procuring some contractors and with some changeover, but we are looking forward to catching up with that in the spring. And we look to build a dynamic inventory of township trees. We'll get to this a little further in the presentation, but this is an objective that has been realized and is continuing to be realized. It's a living document that we have, and it's a vital part to our urban forestry program in maintaining our canopy, assessing our canopy, and managing moving forward. Also to a developer program to identify and manage risks. That's also in coordination with our asset management and our risk team to make sure that any of the trees that we have that are in public lands, which we're responsible for, are not causing inappropriate risk to the residents. And then finally, as another select objective was to assisting, guiding, and developing a tree management practice now and in the future. And we have been working diligently towards this and moving forward with this program. This is definitely going to be a major focus throughout the community. Now, just to mention, there are several more objectives, and again, read through those at your leisure, and I'm happy to take any questions if you already have, moving at the end of the presentation. This isn't mine. Sorry. All right, moving forward. So we have the public forest policy, which was adopted in 2018. That then informed in 2022 the initiation and the acceptance of a public tree bylaw, number 2022-57. With that, the public tree bylaw, what this does, the policy gives us in many different areas how we do stuff, how we it gives us different areas. Let me jump to my notes. I thought I had a slide in there that had, it gives us the layout of how we do stuff, how we recognize some risk mitigation. It follows in with the objectives that we have and how we're going to implement those. What this public tree bylaw then does, it gives us the teeth to regulate that. So as you can see, it's a bylaw to authorize and regulate the planting, care, maintenance, and removal of our trees on township property. So the policy tells us how we're acting as a township to do the procedures and make sure that we're mitigating our risks, et cetera. This gives us the teeth that if anybody is contravening those, now we have some actions to that. So it gives us the authority, the sections under the bylaw, again, in your agenda package, we have now the authority to call them, there are trees. We have the authority to dictate what happens to them in the sense that if there's any pruning that happens, we have the authority to say what happens if anything goes on with our public trees. It gives us general provisions within those, within that scope of the bylaw as well. Permits, which I'll circle back to. It also sets out our compensation, and the compensation is also established in the policy. The policy actually informs the bylaw. So the compensation values are then also attributed to the rates and fees moving forward, which allows us, if we take down a tree, it now says that we're going to plant 2 trees to that 1 tree removed. Where that is going to be is defined in the plantable areas in the program. And then it also gives us some remedial action if there needs to be any fees associated with that, any charges through bylaw, if there's any contraventions to the bylaw at this point. So coming back to permits, most of these have been realized and have been enacted over the past year. Permits, however, is the method in which we continue to assess or continue to regulate that. So right now, the permit process is one of the major actions for 2023 to get a permit process established, moving forward, and authorization through that. So that's a key component that we're working to fully actualize this tree bylaw in 2024. So previously, one of the objectives in the policy was our tree inventory. If you go on to centerwellington.ca, we have a lovely dashboard there, which is a living document rather, that gives us live updates on our tree canopy condition. And this is thankful to our GIS group here at Center Wellington to put together this amazing tool. And this is accessible to the public at any given point to yourselves. And it's an interactive tree inventory. What this tells us is every time we go out and we do a tree assessment, through our GIS, we're able to update the condition and the assessment level of that tree, whether it's been pruned. If we send it out for a pruning contract, it's updated on its pruning level, it's updated on its condition, its species, as well as the diameter and all the particulars of that tree. And you can see this referenced here in the pie graph and the different bar graphs as to, it gives you the canopy, it gives you the canopy size, it'll give you the different conditions. And again, this is all interactive. You can click on this and it'll select the specific trees that are all through there. So you can see at any given time what the condition of our canopy is. Within the urban areas, we haven't established a full inventory of the rural areas at this point, but perhaps in future years that may be fully realized as well. So this is a wonderful tool to see visually where our canopy is. And you can see by the amount of lovely green, we have lots of large, healthy trees. When we do a tree update on a particular tree, that tree inventory gives us an overview of that particular tree and the health of the general urban forestry canopy. How does that come back to staff, and how do we track what we do to those trees? How do we track what the condition of the property or how that ties into that property? This is through our service requests and our reported tools. So the service requests are heavily utilized by Public Works and Infrastructure Services at this point. And we're starting to implement them not only in the Parks Division as well as a major initiative for 2024. What they do is they track the actual work that we're doing onto trees, or in particular if we're in the park or in our horticultural side, what work are we actually doing? How we use it in our urban forestry program is that a service request will come in, somebody will call in, say, hey, I've noticed that there's a tree branch low hanging over a sidewalk. This needs to be addressed, or there's some damage I've noticed to this tree. They will call in, we'll create a service request. That'll initiate staff then to go out and inspect that tree, inspect that concern that came through from residents, or if it's internal as well, or from yourselves, then that initiates staff to go out. It's tracked then on what the condition was, what was the initial request, what were our action items on that, what were the results of that action item. When they're on site, they update that tree inventory through the GIS. They go then take the service request, close it out, or if it moves into a work order, which then is if we have work to do on ourselves, whether we're doing the pruning ourselves, move that into a work order system, then tracks our timing and more fully what that action was on that particular tree. Then another option is this will move into, if we send out a contractor, if it's a larger diameter tree that needs removed, it'll go to a contractor and we track it through that way. So this is tracking what staff is doing as well in tandem with that GIS program. This is also just for internal use as well. This is not a public facing program. From that, we can also draw reports and more fully for numbers and give nice pie graphs moving forward. One key thing is our reported tool, which has been mentioned many times over here. We have a beautiful system on our centerwellington.ca website. It's right front and center in the sense of a reported tool. What that allows residents to do is if they have a concern, whether it be a garbage concern, a weed concern, road sidewalk, public park, or winter maintenance, etc. There's many areas. They're able to click on that. They're able to put their concern directly into a service request. It creates a service request immediately, and it's the most efficient and fastest way for a resident to get that contact or that concern to staff that is going to be actioning on that item. creates a service request immediately with the location. Staff is constantly, daily, multiple times looking at these requests and then creating their action items daily on that, inspecting it. So I encourage any of the residents to make sure they utilize this tool. It's much quicker than going through, let's say, a counselor and then through to a director and down through the channels here via email. Plus, it's immediately tracked for any of our risk mitigation and liable actions. Once it's in our system, we know about it, we're responsible for it, we need to take action and accordingly, and that's all tracked through our service request system. Moving into the forestry budget, I'm going to give just a high overview, canopy overview, if you will, of the this branch of the division. I'm sure, pun intended. Adam and Mark and Dan are going to go more thoroughly into the budget, as you're all aware, but we'll just give you a overview. So our budget is totaling for 2024 $405,800. This is taking a $200,000 capital amount, coupling that with an existing amount of 2023 capital rollover of about 130,000, and then adding a 50,000. There's a 50,000 static ask in the operating budget, and then you'll see in the budget there's about a $25,800 permit revenue line that is offset by a permitting line as well, and that line is going to be relative to what permit fees are brought in once this permitting process is established. Again, Adam can speak a little bit more to that, and Mark can speak to that. Where this revenue is used is you're looking at our day-to-day operations and our tree removal, maintenance, and planting initiatives, our staff resources, our professional services that are sent out if we need to do any outside second opinions from a consulting arborist, et cetera, for any projects that may be involved in planning or infrastructure services. We have a pruning program, our Emerald Dashboard program, which is a major component of the capital budget, is effectively in the urban areas well managed at this point. So we're going to be putting our focus into the rural areas and enhancing some focus on that for the ASH program. So we have a good handle on our ASH program here in the urban areas, and so that's where that focus is going to be moving forward. Community planting events is another area where this is spent, as well as our operating expenses, materials and supplies, and moving forward administration of the bylaw. And again, just to clarify, this is a combined total budget from the operating and capital. So where does that move us into? That's where we are right now as a new division under the Community Services banner, and in particular, all the policies and our bylaw that we have in place. Where are we moving forward? Well, it's established in your business plan through your 2024 goals, and I know that environmental stewardship is a high priority on this council, and we're happy to be joining in that stewardship and a key component to that. In 2024, the major goals, which are going to be presented more thoroughly through Dan's presentation, will span a couple different divisions. So it'll primarily be in community services and parks here in the form of updating our public tree bylaw. There's some updating that could happen with that, as well as exploring other tree preservation strategies. I'm going to also that's going to work in tandem with planning to look at investigating legislative tools available to conserve our trees and our woodland policies, such as potential private tree bylaw and CPPS. These are identified as our 2024 goals, 2024 goals moving into next year. In parks, we're also going to continue to implement our annual forestry program. So all the initiatives that I've spoken to, we're going to continue to implement that, plus enhance it, and more in particular, give some more focus there. And we're going to establish a heritage tree designation program in coordination with planning. And just to summarize that, our 2024 operational focus is then going to, again, continue to update and maintain our tree inventory system, implement our public tree permitting system as per the bylaw. We're going to continue our Emerald Dashboard program, community planting and maintenance programs, as well as we're going to continue to work with community groups to promote environmental stewardship. And that's something that I maybe didn't fully recognize in the previous in the previous slides, but we do work quite closely and are going to be looking forward to working much closer to with some groups that are very passionate in this area. We've reached out, established some great relationships moving forward. We have actually one initiative back here on Victoria Park, which is a lovely old black cherry that needs some attention, and so we've engaged them to help with some initiatives on that. So we look forward to working with those groups moving forward more wholesomely. All this is coming together in a nice bundle to establish your vision, Council, of being the community to experience life along the Grand River. And with that, I will thank you so much, and I'll open to questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Lucas. And I think I have Mayor Waters. You want to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your oversight. A good presentation, Lucas. As you know, one of my interests has been the private tree bylaw, obviously, especially in those areas where development is potential, because my experience has been in the past, especially if there's no kind of private tree bylaw in place, that a lot of times developers go in and do all the things that they like to do with the property prior to making an application. So I'm not really picking on sort of the residential community, but more sort of the development community, because in my mind, the trees represent an interest to the community as a whole. And when you do development and you can sort of combine that with sort of retention of mature trees or hedgerows or that type of thing, you at the end of the day, you usually have a better development there if that's done in sort of a kind of a very thoughtful process. I know that I'm aware of some developments that are being proposed that mature trees are going to be coming down as a result of the development. So I think that's something I want to make council aware and the community aware that as we move forward, we got to look at how do we do this in a way that is sympathetic to the vegetation of our community, and to do and it's not against the development per se, but it's sort of the work in continuity that way. So I hope that, and I noticed that on the bylaws you'd mentioned the public, but I'm again reiterate that we need to look at the private as well. So.
Thank you. Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I also agree with what the mayor said, and my first comment was around our outside partnerships. So although I heard you mention them, I would like to see it becoming much more regulatory, that we check in with these services that wanted to do this at no charge, wanting to support the canopy health across our community. And so groups like Tree Trust and Neighborhoods have come in and asked us to ask them. So I personally would like to see, I celebrate that you mentioned it. I'd like to see it perhaps even more formal, so that we, when there's something that comes up, we do check with them, because we're going to want to talk to them at some point in that process of, say, a tree removal anyway, or a tree remediation. So I think it'd be a good idea. I'd like to see it becoming a little more formal, that we commit to doing that. My other thing is around termites. So I didn't hear you mention it. I do know that there's a stump that belongs to the township on some property, for example, that has termites. So I didn't hear you address, is that because we're just leaving it entirely to the company that we hired, or are we having any work in that area?
I think CAO Wilson will respond to that comment. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, it is our belief that we should be leaving all termite management services to the contractor that we're hiring. We will have a page in the operating budget that we'll discuss this afternoon, that we can have a more fulsome discussion on termites. Yep.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Lucas. Great presentation, and just kind of echoing what has already been said. And I was really happy to see, and you gave focused on the continued work with our local community groups. Just in the past year, I've been really amazed in how many of these groups we have in our community and the huge volunteer base that they have, where some other organizations are struggling for volunteers. It seems that a lot of these groups have a really strong volunteer base. So it's good to hear you talking about working in those partnerships. There's a lot of really great initiatives happening, sustainable initiatives, food rescue initiatives. I think there was an issue previously where the town kind of backed away from fruit trees and stuff. So I'm hoping you're having all those conversations again with these community groups. And it's good to hear. Thank you. Bye.
You're getting off easy with the questions.
I'll take it when I can get it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I did have one question for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where in your the one slide that had kind of the different buckets of services for the tree program, where would weed removal, like weed tree removal? So I know there's a lot of buckthorn in certain parks in the community, and so where does that come into the maintenance of that urban forest?
So that's actually identified in the policy on our invasive species and invasive measures with that. There is no formalized program on that I'm aware of at this point. Again, that's something we'll probably be exploring to that extent based on resources from my understanding. But that is outlined in the policy on the dealing with the invasive species. So again, we use the policy to inform our initiatives, then inform the bylaw through there. So.
Great, thank you. Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With the formalized policy, I was just wondering about in the downtown cores for the beautification as we're redoing some of the roads and that. Is there like a standard of tree placement or number of trees going in, like with the Highway 6 redevelopment that's coming? Is there going to be more trees like put in?
Sure. It's in tandem with the planning and planning department and how that whole infrastructure program comes together. As the plans come together, we have opportunity to comment on that and inform that with the policy. I can't speak to that. Oh, is Colin coming with that one? Perfect. However, I think to summarize, having this position and the Parks Division is going to give some focus in a lot of those areas cross-departmentally through the township as well. And maybe Colin, you can speak more to that.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Jefferson, and through Deputy Mayor Wilton. So yeah, definitely. We're adding trees, green infrastructure to our projects as we do reconstruction projects. Yeah, we take an approach where we look at kind of the layout of the design, and we're fitting them in where we can, right? So where it's feasible, and creating the conditions where trees are more likely to survive, like urban environments where it's all concrete sidewalks and asphalt roads. It's difficult without doing kind of special measures to assist the tree to thrive in that environment. So for example, on East Mill, we have, I believe, six trees being planted along that first block, and we're putting them in a technology called Silva-cells, and so it's a structural lattice that basically supports the weight of the sidewalk and transfers that load to the soils beneath the root zone of the tree. So we can put uncompacted, really nutrient-rich soils below the sidewalk in the root zone for those new trees. So definitely that's something that as we go through each reconstruction or even new developments too, we're looking at developments a little more predictable, new developments where we can kind of come up with a more predictable spacing for new trees and new developments. But for road reconstructions, yeah, we're always definitely looking for opportunities to plant new trees. We also, with the policy, there's a 2-to-1 ratio required too. So for every tree removed, we're replacing at a 2-to-1 ratio.
And maybe just to augment on to that, so we do have a bit of a pause at the moment on our commemorative tree program and our planting. We need to find spaces to plant trees effectively. So there is a backlog there, and any areas that we're able to find places to plant that, again, one of the major objectives: increase the canopy or have a net zero canopy loss with any new development or reconstruction. So that's being realized through the compensation values, and then with any of the new infrastructure or replacement infrastructure, we find opportunities.
Councillor Egoy.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. This may not be the time and place, and I know we'd need to have two people in the conversation, but there's new kinds of cemeteries coming up that are involving planting trees instead of other things. And I wonder, with our expansion as we look forward, if we look into becoming one of those green cities that have green cemeteries to add to both our canopy and make us a more environmentally friendly community.
Great. Oh, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just have a comment. It kind of plays off of what Mayor Waters said. I just have to put it out there, and it's going to come off a little feisty, but I understand, like, with our public tree permitting and our public tree policies, but when we start diving into private tree woodlots and private trees on private property, if we're going to start recognizing those and developing policy around that, I don't want to do things that deter economic development within our community. I would like to be able to work with the developers and to establish policy that we're able to work around, maybe diminishing, say, parking lot requirements or things like that, if you're wanting to keep the trees, where we're kind of doing give and receive with the people that are coming to bring jobs to our community or to bring homes to our community. So it's my feisty comment, sorry, but thanks.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Jefferson. And Mayor Waters, did you have a question?
Yeah, a lot of times if you don't have a community has no rules in terms of our bylaws that way, developers look at that and they look at what sort of the bylaw is related to, sort of tree bylaw, and if there's nothing there, that's fine. If they understand in more progressive communities understand that there's a private tree bylaw, then they'll work within those confines. So it's a lot of times they don't understand sort of those parameters. Being on that side, I was on that private development side for a long time. So even when they come and they ask questions about what are the bylaws, and if there's nothing there, they're kind of, oh, okay, fine, we'll just go ahead. But that never, for a community like ours, which is a very desirable community to live and work and to build a business, I think by having an understanding or creating those they have a better understanding of what's involved that way. It's not going to preclude them from buying a property or wanting to be, because they want to be in this. It's really the opportunity to protect some of those existing trees within the community, which are a legacy of the community. And it's really sort of to work with that. So for the developer, it's really understanding what those rules, not thinking in terms of the private landowners, in terms of residential, thinking more from the development community perspective. And we're going to see in the next little while, you're going to see some trees going down in developable areas that people you're going to get a feedback and saying, why are those trees coming down? And that's because we don't have any kind of, as it relates to private tree bylaw, we don't have any of those types of rules. Whereas if you had some of those things in place, you'd be able to protect some mature trees, work with the developer to kind of sort of plan a development in a good way. And when you do it in a thoughtful way, that way, I always believe that you have a better development. So anyways.
Thank you. So for today, we're not discussing a private tree bylaw, so we'll take that a little bit out of scope for today's conversation, but we do have a recommendation here that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington receive for information the Centre Wellington Urban Forestry Update. Do I have a mover for that? Sure. Councillor Egoy, seconded. Councillor Jefferson, all in favor? Any opposed? No. Great. So thank you, Lucas, for the presentation and the discussion. And with that, we're actually at almost quarter after 12. So we will break for lunch now. And we have delegations coming at 1 p.m. So we will be back in council chambers at 1 o'clock for a start then. So we'll have just a little bit over 45 minutes for a lunch break. So thank you, everybody. The Fergus BIA, and I believe we have Fred here this afternoon to give us this presentation. So Fred Gordon, over to you.
Now, no, I don't have to press any buttons this time, Carrie? No, you can hear me. I don't have to press any buttons this time. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, if we're all ready. So Mr. Mayor, Council, and assembled persons, thank you very much for inviting us to the chambers today. On behalf of Chair Tala Jenkins, the executive and the membership, I bring you greetings from the Fergus Business Improvement Area. As we start our presentation, we would like to offer our thanks to a lot of people here at the township who make the Fergus BIA successful. These thanks go to our councillor rep, Bronwyn Wilton, who helps keep us informed on what's happening at council and brings our business to you. Of course, a big thanks goes to Kristen Drexler, who assists us with our interactions with the various departments of the township. And we, of course, have to thank Carrie O'Kane and Mark Brady and their respective staff who always have the answers to our questions, as well as all the folks who work at CW Hydro and Public Works. The Fergus BIA is a small group of hardworking volunteers who could not make the association as great as it is without the help that you all provide. 2023 brought a new executive to the Fergus BIA table. Post-COVID, we're fortunate enough to have most of our previous businesses still with us and are always welcoming new entrepreneurs into our fold. The Fergus BIA is trying exceptionally hard with an outreach program to ensure that new members to our community are aware of the existence of our downtown and the many shops and services that it offers. This year brought some exciting events and programs to our downtown core. Our sponsored shopping bag program sent thousands of branded, eco-friendly, reusable shopping bags out into the province and potentially beyond. April 2nd brought Tartan Day and the Fergus Pub Crawl with both regular and licensed events and activities for people of all ages. The Twilight in Templin Music Festival and Handmade Marketplace ran Wednesday nights through July and August, featuring great local musicians and crafters, all nestled in the beautiful Templin Gardens on the cliffs above the Grand River. Overall attendance was in the thousands. We cooperated with the Fergus Scottish Festival on a comprehensive program to unify the festival location with downtown Fergus. This included sponsoring a shuttle bus between the two locations, as well as a window decorating contest with a significant advertising package going to the winner. The second Fergus Fibre Fair ran May 27th. It featured a fantastic lineup of fiber farmers, say that 10 times quick, yarn dyers and accessory makers excited to showcase their quality yarns, carvings, fleeces, and handcrafted accessories. We established a free-to-attend movie night program in the Fergus Grand Theatre with one children's and one general movie, with 12 movies being shown between July and early October. Attendance grew steadily with every event. The Fergus Medieval Fair was held July 22nd. St. Andrew Street was closed for the event, which saw approximately 10,000 attendees from all over the province and beyond. The day featured exhibitions, events, music, demonstrations, and a marketplace. It is rapidly becoming the must-attend event in southwestern Ontario, getting bigger year after year. The exceptionally popular Fergus Classic Car Show was on September 8th and featured quality autos of all vintages with a massive attendance of enthusiasts. And the first ever Cogs and Clockwork Steampunk Festival was held the day after on September 9th. Attendance was about 7,000 people. It included a fashion show, circus performers, teapot races, a scavenger hunt, a tea party, a marketplace, and more. Provo Lane was set up for artist demos and book readings. This is a family-friendly event aimed to introduce and share the creativity of the steampunk community and to show locals and guests a truly wonderful time. Occurring right now is our ever-popular Sip and Shop holiday event. Watch out for late-night shopping, tree lighting, horse and buggy rides, visits with Santa, and more. In addition to our great events, we also focused on the beautification of downtown Fergus, making sure we had our best foot forward for people to see. Projects this year included the Provo Pavilion, a handicap-accessible space for everyone to rest and enjoy in the heart of downtown Fergus. It was installed on Provost Lane from spring to autumn. Downtown Fergus was beautified through flowered hanging pots, surface planters, and a rotating flag program underwritten by the BIA. We sponsored the placement of public sculptures throughout the area as supporter of the Elora Sculpture Project. And we rose to the occasion after vandals targeted some of our Equity Street banners, replacing them with new ones, as well as acquiring many new Fergus branded banners to fill a few empty hangars around town. When the county went to bi-weekly garbage collection, it caused hardship in downtown Fergus, with garbage sitting on the curbs at inappropriate times. We therefore funded a private stopgap collection in some parts of the zone, which ensured that weekly collection continued. This program was halted when the Township of Centre Wellington came to our aid and picked up the program. A small but dedicated group worked to place seasonal decor around the downtown core at various times of the year. Of special significance to the Fergus BIA, and one we wish to underscore to Township Council, is the point that we have made regarding private garbage collection. The costs associated with funding private collection are crippling to the BIA. We already know from the stopgap funding that we put in place in 2023 that the amount we have pledged for 2024 is most likely insufficient should we be faced with footing this full bill. Weekly refuse collection in our mixed commercial residential area is essential to keep vermin at bay and minimize the negative impact of masses of garbage bags appearing downtown on the weeks when collection occurs. Due to their very nature, shops, restaurants, and services generate more refuse than the average household. When you add to that household refuse from residential tenants, things get out of hand quickly. Private refuse containers become abused with others' waste, which leads to conflicts and ill will. The merchants of downtown Fergus are exceptionally grateful to the Township of Centre Wellington for negotiating a better arrangement with Wellington County to keep regular collection occurring in our zone this year. Although we have set those funds aside, we implore the township to continue its generous refuse subsidy for 2024 so that we can keep the streets of Fergus sparkling clean. Further, we urge you to continue to work with the county to find a permanent weekly solution to the collection of garbage in the BIA zone. We are committed to helping both the township and the county on this issue in any way that we can. In order to maintain all the projects that we do for Fergus, the executive prepared the budget that you have with you today. It was impossible for us to develop this without asking for an increase in our levy. At our annual general meeting on November 14th, the membership passed this budget, which increases our levy by 4% over 2023 to a total of $71,656. As we look forward to the year 2024, we're hoping to continue all of these exciting and popular events. In addition, it is a goal to expand and participate the Halloween Elora Monster Month program to Fergus. Like every other organization, we are struggling with skyrocketing costs on all fronts. We rely heavily on the hard work and dedication of volunteers to make these programs work, and we hope to attract more volunteers and rein in costs in order to ensure their long-term survival. That's my presentation to you today. I can turn it over to you if anyone has any questions.
Great. Thank you, Fred.
You're welcome, Bronwyn.
Super overview of everything that's been going on in Fergus, and it's been definitely a very vibrant and full summer.
Especially when you consider that only 2 years ago we were being crippled by COVID.
That's right.
If you think of what has happened in downtown Fergus post-COVID, just the Cogs and Clockwork and the medieval fairs brought 17,000 people to downtown Fergus. That's cool. Amazing.
Yeah, excellent work, and kudos to all the volunteers that bring those events
Thank you.
together.
I'll take that back to them.
Excellent. Does anyone have questions for Fred?
Great. Thank you all so much for your time.
Oh, no, sorry. I do have a question from, I neglected to welcome Councillor McDonald. She's joining us virtually this afternoon. So Councillor McDonald, over to you. We'll test how this works.
Sure. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Great. Thank you for coming, Fred. What I took from what you were saying is the same refuse issues that we're also dealing with in Elora. So I take those right to heart, and something that is on my mind constantly. And I will definitely keep what you said in mind. thank you for coming today. It was a great overview of what's going on in Fergus BIA.
Great. Thank you, Fred. And I think that's all for questions. So thanks for coming today. And now we'll turn, oh, if somebody could go and bring Councillor McDonald or Councillor Jefferson back in the room. Great. And we'll now have a presentation from the Elora BIA. And I believe we have McLean Ham to do this presentation today. So McLean, if you want to come up to the podium. Wait until Councillor Jefferson's back. There she comes. Get everyone back in place.
Well, I have to say that's a hard act to follow, Fred. Thank you very much, Mayor Waters and councillors, as well as staff for having us here today to speak. I echo Fred's gratitude when it comes to all the hard work that township staff and councillors do in tandem with the BIA to make all of this effort worthwhile and hardworking. The Elora BIA, again, echoing Fergus, we're really excited that COVID is behind us and we get to operate without restriction for the first time. I know the summer has seen what we believe to be normal numbers in all of our businesses, so that's been really exciting. There's a little bit of a construction project happening right now that's not helping things, but that's for another time. It was a big meteorite. Well, I heard actually that they're putting a waterfront property on Metcalf Street. Sorry, pardon me. So the Elora BIA this year, again, I'm just going to do a quick overview of some of the projects that we've undergone. So I'll go through events first. Starlight Shopping is a perennial favorite for all of the merchants in the village, and this year was no exception. We did 4 nights, great business for all. And then the Starlight Committee also took on the job of brightening up the trees on public property by purchasing more lights and kind of making it more consistent. Another event this year, which was the first time we've seen it, was the Candlelight Elora event that happened in October to try to piggyback on some of the hard efforts that Monster Month and Sensational Elora have been doing for years, and that is making Elora a Halloween destination. So Candlelight, if you didn't have the opportunity to see it, was all the stores stayed open late. Everybody was dressed like Bram Stoker's Dracula. Some of our guests in the restaurant didn't know this was happening. It was very entertaining to watch the reaction. But regardless, it was a successful event. All of the restaurants were busy, all of the shops were busy, and we're excited to do that again next year. 3 events I'd like to talk about as well are food-related events. So Eloralicious occurs every year, last year being no exception. And it's about a 10-day period where all of the restaurants that choose to participate have multi-course menus for an affordable price. It drives a lot of business and a lot of reservations in an otherwise quiet time. The Elora Burger Battle had its 2nd iteration this year, and again, driving a lot of diners in for a reasonably priced meal in the early parts of November when we typically don't see a lot of business. And the 3rd event is very exciting, and that is the Food Day Canada event that we had on the bridge, sponsored, of course, by the Mill and the BIA and Food Day Canada themselves. That event was projected. We hoped to get 400 to 500 guests, and we stopped counting at 2,000. If you didn't get the opportunity to join in, it was a spectacular sight. The bridge was full. There was barbecue smoke everywhere. It really felt like a community event, and it raised a lot of money for the Anita Stewart Tribute Fund at the University of Guelph. That is an event that we hope to grow this year, not just in participation, but in physical size, because we can't fit that many people on the walking bridge again. Those 3 food events, although and I've mentioned this at a previous meeting, they're great for individual events, but they also really help to raise the profile of this village as a food destination. When we have businesses like the Elora Mill here anchoring our downtown, it's crucial to keep that profile up, and I think that we're doing a very good job of that. And the BIA is excited about that, certainly. Now, I'd like to echo when you look at our budget and you subtract our administration fees, the garbage removal cost represents about 33% of our budget this year. And I just would like to reiterate how crippling that feels to us in terms of creating events and helping market the village. I know that beautification and garbage tend to go hand in hand, but $12,000 is a very large fee for us to take on. And especially when the garbage isn't even collected. And I won't lean too far on that point, but it wasn't collected this week in the downtown core. And I know as a small business owner, if they didn't collect my garbage, there would be I would be very angry with the people that should have done it. So I feel like that was unacceptable. And I know that everyone worked together to get it taken care of, but it's an awful lot of money going out for the job not to be done properly. So we do hope that a solution is found. I know the councillors are working tirelessly with the county to make them see the importance of taking up that money again. Now, going into 2024, one of our main focuses for the BIA, besides the events that we currently run and will continue to run, is the updating of our Christmas lights. So I'm going to call them starburst wreaths, which we currently have. Many of them are reaching the end of their useful life or have surpassed the end of their useful life, and they're sort of limping along. And the design of them negatively affects the light posts, so that it tells the daylight sensor that it's daylight. So we have our light posts turning off throughout the evening. So the plan is to update the light posts in the core by all new lights, which is why we've asked for the $50,000 loan from the township to help move that along. All right, I think that's about everything. Does anybody have any questions?
Great. Thank you, McLean. That's a very helpful overview and lots of wonderful things going on in Elora downtown this year as well. So awesome. And also kudos to all of the volunteers with the Elora BIA as well. So if you can pass that along, that'd be great. And questions from council? Councillor.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Just looking for a little clarification, and this is a genuine, honest question. If the wreaths are causing the lights not to work and you're replacing the lights, wouldn't it make more sense to replace the wreaths?
Oh, sorry. I should clarify. The whole structure would be, we would get rid of those circular wreaths and get a new structure that would be beside the light, so that it wouldn't affect.
Oh, you're not asking to replace the
no,
right?
no,
okay,
no,
sorry. I misunderstood.
No, I think that would require significantly more than 50,000.
Okay. Thank you so much, and special kudos to the members of your community. Certain members who are really going over and above to help add to the look and feel of the place. So actually, I'm happy to say it. Thanks to Donna Christie for some of the added lights that they've put around town.
Thank you.
Mayor Waters?
Yeah, I'd like to apologize on behalf of the county. The fact that there wasn't garbage pickup. I was on following up on that today, and I don't quite understand why the garbage wasn't picked up last day. But I will chat with my friends at the county to find out why that in fact happened. As you know, we also, in terms of the waste end of things, I've been working hard with our staff and with county staff in terms of sort of getting a regular pickup on garbage. And I think we've moved that yardstick because that wasn't an option in the past. And I know that previous councils had worked on that and they never got it done. So we were able to move that yardstick. So we will, again, my apologies. That way I will talk to county on that. But we will, again, continue to work on the garbage questions. I know that I compare your budget to Fergus's budget on terms of what they proposed, and in some ways it doesn't make any sense to me. So, but we can chat about that offline. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Great. And Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilton, I want to echo what our mayor was saying about the garbage. I know it's been an ongoing situation, including other situations right now. It's put a bit of a damper on the downtown, and by all means, I will do anything to not create hardship in our downtown core. for sure. With regards to the lights, I know some of the businesses were doing lights and then other businesses jumped on board. Does the BIA have the funds in the budget to continue with this sort of light project, do you feel, for next year?
Pardon me. I would say that in terms of what the BIA's plan is to look after the lights that we're directly responsible for. So that would be the lights that are attached to the light standards. And also, I neglected to mention it, but I should highlight East Mill Street and the beautification of East Mill and how excited we are to get started on that. We've set aside as much funds as we can to make that beautiful. And this whole discussion about the Christmas lights came out of the fact that we need to light up those light standards after so many years. So the BIA's direct idea this year is just to go through dealing with those old light standard fixtures and getting fresh ones up. In terms of the lighting of the buildings, that was taken on by building owners and business owners. And I would say in the future, we would like to have more budget to encourage the other buildings, but it is a fairly expensive prospect to light up the buildings as effectively as as they are lit up right now. So I'm not sure if that would ever be a reality for the BIA. There might be something in our public spaces where we can set aside some money to have it lit professionally, but in terms of lighting up the whole village, we would need a pretty big increase in our funds to do that. Now, that being said, we would love to see that increase in funds, and maybe next year we can ask. This year our plan is to just to get the lights dealt with on the light standards, but ultimately it would be great if we had a fund to help the small businesses light up their storefronts and their buildings. Excuse me.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to know, McLean. Thank you, and thank you for your report. It was very good.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Great. I don't think there are any other questions. So with that, thank you, McLean, for the report. And thanks for sharing everything that the Elora BIA has been up to and what's in the books for next year. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I actually don't see names attached to the next agenda items, but I assume it is Adam and Mark. So Mark, you're going to step up first to take us to item 9.1, the tax supported operating budget.
Certainly. All right. So Adam, I think, is going to share his screen. So let's give him a second here to get that working. I'm going to refer to page numbers that are at the bottom that are actually hardwired into the pages. So on your PDF, if you're working off of that, I think you need to add 6 pages, is it, Adam? To whatever number I will say, unfortunately. So we'll start with page 49, which I guess in your books should be around 55, I'm guessing. Okay, there we go. So there's the page we'll start with. Up to this point within the budget book, we've pretty much covered most of the material up to this page through the presentations this morning. So with this page here, this is a 50-foot view down on the operating budget. This is a summary of all the pages that follow. So if you want a quick snapshot, this is where to go. But I will caution you that when you're looking at this and you're looking at the budget change column, focus on the dollar amounts, not the percentages, because some of the percentages can be quite misleading. It could be a small dollar amount, but a big percentage because it's a small cost center. All right. So next, if you want to move to page 52, which I guess is 58, I'll just give some general comments on the operating budget pages as a segue into going through some of these. Some things to keep in mind: a 1% change in the tax rate requires an adjustment to the tax supported operating budget of $172,900. So if you want to impact the tax rate by 1%, you need a change of about $173,000 as a number, nice round number to keep in mind. On the average assessed property, again, at about $381,000, and keep in mind that MPAC has not updated assessments since 2016. A 1% change in the township's portion of the regular tax levy equates to $12.21. Another thing to point out here, the 2024 actuals, you probably noticed those in the budget book. Keep in mind, those are as of mid-November. Okay. Therefore, they exclude numerous year-end adjustments and also a month and a half of activity. So I'd caution you to draw conclusions from those actual numbers. When we publish the final budget book, we always wait until we have all our year-end adjustments done and so forth. And in fact, the numbers typically have partially been audited at that point. A couple of items here that you'll notice on many of the pages. There'll be a line item called administrative costs. That includes items like telephone charges, supplies, training, office equipment, things that are normal to every department or division. The operations and maintenance line typically includes expenditures that are unique to the department. So for instance, in legislative services, it'll be election costs, or in the financial services division, it's going to be the audit fee. In terms of wages and benefits, there's a number of things going on here. Typically every year I like to give a percentage that you should look for, like most departments are at 2% increase, whatever. Unfortunately, I can't do that this year with the market review that was done because all the positions were impacted differently depending on what grade they were in. So with the wages and benefit percentage increases, they can vary significantly between divisions due to the impact of the compensation market review on various staff in each division. There's also staff movement through the salary grid. There's movement of staff between divisions due to restructuring, and there is quite a bit of restructuring. You'll notice if you've read this in advance, where we've moved a number of bodies, especially within Parks and Recreation, from one area and creating a new division like the Community Development Division. There's also a kind of a restructuring around asset management positions and the division that's responsible for it. There's also other major items that will impact the wages and benefit line. There's staff cost of living increase of 1.87. There's CPP maximum increases for 2024 equate to 8.02%. So the maximum employer portion is actually over $4,000. Now it'll be $4,056. The EI max has increased 4.66%. So the maximum employer portion now is $1,469 in 2024. And group benefits, which the majority of his health benefits, have increased 11.4%. So any new positions or movement of positions from one division to another, you may have noticed I've detailed all of those out on all the individual pages. I will, as we go through, highlight those again. So you're able to kind of track the movement of existing positions from one area to another, or whether it's a brand new position. So in terms of process this year, last year, and for many years before that, we've always gone page by page. It's a very long, drawn-out process. This year, we thought we'd try something new. We thought we'd bundle pages together by division or by department. So by department, I mean administration. I'll give a high-level synopsis on Mayor and Council, CAO, HR, and the Emergency Ops Center, and then open it up for questions if everybody's okay with that. Community services, I will break down into 3 compartments because there are many divisions within that department. But if everybody's okay with that, we'll start with that process. If you find that we're going too fast, by all means, tell me and we can go page by page. Okay? So as I'm speaking and going over my high-level notes, Adam will just show the first page, I guess, of the departmental area that I'm speaking to. And on each of these, the graph shows the individual divisions within that department. So starting on administration, which essentially is pages 52 to 57, Mayor and Council, the increase is mainly due to implementation of the Council Remuneration Review and Update that was approved by Council in 2023. There's an additional $3,500 included for Council conferences, training, and communications. And as I mentioned in my presentation earlier, we've also moved the youth initiatives budget amounts, which essentially was $5,000 in revenue, offset by $5,000 in expenses, over to the Mayor and Council division. So in terms of the youth initiatives page, there's nothing showing for 2024, but the 2023 amounts have been moved on to Mayor and Council. Okay. The CAO and Communications division, the increase there is due to, and you're going to find this, I'm going to say this over and over again for most of the day, but the number one item is going to be implementation of the staff compensation and market review. There's also the inclusion of a new executive coordinator position and the elimination of an 8-month co-op student position for a net increase of $68,600. And there's also a $3,000 increase to conference and training expenditures. Moving on to human resources, again, implementation of the staff compensation and market review. There's also the inclusion of a human resources generalist position that was approved in 2023, which is fully funded through an agreement with the Township of Push Lynch for a fee of $126,000, which offsets the cost of that position. And recent and potential retirements result in a $15,000 increase in the transfer to the Employee Future Benefits Reserve. And this reserve essentially helps to smooth the impact of future costs for retiree health benefit expenditures. And the last division within this department would be the Emergency Operations Center, and there's really no significant changes to that cost center. So at this point, I'll just open it up to questions on those bundle of divisions.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, Mark, on the Office of the CAO and Comms, is that 32% a normal portion, a common number that we'll see for a required percentage of the overall, or is this going up much?
Through you, Madam Chair, I assume you're referring to the wages and benefits line, right?
Yes, sir.
The 30.7%. Yeah. No, as I mentioned earlier, it's really going to vary, and it's going to vary depending on the impact of the market review and the makeup of the staff within that division. But also this department or division as well has a net impact of a new position of almost $70,000 as well in there. So unfortunately, like I said, most years I like to give, 2 or 3% you expect to see there. If it's something different than that, something else is going on. You can't do that globally this year because of the market review.
Right. Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. My question is, or my consideration would be for the mayor and council wages and benefits increase. If it would be a little more, I don't know, in favor, if we could stagger it over a 2-year for doing the increase, or if that's an option, and if I could move that to the parking lot for consideration.
Thank you. Adam, do you want to comment on that, or should we just move it to the parking lot and we can discuss later?
I think at this point, we should have a fulsome review of the budget in terms of the sequencing that Mark is providing, at which point, as things come up, we can put them in the parking lot unless it's council's wish to address them directly at that time.
Okay, so I think we could add phasing in the councillor salary increase over 2 years, is that correct? To the parking lot. Great, thank you, Councillor Jefferson. Any other questions or comments on this portion? Yep, Councillor Adams.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I was just curious, the additional $500 for each member of council for conferences, training, communications, is that something that's been just kind of recommended by staff, or was that a recommendation by council, or are we finding that there's not enough there to attend training? Yeah.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. You'll recall starting last year, this became an all-encompassing budget for members of council for conferences, workshops, any communication you want to do with residents. It could be for cell phones, that type of thing. So we found that there's a lot of pressure put on those accounts. So at this point, it's staff are proposing that increase, and we're just asking council to consider that.
I think we can move on to the next group.
All right, moving on to page 58, Adam. All right, so the next department we'll deal with is corporate services. This encompasses pages 58 to 67. So first division would be legislative services. So again, this includes implementation of the staff compensation and market review. The wages and benefits line is offset by the transfer of the cemetery administrator and licensing officer position to the Parks and Recreation division. I believe Lucas alluded to that in his hierarchical department that he provided earlier. That results in a reduction to wages of this department or this division, legislative services, of $102,200. Okay, so the wages and benefits line is going to look significantly, actually it's decreasing 9% because, and it really comes down to that position's just moving over to Parks and Recreation. There's also in legislative services a $10,000 reduction in the estimated cost of the 2026 election and unspent funds in the election reserve from the 2022 election. That creates a $9,600 reduction in the transfer to the election reserve in 2024. Very confusing, but all I'm saying there is we've updated the cost of the election from $130,000 that we thought it was going to be a year ago to $120,000. Okay, that's what we think it's going to be in 2026. And we have leftover funds from the 2022 election. It came in lower than we had expected it to cost. Those roll over in the reserve and they can be used to fund the 2026 election. So bottom line is it's saved tax of $9,600. Okay. Financial services. The increase in financial services, again, implementation of the staff compensation and market review. There's also a new payroll and accounting analyst position with a cost of $94,600 included in the wages line. And this is partially offset on the wages line again by the transfer of the asset management technician position, which was 50% funded by Mapleton, to the infrastructure services department with a net reduction to financial services of $53,600. So again, what's happened there is we had an asset management tech position that was in finance. That individual left the township for another opportunity. We took that opportunity to look at restructuring how we deal with asset management. It was determined it was more efficient to have it be dealt with within the infrastructure sort of umbrella. So it became part of that restructuring. So we moved it out of finance over to infrastructure, where I'll talk about it when we get to that page as well. And it's no longer a shared position with Mapleton. Okay. Next division would be information technology and services. So the increase there is due to implementation of the staff compensation and market review. There's also increased revenue from external sources, and this year it's mainly from Central Moncton Hydro for IT services that the township provides them. And this is pretty common every year. We're always faced with increased software licensing costs and network monitoring tools. This year it's to the tune of about an $80,000 increase, and that's due to price increases, new programs that we've implemented, and an increase in users for those programs that are based on user licenses. General administration. So general administration is essentially costs and expenditures that just don't fit anywhere else, or it's some of the stuff in there would be cleaning for this building. So there's actually a reduction in general administration. And that's due to the recovery of the administration costs that are charged the environmental services budget. So this year that's increased about $150,000. So we take all of the administration costs. So that'd be all the ones I've talked about so far: legislative services, finance, CAO, IT, and 20% of the total cost of that gets charged over to the environmental budget, and they're essentially funded by water and wastewater rates. Okay. So there's an increase in that of $150,000. And there's been minor increases to caretaking, professional fees, and bank charges. I think the actual increase amounts probably are detailed on the page. Moving on, 205 Queen Street, Fergus building. So this is the old medical center building. There's a reduction there due to the elimination of winter maintenance expenditures. So last year we budgeted for contracting out snow removal. We're doing it with our own forces. So we've removed that external cost. So essentially snow is cleared by our PW staff and they charge their labor to the winter control budgets that we have within Public Works. Bylaw enforcement, that includes, again, implementation of the staff compensation and market review, but it also includes 80% of the cost of a new municipal law enforcement officer position, which is fully funded by an increase in revenue. The other 20% is charged over to the environmental budget. Stray animal control, there's an increase there and of about almost $23,000, and that's almost exclusively due to costs associated with the new contract with the Guelph Humane Society. And the last two pages in this department are Livestock Act, and there's no charges to that or no changes really to that division, and tile drain loans, which have no tax impact from this cost center. Tile drain loans just flow through the township. We're really just an intermediary. Any questions?
Thank you, Mark. Councillor Adams.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. I have two questions. I guess I'll go one at a time. So my first one is actually on the item that you mentioned last, which was the stray animal control. It looks like there's like a 27.7% subsidization that's happening with like the amount of revenues a lot less than the actual cost to to administer the program. So I'm kind of just curious, you had mentioned the contract with Guelph Humane Society. How long, like when, I know this is an issue that's been around for a bit and has been talked about, but what's that current contract? And is there an opportunity to look at alternatives upcoming?
All right. Actually, yeah, I was going to either have Adam or maybe Carrie speak to it, but
yeah, I can talk to it. This is, you may recall, late last year, we'd entered into a new agreement with the Guelph Humane Society. This is in concert with Guelph Hermosa Township, who is also kind of piggybacking on that same contract. Certainly, we did see a fee increase for the services being provided, but in terms of duration of the contract itself, I would defer to Carrie to kind of facilitate that.
Through you, we did do the RFP process, and we were less than successful in finding other vendors. The contract we sign is for 1 year with the ability to extend it for I think up to 5 before we have to relook at it again. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Just as a follow-up, Carrie, so are we, like, is there just nobody else providing the service in the area, do you think?
That's the takeaway that we have, in that we offer a fairly high level of service in returning the animals. The wildlife is a big part of this. When we did our animal control bylaw, that during the public engagement, that was important here, in that we rescue deers and the goose, where they're partnerships and sanctuary for them. So that was important. Veterinary costs for struck animals, those sorts of things. Is a little higher service, but there really isn't anybody to provide that service right now for us. So that's why initially we entered into a 1-year contract. They do park patrols and enforcement outreach and much more than just pick up dogs.
Councillor Igor.
Thank you. Thank you. Quick add-on to that, if I may, before I go to my question. Maybe down the road, it's worth it for us to consider hiring our own team of people. Would it be less than hiring an outside party, just like we're doing with other areas in our community?
I think that is something we're going to continue to monitor and look. Yeah. The only drawback with that is that you still need to have some kind of a reciprocal agreement with a pound to keep them. But we're always going to be looking to see if we can make some efficiencies in that regard and maintain the level of service that the community expects.
Thanks for your work on that, Carrie. Through you, Madam Chair, my question was around the parking bylaw and the increase therein. And I'm wondering, with our new parking strategy, do these numbers, are we in a space if these numbers have to rise to cover that? Or have we allowed for that in the strategy/budget line for this?
Well, as you've alluded to, we are still very much in the process of formulating the kind of the municipal parking strategy. With that, what we've determined for the purposes of this is that the bylaw enforcement officer would certainly have this within their purview. And with that 80% offsetting in terms of revenue to facilitate that position, we wouldn't be entertaining that unless we were assured that we did have a revenue stream to kind of help offset that. So we won't have one without the other.
Councillor McDonald.
Through Deputy Mayor Wilson, through to the clerk. So I know there is, with the Humane Society, they do actually provide, I know that being on the other end at the Ontario Veterinary College, they will bring them in for treatment, any wildlife, and we'll find reserves for them and other wildlife associations while they rehabilitate. So that's important to me. So if they're the only ones out there for that contract, then I'm okay with it. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Anything else on this section of the budget? Seeing none, we'll move on to infrastructure services summary, I believe.
All right.
If I'm not in the same spot as you are, Mark.
All right. Pages 68 to 74 is infrastructure services. Let's wait for Adam to get to that page. The biggest component of this would be the transportation component, which is pages 69 to 71. So within transportation, there's an overall budget increase of $828,099 or 14.63%. Now, you recall I mentioned about a restructuring I have with asset management, so I'm going to list all of these off. So the wage line certainly looks strange, and it's due to a number of things. And these are implementation of the staff compensation and market review, but we've also got inclusion of the 50% of the asset management technician position that was transferred from financial services. That's $51,000. Got the inclusion of 50% of the supervisor of GIS and asset management position that was transferred from the planning division, which we'll talk about later. That totaled or added $65,900. The inclusion of 50% of the GIS technician position that formerly was allocated 100% to the environmental division in prior years. So that adds $51,400 to transportation. And those actually are all the changes in the wage line. There's also a $38,900 increase for Public Works building insurance, which is going to be a common theme as we go through this. And a $4,000 increase for Public Works fleet insurance. There is a $70,000 increase in budgeted fleet repairs and maintenance. But that on the fleet line on the transportation page, it's offset by a $35,000 reduction in estimated fuel costs. And keep in mind what we're dealing with here, when we're talking fuels, we're talking diesel, not regular gas that you would put in your vehicle. Diesel prices have actually reduced 18% since October over October. There's a $100,000 increase in dust laying expenditures due to a significant increase in the cost of dust suppressant. And you're going to find it's a common theme throughout my comments here too. Anytime a chemical comes up, prices are through the roof on any kind of chemicals. And there's a $130,000 increase in expenditures for gravel resurfacing. So that would summarize all the big changes within transportation. Moving on to Center Wellington downtown maintenance, there's actually no significant changes there. Crossing guards, no changes to the crossing guard locations are planned for 2024. The only impact is implementation of the staff compensation and market review. And then last of all, cemeteries. And as was alluded to in earlier presentations, this division for the past couple of years anyway has been budgeted as a cost neutral division. So therefore, there is an $83,363 surplus for the division once you just budget for the anticipated revenues and expenditures. But that surplus gets transferred to the cemetery expansion reserve, and it's used to fund future cemetery projects in the capital budget. The balance in the reserve is currently in a negative position, but for the first time in a while, it's actually projected to have a $15,000 balance by the end of 2024. So I think that was actually a question somebody had this morning about it being, how is it getting in a negative position? Well, we've had a bunch of capital projects that have been large, it's exceeded the surpluses from the operating, but the operating is going to catch up and will actually be have a positive reserve balance projected anyways for the end of 2024. There are some budgeted increases in revenues within cemeteries, mainly from investment income, and there's some minor increases in licensing costs, columbarium inscription expenditures, and chapel utilities. So that's the end of kind of the infrastructure services department. I'll just open up for questions.
Councillor Adams?
Just a clarifying question. I know our CAO had a table with the possible reduction areas. One of them was being a reduction in gravel maintenance. That's obviously in this area. Are all those items to be discussed later, not at the time we're going through them now?
Yeah. That's correct. Okay. We've already got that one in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Yes. I had one question, Mark, and I might have just be confused, but the cemeteries for the kind of these operating pieces are here, but Lucas said the staff position was moved to community services. So just how does that work?
That's a good question. And yes, the cemetery license, I forgot what the full name is, cemetery administrator, essentially. Yeah, that position used to reside in legislative services. It's never resided fully in cemeteries because when she was in legislative services, she actually did other things that were outside of cemeteries. I'm not certain actually, but I assume she does things other than cemeteries and parks and recreation as well. So that's the reasoning why it sits. We just moved it to the parks and recreation where all of the rest of the park and recreation salaried individuals are. Okay. We're just mainly there for consistency purposes.
Thank you. Any other questions on this section? Seeing none, we can keep moving. Thank you.
Okay, next department will be community services. So as I mentioned, I'm going to break this into kind of three sections. We'll deal with fire, then we'll deal with parks and recreation, and then we'll deal with everything else that's within community services. Otherwise, you'd hear me read stuff off for about 15 minutes. So this encompasses pages 75 to 94 would be all the community services. So first off, fire, the increase is, again, mainly due to, again, the wages lines, implementation of the staff, compensation and market review, and a portion of the fire chief's wage costs are offset by an $82,800 charge to push lynch for fire chief services. So that is reflected in the revenue line. There is also a $55,000 increase in volunteer wage costs. And that's in line with the annualized 5-year average. Very difficult to determine how much volunteer wages are going to be each year because it depends on how many calls you get and the type of call. Is it a structural fire or is it a motor vehicle accident they're going to? So we looked at 5-year annualized averages on this. And by annualized, I mean we adjust it for the cost of living or the wage increase that they receive each year. So that we're comparing apples to apples. But what we're seeing is there's certainly been an increase in the past 2 or 3 years in call volume, fire call volume, and it just continues to escalate. Every year seems to be a record number of calls. So hence we had to, we've increased our estimated volunteer firefighter wage cost by $55,000. And there's also a $14,000 increase in annual dispatch charges from the city of Guelph. So our dispatching is centralized out of the city of Guelph, and they've increased their fee $14,000. And the only other, I guess, division under fire would be the municipal fire training officer. So this division is funded 100% by the county. And the main change there is implementation of the staff compensation and market review. So I'll just pause there, and if there's any questions on fire.
Thank you. Councillor Evoy.
Read, Madam Chair. Teams come under there.
Emergency
response, ERT, EMT, ERT teams. Emergency management or response, whichever.
You're referring to paramedics?
Amongst them, yeah.
Okay, so we're only fire.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they came under the fire.
No,
banner.
That's accounting.
Okay, great.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? And I think just before you go, just to circle back to your other question, Councillor Adams, this is kind of the last time we're going through these. So if anybody wants anything else moved to a parking lot item, this is the chance to do that, because now that we've gone through these sheets, we're not coming back to them. So if you want to pull anything out for the parking lot, this is the time. So Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question on the fire. The false alarm rates that we see kind of in the user fees, those are set by the province, right? That's nothing that we're able to adjust. Is that correct?
I think Tom's on. Can Tom come into the meeting to answer these questions? He's in the waiting room. Yes.
Tom, go ahead, and I'll let you know if we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. And through you, Madam Chair, sorry, what could you repeat the question? I was having some audio problems.
No problem, Tom. In the user fees related to fire, which obviously would come into the revenue, there was the false alarms. I think I read that was set by the province. Is that true? And are we actually able to adjust those fees?
Anything that breaks down into the cost of a truck per hour or per half hour is set by the province.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
No problem.
Great. Any other questions on fire? All right, Mark, carry on.
All right, the next one will be a long one here, so have some patience, I guess, with me here. Pages 78 to 84 are all the parks and recreation related cost centers or divisions. So the total increase in the parks, recreation, and culture budget's $229,408, or 5.94%. And the increase there is mainly due to implementation of staff compensation and market review. There's the inclusion of a new aquatics coordinator position with a cost of $94,600. The cost of that position, as we mentioned earlier, is offset by a $90,000 increase in aquatics revenue. I think we've also talked about this one, the inclusion of the cemetery administrator and licensing officer position transferred from the legislative services division has an impact of increasing the wages line by $105,300. There's also two restructured facility coordinator positions and a parks coordinator position that are now salaried positions, and they're included in the wages and benefits line. In prior years, those three positions were hourly, and their labor costs were charged to various cost centers within the Parks and Recreation budget. So that would be getting charged to the Sportsplex, the Jefferson Laura Community Center, or they could have been charged to parks. Okay, hourly staff charge their time out to where they actually work, and salaried staff, all of their wages go into that wage and benefits line. Okay, so all we've done here is we've just moved them from hourly to where they charge their time to where they don't really track their time, and they're in the wages line in the budget. So the net impact of that, though, is an increase of $13,300 to the budget. The The revenue and expenditures related to community development have been transferred from Parks and Recreation Division to the new Community Development Division, which is on page 93, which we'll get to in the next bundle of divisions. And this includes the transfer of the Community Development Coordinator position. So last year it was in Parks and Rec admin. This year it's now sitting on Community Development page. Similarly, the Building and Properties Project Manager and Building Technician positions, which were in Parks and Rec admin last year, 2023, have been transferred to a new division called the Buildings and Properties Management Division, which is on page 94, which we'll again get to shortly. There's a $21,400 reduction in staff standby costs due to the implementation of a call service in 2023. There's a 6% increase in fees and charges, and that's been applied to Parks and Recreation revenues, so that's why revenues are up substantially. There's a $29,400 increase in insurance costs for Parks and Recreation facilities. There's a $39,000 increase in utility costs at the two recreation facilities. There's a $42,500 increase in repairs and maintenance and cleaning supply expenditures at the Sportsplex and the Jefferson Laura Community Center. That's partially due to the reinstatement of proactive maintenance measures at the JCC, now that it's operational again. So keep in mind, 2023, we had budgeted for it to be shut for, I think it was 8 months. And now we're showing a full year of normal operations again in 2024. There's a $10,000 increase in program and guide costs and an increase in revenues at the Jefferson Laura Community Center, as a full year is budgeted for revenues from the facility as opposed to a partial year in 2023 due to the renovations. It also include in various Parks and Recreation cost centers our hourly labor costs associated with the new Parks and Roads operator, sorry. That equates to $49,800 increase. And there's a new gardener position with a net cost of $28,500 and a new part-time customer service representative for the JCC with a cost of $34,600. So those three positions are these hourly type positions I'm talking about. They don't go through the wage line. They get charged to the various cost centers to which they're working on. And the last point here is greenhouse costs include a $5,000 increase in material costs for additional plants in the Bellwood and Salem areas. So I'll pause there and open it for questions. There's a lot there that I went over.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions on this section of items? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to bring this up now just because it's in the Jefferson Laura Community Center. So I do understand that the Jefferson annual grant has been transferred to the Community Partner Reserve Fund, which will be coming up later. But as we're looking here, I'm just wondering, has the 2024 allotment, I'm just kind of curious where that is and if it's fallen back into any of these items here that we're discussing now.
I'll answer that first, I guess. And I see Stephanie's there. Maybe she can add some, but I might be able to answer that question for you fully here. So yes, the amount for the sponsorship works through a calculation that we have within the newly formed community development department or division. And the net surplus from that flows into a community partner reserve that we have. Okay, so that's kind of where it's residing right now. But there is some funding that comes out of that reserve back into these operating budgets to fund sponsored swims at the Sportsplex or skates at the Sportsplex or the JCC. Any costs that would be related to signage or anything like that would reside either in a capital project, or they would, if they're small enough, would flow through the operating budget, and then we would move funds in to cover that off. Does that answer your question? One of these reserve things where you're going to go very circular.
Councillor Evelyn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for clarification on page 82. When we closed the Elora Center, or now the Jefferson Center in Elora, and we pushed that over to Sportsplex. Did that cause any kind of financial hardships? And did we have to spend more in one place to make up for not having one in the other? And or this is future discussion, not budget, around can we tolerate more in that place as well? I see Pat getting up.
All right. So there's a few parts to that question. So I think the first question you had was when that was closed, what was the impact for the staff, hardship? That's what you mean, not financial to the township.
No, to the staff. Well, what happened? It was a three-part. You're right.
Okay.
What happened to us financially? What happened to our staff?
Okay. So you might have to answer the financially question. As far as also, if you don't mind bringing Matt Tucker from the waiting room, I may ask him to answer some of that. But the impact was there was no impact to our full-time staff, but I believe, and he can confirm, our part-time staff was reduced in hours to account for the closure of that facility, specifically in the fall when we would have ice running. So I don't know if he's on the call. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could definitely follow up on that specific information, but just a sec. So.
And then what was the impact?
Okay. Yep. Yeah, so there was definitely part-time staff that lost hours due to the closure, and she's just looking up financially impact on the rental revenue that we would have lost, but we also would have had less expenses at the JEC. But if you give us a minute, we'll bring back that number for Mark to share. Okay.
In the meantime, we'll keep going and then we can circle back later. But thank you, Pat, for filling in some information there. Great. Any other questions or comments on this section of items? All right, let's keep on rolling.
All right, third part to community services. So these are a bunch of smaller sort of divisions. First one's Victoria Park Senior Center. The increase there is mainly due to implementation of the staff compensation and market review. And there's also increased program and membership revenue and related program expenditures. That results in an offsetting increase in the transfer of the seniors reserve. So there's actually a calculation that takes place within the Victoria Park Senior Center where some of the program revenues fund some of the operations, but the rest of it, based on the calculation, if there's a surplus, ends up going into seniors reserve, and that can be used for future capital projects related to the center, for example, a future expansion. So we used some of that reserve a few years back when they did their last expansion to pay for some of it. Center Wellington downtown beautification. So property taxes assessed on the green space in Elora have been included in this cost center, and that's what's accounting for the increase there. The Fergus Wayscale building, the labor charges for cleaning the facility have been removed and are charged to Parks General Cost Center. So it's mainly just a shifting from one area to another. The Elora public washrooms includes the rental and cleaning of temporary washroom facilities for 3 months in 2024 at an estimated cost of $14,100. For the Fergus Grand Theatre, the increase there is due to implementation of the staff compensation and market review. There's also increase to various expenditures, including ticketing charges, repairs and maintenance, caretaking, utilities and insurance costs. And those cost increases are directly related to the expectation of increased revenues as well at the facility, which you'll note on the page that revenues are anticipated to increase. The tourism division, the only change there is related to implementation of the staff compensation and market review. Celebrations was a page in the budget in the past that really just had expenditures related to Canada Day. we've moved those candidate expenditures off of the celebrations page. So this will be the last year to be in there. We've just moved the costs over to where the responsibility lies, which is under the community development area. So that's the community development's the new cost center that we have created. Grants to community groups. So there's a few components here. You've got the neighborhood wellness and connectivity grants. Have been maintained at the $5,000 amount and is funded from the Neighborhood Wellness Reserve. There are the specific annual community impact grants. They've increased slightly, $880, and they're funded from taxation. And then there's the community impact grants. These are the ones that have to apply for a grant. They've been reduced $15,900 from the 2023 budget, but only $5,350 from the amount that was actually awarded in 2023. So the full amount of what was available in the budget was not awarded in 2023. And the community impact grants are funded 100% from the Community Impact Grant Reserve Fund, which essentially is OLG funds. And a couple more pages here, the community development page. So this is the new one. In 2024, it's mainly comprised of amounts that were included in the Parks, Recreation, and Culture and Celebration divisions in prior years. And this division includes one full-time position, which existed last year. We just moved it from Parks and Rec Admin over to this new cost center. And the net surplus planned from the Community Partnership Program in 2024 is $129,400, and it gets transferred to a reserve, the Community Partner Reserve, to fund future programs or capital projects. Some of the reserve amounts are transferred to the Sportsplex and JACC to fund sponsored skating and swimming programs in 2024, as I mentioned earlier. Buildings and Properties Management, so it's the last division within Community Services. So again, this is a new division in 2024. It's mainly comprised of expenditures that were included in the Parks, Recreation, and Culture division in prior years. And this division includes 2 full-time positions that, again, were on the Parks and Rec admin page last year. Okay. Any questions?
Awesome. Thank you, Mark. Any questions on this set of items? Councillor Jefferson?
I was just wondering if it's possible to move the Fergus Grand Theatre page to the parking lot for further discussion.
Any objections to that? Seeing none, can we capture that in the parking lot? Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments at this point? All right, thank you. Keep on going, Mark.
Okay, pages 95 to 101, Planning and Development Services. So the first division here is the building division. And again, it's impacted by the implementation of the staff compensation and market review. And there's also a $163,900 increase in revenue. And that's due to the cost neutral calculation that's required under Bill 124. So Bill 124 requires surpluses from building permitting activities to be transferred to a reserve fund and deficits to be funded from the reserve fund. So if we have a deficit in a year, the reserve fund will come in to cover off that that deficit. And if we have a surplus from the building permitting activities in a year, that surplus gets transferred to the reserve funds. So the purpose of the reserve fund is essentially to get you through economic cycles. Boom and bust when in issuing permitting activities, building permits. Termite management program. So this is the new page that's been implemented this year in the budget. So a new program in 2024 with an impact on taxation of $240,000. We've established a termite management reserve fund to minimize the impacts on the tax rate over the next 5 years if the fee charge fluctuates from year to year. All right. So we've essentially put in place, or we're trying to put in place a tax stabilization kind of reserve that's specific to termite management costs. Planning division, changes to this division are due to implementation of the staff compensation and market review. Inclusion of a new customer service associate position with a cost of $86,300, which is fully funded by an increase in the estimated revenue for the planning division. There is a reduction or an offset to this in the wage line by transferring the supervisor of GIS and asset management position to the infrastructure services division, and that impact on the planning division is a reduction of $114,400. Economic development increase again, mainly due to implementation of the staff compensation and market review, and a reduction in funding for the economic development coordinator position from the Economic Development Reserve Fund, from fully funding the position in 2023's budget to funding it 2/3 or 67% in the 2024 budget. Committee of Adjustment, so we've increased revenues $7,000 to be in line with the new planning fees approved by council in 2023. This was on Dan's list that he went through this morning. We're looking at potentially doing another 5,000 there, as well as if you look at the actual revenue there, that's one that you can go by that is quite significantly above the 2023 budget amount. And then the last division is Heritage. There are no significant changes there. So again, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions on this set of items? Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. Sorry, just a question for clarification. Mark, when you were talking about the Committee of Adjustment, Dan's proposal is to take it down by 5,000?
Actually, we're looking at proposing to add 5,000 more.
Add 5,000.
So we've increased it 7,000 already over 2023. Dan proposed, or staff have proposed, another 5,000 beyond that. So I think the actual, and again, these are as of 2 or 3 weeks ago, we were already at $43,000 in revenue. We budgeted 20 in 2023. 2024 budget shows 27. With the extra 5, it would take it to 32. Okay.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Through your Deputy Mayor Wilton, I want to thank you for putting this in the termite eradication, and you know it could change, I think, from year to year, so I'm just happy to see it in there. The Committee of Adjustment is the $5,000, so just echoing what my colleague was just saying there. Is that for paying the committee, or just part, like, can you explain a little bit further what the funds are for?
I'll let Mark explain, but it's actually the revenue that's going up for the fees that are paid by applicants. But Mark, do you want to explain any further?
Yeah, nothing really to add that. Yeah, it's actually an increase in revenue. So we're going to increase the revenue line item. It currently sits at 27,000. We'd increase it a further 5,000 to 32,000, which actually decreases the tax rate.
Right. Okay, that part I understand. So why are we increasing it?
Why are we increasing the revenue?
I'm great with the taxes going down, that part, but are we doing that much in Committee of Adjustment that validates it, I guess, is my question.
Yeah, and where we're basing this on is the 2023 actual right now, which is as of the middle of November. We were already at 43,000. By adding an additional 5,000 to budget, we'd be taking it to 32,000 for 2024.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying.
Okay, great. I don't think there's any further questions on that set. So Mark, carry on.
All right, so the last area for the tax supported budget is other services. So this is page 102 to 112. So first division in there is the GRCA. So overall, there's a 2.58% increase in the GRCA's draft levy for 2024. I don't believe they finalized it yet, but it's very rare that they do change things from their initial draft. I think I've seen it once in 17 years. So, so properties, the way we handle the levy here, properties not connected to municipal water and wastewater services get assessed a special levy. and properties connected to municipal services pay their portion of the GRCA's levy through water and sewer rates. So essentially, if you're urban, you're paying through water and sewer rates. For the most part, if you're rural, you have this special levy called the GRCA levy. Other health services. So this includes 12,700 expenditures to operate the farmhouse on 965 Gartshore lands. So this is the future operations facility site as a short-term residence for healthcare professionals. So that is new in this budget. The draft budget proposes funding $10,000 of the healthcare recruitment costs from taxation and $22,700 of the expenditures from the Community Impact Grant Reserve, which essentially is OLG funds. Next page would be the contribution to the capital fund. So there's a total increase of just shy of $500,000. It's $496,261. That's directed to various capital and replacement reserves to fund the capital budget. The next page, the Ontario non-specific grants. So essentially, this is the OMPF funding that, as I mentioned earlier, has been clawed back again in 2024 by 15%, and that equates to a $25,000 reduction in funding. And other revenues and expenses. So the change here is mainly due to a $500,000 increase in budgeted interest income due to the high interest rate environment. There's a $40,000 increase in revenue from interest and penalties charged on overdue taxes receivable. Again, we look to averages on that. And there's a $250,000 increase in OLG proceeds on the revenue side. And that's offset by transfers to the OLG Capital, Community Impact Grants, Economic Development, and Heritage Reserve Funds. So again, there's a $250,000 increase in what we think we're going to get in OLG. That money flows out to the four various OLG funded reserves that we have. Okay. Next page, net debt, minimal change from the prior year. I think we paid off a very small debt in 2023 that has a pretty minor impact of about $6,000, I think it is. Fergus and Laura BIAs, we've heard from them. They're both looking at 4% changes in their levies. That has no impact on the township taxes. We're basically just an intermediary where we levy the money for them, we collect it, and we give it to them. Payments in lieu of taxation. So we expect the short form is PILs. We expect a PIL revenue increase of $7,300 in 2024 from the 2023 budgeted amount. And then the last page should be township taxation. And the page you're looking at would reflect a 9.36% increase in the regular tax levy, a 0% increase in the dedicated capital levy, which nets to an overall township tax levy increase of 8.54%. Also on that page, there is a $30,000 increase in net supplementary taxation revenue in 2024 based on historical experience. So when I say net, it's supplementary taxation netted with write-offs. Okay, taxation write-offs. So that concludes the tax supported budget, but does anybody have any questions on those final pages, the other services?
Councillor Adams?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question on, I guess it's other services, other revenues and expenses. Shows there's some expenses to be made at the Laura LCBO building. And I'm just kind of curious on the lease of that building. I see like there was a note here, like the Canada Post, there was like some, oh no, that's not the Carfax, at the building rentals. But just a general inquiry on like the lease term on that, and whether we're also looking to increase rent on that property.
Thank you, and through the chair, I believe the lease term is due in around 2027. I believe it was a 10-year lease at the time. So we can, getting closer to 2027, we can discuss what terms and conditions of a new lease would look like.
Councillor Ebler?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Similar question around 205 Queen. Are we looking at that starting to generate some revenue, or are we continuing in the mindset that we're going to support our healthcare providers in that space still?
Thank you. And through the chair, we've had conversations with Grove's hospital staff, and they see a need for that facility a couple of years out from now. They're not ready to commit to it now. There's a number of hurdles I think we need to get through to be able to establish that site as something that doctors can use going forward, and we're going to work with them in the interim to make sure that can happen. We're going to use that space for staffing until the time comes, but we'll have a more meaningful discussion with council before that happens.
Great. Any other questions or comments on this section? Okay, seeing none. Mark, over to you.
All right, that brings the tax support operating budget to a conclusion. So I guess we'll just move through the rest of the budget book. So the next section would be just
to make sure we're clear and we're all on the same spot. That finishes item number 9.1, the tax supported operating budget. Yeah. And then we're now moving on to water, wastewater budgets?
More or less, I guess. We still have the 3-year operating forecast. I was going to just give a very high level overview of, which would be under operating budget.
Okay, perfect.
So the tax support 3-year operating forecast, there are some key assumptions we built in. They are outlined on page 114. And they're actually next page, if you could just go to that quickly, Adam. They're right at the top there. So the key assumptions we built in are operating inflation of 3 to 4.5%. The staffing strategy that Rashid and Dan went through this morning have been layered in years 2025 and 2026. There's a wage increase of anticipated COLA built in, or cost of living adjustment. Assessment growth, we've assumed 2% for 2025 and 2026. Insurance premiums, we've assumed a 10% increase, and WSIB contributions, we've assumed they would increase 15% annually. So if we turn to, I think the key thing here is that we just look at the last page of this operating forecast. It gives us all the bottom line numbers, which are on page 129, which I guess would be 135. And if Adam can get to that page. So the bottom line there, I guess it's tough to read, but what it says is we're at 8.54% for 2024. 2025's forecast is actually at 4.96 right now. And the 2026 forecast is forecast to be 5.73%. So that's the bottom line of layering in the staffing strategy and using those assumptions that I just mentioned. Okay, this isn't written in stone in any way. You know, next year we'll start back working our way through the 2025 budget. Okay. Yeah. This is fun, eh? All right, now I think we're moving on to the next section. So do you have to say that, or are you okay if I just lead into the next section? Okay.
10-15 minutes, and then we'll do that one and then take a break. Perfect. Okay, the environmental budget. So this encompasses pages 135 to 138. Okay, so it's broken into basically 4 pages, I think it is. It's got an administration page, and administration gets split. All the administration costs get split 58% to wastewater, 42% to water. So then there's a waterworks page, there's a wastewater page, and then there's a county-funded Wellington Source Water Protection Division as well. So on the administration page, environmental administration costs are accumulated and, as I mentioned, allocated to the Waterworks Division and the Wastewater Division. And that's per the 2020 wastewater and water rate study that was done. Major changes to the administration cost center are implementation of the staff compensation and market review. And now I'm going to list off a bunch of these positions again because of the asset management restructuring. And there's a few other things here as well, but we've also got the addition of 80% of a new climate change coordinator position with a cost of $81,500. New
instrumentation and systems control technician position. That's a mouthful, with a cost of $119,100. These positions, as mentioned earlier today, they're partially funded by various lower tier municipalities in the County of Wellington and will provide revenue from municipal partners of an estimated $88,400, which results in a net impact to the environmental division of $112,200. The inclusion of 20% of a new municipal law enforcement officer position with a cost to the environmental services division of $20,400. As I mentioned earlier, the other 80% is residing on the bylaw division. The inclusion of a manager of wastewater services position that was approved in 2023 with a cost of $157,600. And then here are the restructuring pieces that I've mentioned earlier as well. We've got the inclusion of 50% of a supervisor of GIS and asset management position transferred from the planning division with a cost to environmental services of $65,900. There's the inclusion of 50% of the asset management technician position transferred from the financial services division with a cost to environmental services of $51,000. And this is offset by 50% of the cost of an existing GIS technician position being allocated to the Public Works Division. It was 100% environmental services in prior years, and the impact of that is $43,700 reduction to the wages line. So given all of that, that's why it's very difficult to give a overall rate that would be globally across the board saying wages are going up 3% in each division. There's also a $18,600 increase in insurance premiums for environmental facilities, and there's a $149,300 increase in the allocation of administration costs from the tax-supported operating budget. So that's that 20% that I was talking about before of Marin Council, CAO, financial services, legislative services, all the administration departments, 20% of those costs get charged to the environmental services budget. Okay. Waterworks. So water rates are budgeted to increase 1.2% in 2024, and that's based on the 2020 wastewater rate study that was completed. And there's an increase in the budget due to a $12,750 increase in the transfer to the vehicle and equipment replacement reserves. There are increases to SCADA software and programming costs and chemical costs used in the water purification process, in addition to lab testing costs. There is a $262,198 increase in the environmental administration cost charged to the waterworks budget. So that is the 42% of the administration division's costs getting charged to water. And that's all offset by a $365,125 decrease in the transfer to the Waterworks General Capital Reserve. The rest of the changes are mainly the result of reallocations of hourly labor costs between the various service lines in the Waterworks division. And the last point on water is 72.6% of Waterworks debt payments are funded from development charges in 2024. All right, and wastewater. There's a 3.3% increase in wastewater rates budgeted for, or built into the budget for 2024. And again, that's based on the study that was done in 2020. The increase in the budget's due to a $5,250 increase in the transfer of the vehicle and equipment replacement reserves, an $18,000 increase in utility costs of the two wastewater treatment plants, a $25,000 increase in chemical costs, an increase in SCADA software and programming expenditures, and bill processing costs from Center Wellington Hydro. For those that may not be aware, Center Wellington Hydro actually processes the bills for water and wastewater on behalf of the township. And there's a $362,083 increase in environmental administration cost charged to the wastewater budget. So that's 58% of the administration cost for the environmental department. And all of this is offset by a $209,018 decrease in the transfer to the wastewater general capital reserve. And 100% of wastewater debt payments are funded from development charges in 2024. And last but not least, the Wellington Source Water Protection Division. It's funded 100% by the county. And the main change there is implementation of the staff compensation and market review. In addition to, there's the inclusion of a $12,000 increase to public relations expenditures, mainly for funding the annual Children's Groundwater Festival, and a $22,500 increase for funding the Eden Mills stream flow monitoring. Any questions?
Excellent. Any questions for Mark on this section? The water and wastewater, Councillor Adams?
To you, Deputy Mayor, I just ask that the Environmental Services Administration portion also get moved to the parking lot. The Environmental Services Administration.
Environmental Services Administration piece. Okay, that's been noted. No objections to that. Great. So we have one more item for our parking lot. I think we're up to about 14 now. Great.
Another day.
Maybe not. All right. Any other questions or comments for Mark on this section? I think we're good. So with that, does that get us to the end of the water and wastewater budget piece? So we're finished 9.2 on the agenda. Great. So I think at this point it's 2:35. I think if we take just a 5-minute break, stretch break, there's more chocolates and snacks up here so everybody can refuel. And we do have a hard stop at 4 p.m. today. So we'll come back at 2:40 and work for another hour and 20 minutes or so. And then we'll have a hard stop at 4 p.m. Thank you. Okay, everybody ready to go? I do believe we're going to continue with the budget book items. So Mark, is it back over to you for the capital budget?
All right, so the capital budget, the actual draft capital budget document is provided on page 146, which may be, I guess, 152 for some people in the PDF. So intention was not to go in this in detail. We did have a pre-budget meeting on this document. There's been no changes other than we added the replacement reserve activity stuff, which is at the very end of it. So I think at this point, yeah, we reviewed it back in October. So at this point, it was more just we'd open it up for questions if anybody had any specific questions on the 2024 draft capital budget document.
Right, that was nice and quick. Any questions or comments on the capital budget? Councillor Addams.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. My page numbers got cut off, so I apologize. I'm looking at the capital budget under municipal, right at the beginning, municipal buildings. So we have the tourism office renovations and the office retrofit. And then the Laura tourism washrooms. I'm curious if those are all the same building we're speaking about there. And if the renovations are just like updates or these renovations that are actually expanding for staff or enhancements of services. Yeah.
All right, Adam, I think you're probably the best one to speak to the office retrofit. And the tourism office renovations would be more of a question for Pat, I think.
Yeah, so through you, Deputy Mayor Wilton, and to Councillor Addams, in terms of the office retrofit, that is a top up to an existing budget. We did have $200,000 established for kind of outfitting the bottom half of this building to facilitate additional office requirements as our administrative staff grow. These additional $75,000 would address effectively the top half of the 205 Queen building as we anticipate moving more admin staff there in the interim as a stopgap measure. And Dan had previously alluded to, I think there's future conversations with Groves to facilitate their needs in the future, but this would effectively be viewed as facilitating that space to kind of, in the interim, to tide us over until the corporate operations facility is up and running.
Pat, do you want to add a little bit of context as well?
Was with respect to the two items under tourism office renovation. And sorry, they flipped down to the next page.
Ooh. And the Allura tourism washrooms. Yeah.
Yeah, I just lost that page. Great. So I believe we've had this conversation. It was brought up by you at another budget meeting. So it is actually in that parking lot list, which we are going to talk about. So I'm happy to go through it with you for everyone's information, what they are, or we can just wait and have that conversation then. Okay, great.
Okay. Everybody seems good to leave it for parking lot discussion. Okay. Great. Any other questions or comments on this section? Capital budget? We've seen this before, as Mark mentioned, so it's nothing new today. Okay. Excellent. Then I think we can move on to the reserve continuity.
Well, there's actually a few more documents here under, sorry to slow things down. I'd love to move faster, but.
Okay, scratch that. We're still in capital budget.
We don't want to miss anything here. So again, I am going to give page numbers here that I recognize as some councilors here, I guess in their printouts, the page numbers are cut off. So I guess what I can suggest to you is move ahead about 10 pages. And you'll see a bridge schedule in there. I don't know, maybe, Adam, are you able to pull it up on screen? That might be the easiest thing. So again, the bridge schedule has not changed since it was presented. I think it's actually been brought forward twice. I think we brought it forward in October and then again with the 10-year forecast in November. So if Adam's able to get that, it's page 155, which I guess would be 161. There it is. Okay, so if you can find that document in your books, it is the only document there that kind of looks like that. So, yeah. Okay, So again, no changes have been done here since this document's been brought forward. I think it was twice actually in pre-budget meetings.
Any questions or comments on the bridges and major culverts 10-year plan? Seeing none, can keep on going. Mark.
All right, next area, there's a number of pages here that are essentially schedules tied to equipment, vehicle, and facility replacement. I'm not going to rhyme all of the items off here. These are replacement of existing items that we have. Their useful life is up and they're due for replacement. So these will include some things such as pickup trucks. There's going to be mowers in there. There's an ice resurfacer. In the equipment side of things, there's things like float trailers and water tanks and photocopy replacements and items at the various community services facilities like Sportsplex condenser replacement and a compressor replacement. So these are normal life cycle items that have just reached the end of their life and they're due for replacement. Okay, and these are all funded from these amounts that are transferred out of the operating budget each year into the replacement reserve, and then they're used to fund these schedules essentially. Okay, so these pages encompass page 162 right through to 211. So I guess you'd have to add 6 to that to get to whatever you've got in your binders. Any questions, I guess, on those?
Any questions on the vehicle replacement? I just have one question, comment. I think it's, we brought it up at the last meeting, but it just might be for Colin to answer or Dan. Just on any kind of efficiencies we can find in the vehicles in terms of switching to kind of the right size for the job type of thing, electric or hybrid vehicles. And then if there's any other ideas there, so we're not just constantly buying trucks and things like that. So kind of thinking of climate change in mind, but also financial efficiencies.
Thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor Wilton. So yeah, definitely. I think that's an item identified in the business plan for 2024 is to look at our fleet, potential hybrids options and electrification of vehicles as well. So definitely something we're going to delve into in more detail next in 2024.
Thank you, Colin. Do you want to add anything? Okay, perfect. Any other questions on, we have another comment from Pat Nason.
Sorry. Just to add to that, in the vehicle replacement is the next ice resurfacer machine. And so we did not purchase that this year. We've topped that amount up to look at an EV ice resurfacer machine. We still want to bring back to council the cost of doing that and all of the benefits or not benefits of that. So I just want you to know that we are thinking along that line as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor McDonald, you have your hand up. Sorry, I missed you there. You're actually a little small window on a big screen. So I'm getting used to this, but it does work.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
That's okay. Yeah, my question was about the ice surfacer. Well, I will not, undo anything with, we got our third precious ice back. And so if we need an ice surfacer, by all means, we need one. Are there any grants out there for an EV ice surfacer, either through FCM or provincial and federally? I know some ice surfacing company, one comes to mind over in St. Jacobs, have made donations in the past, and I just want to know if we've explored any of those.
Okay, Pat's coming back to the microphone to answer that question.
Sorry, Pat.
That's okay. I'm getting my steps in. It's perfect. At this time, I'm not aware of any grants. Groups that have, or municipalities that have recently purchased them, have not shared any information on grants that are available. But when we get to this item on our purchase plan, then of course we'll reach out to see if there is anything.
Great, thank you. Okay, I think we're good on that one. So Mark, back over to you.
All right, the next section would be the 10-year capital forecast. So again, this was brought forward in a council meeting in November, and there haven't been any changes to it either. And it runs from pages 219, so I guess it'd be 225, to page 248, or I guess it'd be 254. So I'll just open it up for questions. I will point out the page that follows is very important. The page that follows the 10-year forecast, that is the financing for the 10-year forecast. So it breaks it down by what source of reserves and so forth are being used to fund the 10-year forecast. And again, I provide some graphs on this morning.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions on the 10-year forecast? As Mark mentioned, we have seen this before. Seeing none, and keep on going.
All right. And the last document I'll point out in here is the reserve continuity schedules that are pretty much at the back of the budget book. Pages 257 to 259. So that would be 263 to 265. And all this is a summary of every single reserve and reserve fund that will have an impact in 2024. So it starts off with the projected opening balance on January 1st, leads us through the transfers in and the transfers out. And if it's a reserve funds earn interest. And that you work your way through that continuity and you get a projection of the estimated balance at the end of the year. So just high level, they're broken into tax supported reserve and reserve funds. Overall, there's projected to be $1.5 million increase in our tax supported reserve and reserve funds. And then on the last page of the reserve schedule, there are user pay reserves. So these are environmental, water, and wastewater reserves. They're projected to decrease just over $1 million in 2024. And then we have a summary of the development charge reserve fund as well, which are projected to decrease $2 million in 2024. So any questions on the reserves? They start on, I guess in your book, it will be page 263. It's pretty much at the back. Yeah, and there should be 3 pages.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions or comments on this section? We are, okay. Councillor Adams?
Can you remind me the wind turbine capital reserve? I feel like I asked this question a year ago, potentially, but if you could just refresh me.
This comes up every year, and it's one of the smaller reserves that we have. But from what I recall, and others can add to this, we have an agreement that's been signed where we receive $22,000 from a company every year, and I can't remember why. We has something to do with the allowing them access to install these windmills. And the purpose of that reserve is we're going, when we have a Bellwood capital project, the intention is to use that funding in the Bellwood area. I'm looking here to see how much is actually, so it's projected to have about 220,000 in it, I guess.
Excellent. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so we have actually made good tracks today. So good job, everybody. Thank you, Mark and Adam, for all the presentations and all the work in preparing the budget book. Make it really helpful to go through. So with that, we're actually at the parking lot items discussion. So I'm going to turn things over to CAO Dan Wilson to go through the parking lot items, and we'll just make sure we have the full list complete, and then we'll discuss them.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. Maybe I'll just list them first so that we have a summary, and then I'll get head nods from staff to see if I've covered everything or not. For the public and for council, this parking lot item is actually Appendix B to the report down in 10.1 of our agenda. So if you go into that report, Appendix B starts on page 14 of that report. And Adam will bring it up on screen so we can look at it. So there were 7 items that were added to the parking lot prior to today. I'll just state them initially, and we'll go into the details later. The first one was a delegation by the Elora Center for the Arts. The second one was a delegation by Randy Vane with respect to bylaw enforcement. The third one was from a member of council regarding the use of OLG funds to fund termite management, and that it will be duplicated when we get to the 11 reduction items that we talked about this morning. Number 4 was a delegation from the Fergus Tennis Club around support on their end. Number 5 was a delegation from Green Lanes with respect to the capital budget. Number 6 was also Green Lanes with respect to active transportation. And number 7 was something that came up from John Scott as well from Green Lanes, was the parking lot at the Jefferson Elora Community Center. So things I've added to this list since this morning. Number 8, I'm calling the 11 reduction items that were in my presentation early this morning. Number 9 is the fees and charges bylaw. Number 10 is the phasing in of mayor and council salaries over 2 years. Number 11 was the Fergus Grand Theatre. Number 12 was the Environmental Services Administration page. And number 13, this is from the Elora BAA budget. They've requested an interest-free loan of $50,000. And it is in council's purview to do that, and we can explain the process, but we need a resolution to approve an interest-free loan of $50,000. So I put that on the parking lot as well. So those are the 13 items I have on the list, unless others have anything different.
Councillor Adams?
Through you. Maybe I'm missing it. We had talked about the tourism office reno and bathrooms. Is that in this list here? Maybe I'm just not seeing it.
Number 5.
Oh, I was reading only at the top. Thank you.
Mayor Waters?
Yeah. On the center.
On the other ones, and then I can, because though I don't think I have a conflict, I'd rather issue a conflict as it relates to that, because I know the Riverfest office is at the Art Center. So if you could just make that, put that down there, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, we'll handle that one separately then. Thank you. Thank you. Do you need a... Okay, so how do we want to proceed? Do we want to go one by one? Okay, where's the list that I can see? Okay, Dan.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. I'll skip number 1, which is the Elora Center for the Arts, and we'll deal with that one at the end, so that Mayor Waters can not participate in that one. Number 2 was increased staff complement with bylaw enforcement from a delegate by Randy Vane. As you can see from the 2024 draft budget, we have put the provision in for an additional bylaw enforcement officer into the budget. That was discussed today. What we suggest is that this would be looked at again in detail once we have the parking strategy complete, because there may be a need to introduce more enforcement, and that may be offset by parking revenue, and we can address that later as part of the parking strategy. But for now, staff are content that for the budget, we just include that one additional municipal law enforcement officer. So we are proposing at this point that no additional resolution is required.
Everyone okay with that one? Okay, great. We'll move on to the next one.
Okay, number 3 is one of the items from the 11 reduction items from my presentation this morning, which is the use of OLG funds, more specifically the 3% OLG funds dedicated to economic development for the reduction of the impacts on termite management. This was brought up by a member of council as part of one of our budget meetings. To do so would save $88,500 from our tax-supported operating budget and reduce the impact on termite management. Just to bring up my spreadsheet here, that's a 0.47% reduction in the impact on total taxation. I mentioned some of the restrictions of doing so, putting a little bit of added pressure onto the Economic Development Reserve Fund that is used to service the business park, to pay for the Economic Development Coordinator, and for paying for costs associated with the Community Improvement Plan. So if council wants to proceed with this and transfer that 3% from economic development to termite management, I have the proposed resolution here that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington direct the OLG funds allocated to economic development in 2024 to the termite management program.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions or comments on that particular item? Okay, we have a recommendation in front of us then. That Dan just read. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Jefferson? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Adams? Any comments, questions at this point? Questions?
It's looking at you funny because it may have had to have come before, so just stop me if I'm not allowed. What I'm wondering is, should we not go through them each before we vote, because then our numbers are going to get skewed if we just keep voting yes and no and not paying attention to where we're at for up and down? Like, what do you think?
My thought is that any little bit will add to the reduction in the tax increase. So it's okay to vote on them as we go through them.
To reduce, yeah. Sure.
Okay. Because we're aiming to try and reduce things with this particular set of parking lot items. So I think it's okay to vote one at a time.
Perfect. Thanks for clarifying.
Okay. So I have a recommendation moved and seconded. All in favor? That's carried. Okay.
Okay, moving on to number 4, a delegation by the Fergus Tennis Club. And they were looking to investigate in building a tennis facility in Centre Wellington. Staff suggests at this point that the fulsome discussion around tennis requirements in Centre Wellington be deferred to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan that we're planning to do in 2024. And that will provide all Parks and Recreation Services a fulsome conversation of supply versus demand in the township, and allow the conversation to come through a full master plan process, which is what staff prefer at this point. So the recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington direct staff to include tennis in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan in 2024.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Mayor Waters, you want to move that recommendation? Okay. Moved by Mayor Waters, seconded Councillor Eboy. All in favor? Great. Thank you. That one's carried.
Okay, moving on to number 5. This was a capital budget discussion that happened at one of our pre-budget meetings. It started with a delegation from Green Lanes and turned into, this was the conversation around the capital projects around the tourism office renovations of $26,000, the Elora tourism washroom design at $50,000, and the Sportsplex Hall basketball nets at $20,000. So those were the 3 projects that were questioned in the conversation. I think at the time it was someone brought up the idea of maybe deferring some of these until we consider a municipal accommodation tax from a tourism perspective. I think that was mainly the tourism office renovations and the tourism washroom design. And there was another conversation that came up in this around heating areas, seating areas that are heated in Pad B of the Sportsplex. And we've costed that out and have a quote of $35,000. So there was discussion around whether or not some projects wanted to be removed from the capital budget and potentially the heating in Pad B of the Sportsplex be added in. So I think you need a conversation around if some of that's going to happen.
Okay. So thank you, Dan. So any comments or questions on all of those items? And Pat, do you want to add additional context? Or you're just here to answer questions?
I was just here to answer questions. I think it's kind of a few little things in there. So if I could just be clear, what we did was try to look at something that was in 2025, which was the seated heaters for the seats in Pad B. And if we were moving something, deferring it to 2025, what could we bring into 2024? So that's kind of a swap. So it's not that that was a separate conversation that was brought up. That's what we were looking at to offset moving some of the things to 2025 so that we could balance the capital budget. The basketball nets, I guess I just wanted to share a little bit of background on that. It was brought by a delegation, what was going on with the basketball nets. So we were approached by Celtics basketball to turn the hall into a gym for basketball. This is the trend we're moving to. It seems that most of the hall of the sportsplex is being used for recreation activities. So we jumped on that and said, let's put $20,000 right away in the budget to get some portable nets to get them moving, and to do a study about installing more permanent nets that either would come down from the ceiling or off the walls. So that takes an engineer, that takes some bit more time, and we didn't have that time. So that's why you see it $20,000 in 2024 and $30,000 for that in 2025. Then Celtics basketball selected not to use the hall. But at that time, the budget was done. So it was sort of all happening at the same time. So that's why you see the two numbers. So, we still feel it's very relevant to put basketball nets into the hall for recreation programs, for day camp programs, for drop-in programs in the hall. So whether you would like to do that as a 24 or 25 project is for your consideration. The swap out is for the tourism moving out. And I'm hoping that's okay with everything I just said, Adam. As far as we're just trying to balance the bottom line of the budget by moving a few things around based on the recommendations.
Thank you, Pat. Councillor Adams?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks for that explanation and pointing me to here. I understand the situation with the Celtics there, but I am also aware that I've had numerous people in the community reach out and talk to me about the lack of basketball nets. So obviously we have our master plan coming up next year, which that will identify, but I'm almost of the opinion we're, having some basketball nets in there. It is a place being used. I think the master plan is going to identify more, and probably more of like that official type gym type location you said, but I would actually propose keeping the basketball nets in 2024 and then going with the rest of the motion as proposed. But
just as for awareness, the 20,000 doesn't necessarily get us the indoor basketball nets. We would also have to move approximately 20 that's sitting in the 30 that's sitting in 2025. We would probably need to move 20 of that into 2024 as well. So that's really what we would need to do. It's either moving part of it out to 2025 or bringing it in from 25 to 24. Mm-hmm. And then we can do it in 24. Yeah.
Does that mean?
Which is possible. I just wanted to make sure we couldn't just do 20. We could do 20,000 of it, but it won't get you what you're looking for.
Okay. Councillor Eboy?
Yeah, thank you to you, Madam Chair. Frankly, I see this as an output, but then as an income generating piece when we can start charging for new programs and building new spaces that our community is in dire need of. And I'm sure that with our new primary plan for this, to have that piece done could only serve us. So I absolutely agree that going forward, as long as it's not taxing us more at this time. Yeah.
Councillor Jefferson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So just looking at the numbers, if we were to do the basketball nets 20 plus 20, so then that would be the 40 for 2024. And then the 35 for the heating takes us to 75,000. And then if we bump out and move to 2025, the tourism and washrooms, that's 76. So it's basically here or there, it evens out. So yep. I would be for that if you think we could have the basketball nets and that in place with the 40.
Yeah, it's actually, it's 30 that's sitting in 2025. So I would move the 30 to 2024, just as you suggested. It's a difference of $10,000 in the end, I believe. It would almost be a wash. You're correct.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we would like the basketball nets in the Sportsplex Hall 2024, as well as the Sportsplex Pad B seating area heating in 2024, but then we push tourism office renovations and the Elora tourism washroom design to 2025. Is that correct? Oh, Mayor Waters has a question.
What would be the timing on that? Is it something that, in terms of if you were going to do that for the basketball nets, is it something that you'd have a good season, or is it something where it falls late and we really don't get the benefit of it if we're looking from a budget point of view, and maybe it's better off to put it off the 25, but you'd have to tell me.
Yeah. So some of that funding was to do the investigation with the engineering. So without holding me to this, I would say that they would definitely be in for the fall, which is when sports move inside. But our objective would be try to get them in for the summer for the camp use. We could, as soon as the January hits, we can engage an engineer to get us started on that process.
I'm just thinking of the benefit for the budget. So, and do you get the benefit this year? So anyways, I'm just throwing that out there.
Sorry. And if maybe we could just bring Matt Tucker in case he has another comment that I'm misleading anybody on this conversation.
Then I'll have Councillor McDonald has a question, but we'll see if we can get Matt on here first. So I see your hand there, Councillor McDonald. Thanks. Go ahead, Matt.
Oh,
you're on mute, I think, Matt.
Oh.
There you go.
We can hear you.
Okay, good.
Now you're good.
No, Pat, you've covered everything that we chat about, and I don't think I have anything else more to add.
Thank you, Matt. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. I support this just for, especially with you saying that there's a possibility of this being ready for camps next summer. So I definitely support this in that area of Center Wellington. Thanks.
One more question.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Just so we are putting the tourism in the Elora office, the tourism and washroom off in Elora office. Is that what it is? And how is that going to? So it's a great idea about the nets, but how is that going to affect Elora and the washroom situation, which is very important as well?
This is not the $14,000 that is, I think, item as an opportunity to reduce the budget impact. That is not these washrooms. That is a separate conversation. This is about designing the pocket park to possibly build washrooms there in the future, and also to retro the space for a better customer service opportunity. And the feeling is, and was when this was brought up, that we would like to do the tourism strategic planning through economic development first, to really know exactly what needs to be done. Okay.
Thank you, Pat. And Councillor Craddock.
Apologies. Thank you. Through you. Back to the basketball nets with much cheaper, like relatively much cheaper, not permanent nets. Could you not still run your camp programs in the fall and have indoor activity throughout the winter just by purchasing something that I think we had one that was $1,000 at one point, but functioned well.
Yeah. So I think Matt, is he still? Oh, did he go away? I believe we already have a few of those, what we would call portable residential type units that we put on the arena floor in the summer and do activities with. These portable nets are a lot more durable. They're commercial grade. They're, I think, about okay, good. He's here. They think they're about $5,000 a piece for the portable ones, which we would get. And then we were looking at the ends of the hall, the ones that come down from the roof. And so we could immediately order the portable ones, and they could be used for half-court games or for additional activities, but we would still be looking at the larger ones. Matt, did I get that right?
Yes, that's correct, Pat.
Do you have anything else to add to that?
Just maybe one. I know when we were meeting up with the Celtics, they did do a quick measure of the hall, and it's a good size for them to run their programs. And they were looking at running full court as well as half court as well.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Pat. Perfect. So I think we've had a good discussion on that piece. So Dan has kind of rejigged the resolution or the recommendation. So I'll let Dan read that, and then we can move forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. And before I read the resolution, I just want to confirm with our treasurer here. So my numbers show that bringing 30,000 from 2025 to 2024 for the basketball nets, and then adding 35,000 for Pad B Sportsplex seating. So we're basically adding 65,000 to the budget, but we're taking away 50,000 for the tourism washroom design, and 26,000 for the office renovation. So we're taking away 76,000 and adding 35,000. Does that seem right to you?
Yeah, I would just caution that we're not removing them. We were just postponing those 1 year. So I've got the 76,000 in 2024 relative to the tourism office being postponed 1 year.
Yep.
And we would bring in the 30K from 2025 as it pertains to the basketball nets, upping that project from 20,000 its current state to 50,000. And I would also have the seat heating being brought forward 1 year, currently in 2025 with 20,000 into the current year of 35,000. So I believe we're in concert on that.
Okay, through the chair, the proposed resolution is that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington delay the following projects from the 2024 capital budget to 2025. The tourism office renovations, $26,000, and the Elora tourism washroom design, $50,000. And that the following projects be moved from 2025 into the 2024 capital budget. Sportsplex Pad B seating, heating, $35,000, and Sportsplex Hall basketball nets, $30,000.
Thank you, Dan. Do I have somebody to move that recommendation? Councillor Adams, the seconder. Councillor Jefferson. Any further comments, discussion? Great. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Pat. Okay, next one, Dan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. The next one was a concern from Green Lanes around our investment in active transportation in the 2024 budget. Staff have prepared, it's included in Appendix B to that report in 10.1. If you scroll below the parking lot items, and maybe Adam, if you can put this up on screen. We've prepared an appendix showing the investment in active transportation in many of our infrastructure projects in 2023, 2024 proposed, and 2025 forecast period. So just to get an idea that when we do a major infrastructure project like the reconstruction of a road, there's significant thought, detail, design, and investment that goes into active transportation. So this is showing in the 2023 budget, the previous budget, we had budgeted $925,000 for various active transportation jobs within infrastructure jobs. Within the 2024 budget, it's actually a much larger number, $2.57 million. A big chunk of that is the St. David Street reconstruction and the proposed pedestrian bike lanes on St. David Street. And then in 2025, the way the forecast period sits right now, it's an additional $2 million going into active transportation. And you can see the various projects that are outlined there. So it's maybe something we can put in future budgets, that if we built active transportation into an infrastructure job, maybe we can outline those separately and in a note to the budget in future budgets. But I just wanted council to be aware that although they're not independent projects, there are significant dollars going to active transportation in 2024 and 2025. So with that support, we are suggesting that no resolution is required at this time.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Any comments or questions about that piece? I do like the idea of somehow identifying the investment in active transportation. So I think that would be a good addition to the budget process. Thank you. Okay, next one.
Okay, number 7 was something that was arrived by, again, Green Lanes. It was a question around the parking lot at the Jefferson Elora Community Center. I think there was a concern over spending, putting the investment into the parking lot and that it could be better served for other uses. What staff are suggesting, at least at this point, that the design for the parking lot would take into account low impact development measures in the reconstructed parking lot. Examples of measures that will be considered include enhanced infiltration of stormwater runoff, and the inclusion of landscape bioswales or rain gardens. And we have a budget of $300,000 for this project, and we're confident that that's enough to put some real creative design into this parking lot that takes the environment into account. So if council is satisfied with that, we don't anticipate a resolution required.
Excellent. Thank you, Dan. Any comments, questions on that piece? Super. No, that's good to hear. I think it'll be good to start seeing some of those types of projects come to life. So thank you for that. Great. So now do we want to move to the 11 items from the list that the senior management team came up with?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. We've addressed the first item, which is the termite management 3% of OLG funds. So that one's been addressed. The next one is Committee of Adjustment, an increase in revenue of $5,000. And if you recall, we had a significant increase in revenue in 2023 for Committee of Adjustment, and this is suggesting that we could increase it an additional $5,000.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Any comments or questions? We already had quite a bit of discussion on that, but Councillor Jefferson, did you have a question or comment?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. My question was just in regards to, is there a possibility for an impact to raise it more than the $5,000?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilton, and thank you for the question, Councillor Jefferson. While there's always opportunity to do that, I would be cautious, or I would caution council to start raising revenue dollars within our existing operating budget, as should we have a downturn, ultimately that would result in a tax levy increase in future years. I think the way it stands now, while we are in an environment where we're experiencing some significant revenue gains in this particular area, and are comfortable doing that with the $5,000 increase into 2024, I would caution council going much beyond that as setting a precedent for future years.
Great. Thank you, Adam. Any more questions, comments? So go ahead, Dan.
Okay, if council wants to proceed with this, I would suggest the resolution is that the council of the Township of Center Wellington increase the Committee of Adjustment revenue budget by $5,000.
Okay, do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder. Councillor Jefferson, all in favor? Great, that's carried. Great, next one, number 3.
The next one was the Economic Development Coordinator. We had suggested starting this year that we would start gradually bringing that position in to be funded through taxation rather than the Economic Development Reserve Fund. The suggested reduction, if council wants to proceed, would delay that transition 1 year. And we would continue to fund the full Economic Development Coordinator through the Economic Development Reserve in 2024. Downside of that is the pressures that it puts on the reserve.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions or comments? Councillor Jefferson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just my concern is to get it out of the reserves and actually into with the rest of our staffing off of the tax base. It's my question. Or is it better? Like, it's better to have it there and not on the reserve funds or relying on the reserve funds, correct?
Through the chair, yes, staff would prefer that this position and the next position, number 4, be exclusively funded through taxation. It puts less stress on reserves that way, and we can focus on using reserves for other initiatives.
Yeah, thank you. Just to kind of follow up on Dan's comments, I would also recommend that while we have been fairly creative in the staffing strategy in the last 2 years, by not sticking with those intended procedures with the phased-in approach, it effectively handcuffs us in terms of our ability to be creative in future years as well. So I think while you can postpone this and there is capacity to do so right now, it does kind of limit our ability to be creative in future staffing strategy recommendations going forward.
So I'm coming to you, Councillor McDonald. I just want to clarify that last piece. So if I'm correct, jet lag's hitting me. So, so staff would prefer to not do these 2 items, to leave them with the current plan to bring them into the taxation.
Yes, that would be my recommendation, Deputy Mayor Wilton. I think by doing so, we're effectively just postponing the inevitable. And really, when these were introduced last year, the intent was to gradually phase these into the tax base.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. So the ECDAV coordinator, it's partially funded from the reserve. That can't be totally funded from the reserve currently.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor McDonald, and through you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. That is correct. This is just a portion. The intent with this particular position, the ECDAV coordinator, was that last year in 2023's budget, it was 100% funded through the reserve, and it was a 3-year gradual process. So this would be 1/3 of that coming into the tax base for this year.
Okay, I'm comfortable with the recommendation.
Okay, so if we don't do this one, we don't need a recommendation because it will carry on as the budget is currently planned. So we could just move on to number 4 if council feels comfortable with leaving it as is in the current budget book. Okay, great. Seeing consensus on that. Councillor McDonald, you're good with that as well? Give me a thumbs up. Great, thank you. All right, number 4, similar situation.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. Similar situation with the Community Development Coordinator. I think in this one, part of the position is already funded through taxation. The $37,040 is the piece that is funded annually from the sponsorship and naming rights reserve fund. So in this case, if you proceed with the reduction, then you're again funding 1 more year out of that reserve of $37,000 with a savings of 0.2% on taxation. Otherwise, we put it into taxation as outlined in the budget book.
Great, thank you. Any comments from council, or are we feeling if we do not do this one, we can leave it as is? We don't need a recommendation. Okay, seeing consensus on that, we can move on to number 5, investment income increase. Dan.
Thank you. Investment income increase of $50,000. Adam alluded to the fact that we're in a high interest market right now, and we've already substantially increased our budget for investment income. We could increase it another $50,000, but we have to be mindful of the position this puts us in future budgets when rates go down, and the amount of investment income we earn when those rates go down. And we are proposing some type of stabilization reserve in this area in the future that will help protect us from this. But in any event, some concerns over increasing it by $50,000 and being mindful of that in the future.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions or comments on this one? Councillor Evoy?
Very briefly, and through you, Madam Chair. So is this your department that takes care of these, or do we work in tandem with another group to make these decisions?
No, this is effectively guidance provided through the finance department within the organization. We do work and have a laddering system for some of our investment strategies. And as Dan had alluded to, and I think I touched on previously, we are in a high interest rate environment. We did see the Bank of Canada hold rates yesterday. However, we do see in the news fairly regularly that there is a forecast that they could drop precipitously, and they're suggesting 150 basis points over the course of this next year. While we did have some fairly conservative estimates in terms of building out the revenue, it is a fairly aggressive increase year over year in terms of the investment income. I think we're up about $480,000 or a little bit north of that. Yeah. So we are up significantly from a budget perspective. And again, as I'd mentioned on a couple of the other comments, I mean, by raising revenues precipitously year over year, that does kind of put us in a precarious position should we not be in a similar environment, a year or 2 years down the road from now, and they would have to be, again, subsidized through taxation. And to Dan's point, we are looking at, as we close out 2023, with the kind of a bit of a windfall in our investment income strategies, as we've seen this year, establishing a kind of a normalization reserve through some of the surpluses that we're hoping to gain through this year, and the hopes of tempering this into the future. So while the $50,000 recommendation from staff, I think is plausible for the purposes of 2024. I would caution going any north of that, certainly for 2024, and then we would certainly have to look at a smoothing or a normalization mechanism going forward.
Right. Thank you, Adam. Any further comments or questions? Any thoughts on how people are feeling about this one? Again, this situation, if we do not do this one, we do not need a recommendation. It would stay as is in the budget book. But if we did want to increase this investment income by $50,000, we'd need a recommendation to do so. Councillor Adams?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Adam. I agree. This isn't something that we want to look into in the future. It is a hard budget year that we're facing in 2024. I'm kind of like, it's been proposed, and I know that you usually come with a lot of safety. So if it's been proposed by staff, I would feel comfortable putting that forward.
Sure. Dan has a recommendation to read.
That the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington increase the investment income budget by $50,000.
Thank you, Dan. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder, Councillor Jefferson. Any further comments, discussion? All in favor? Oh, sorry, Lisa. Councillor McDonald.
Sorry, we're moving it to 2 years. Is that it?
No, the recommendation is to increase the investment income for 2024 by $50,000.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Okay, in favor.
Okay, all in favor. Great, that's carried. Thank you. Number 6, reduction in gravel maintenance. Dan?
Thank you. This one was to reduce the gravel maintenance budget by $50,000. I had mentioned this morning around the fact that this would reduce our spread of gravel on 9% of the gravel roads that we have in Centre Wellington, which means maintaining less gravel roads in the year and impacting the condition of those roads.
Thank you, Dan. Comments or questions? Councillor Jefferson?
I think mine's more of a comment. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Welcome. Mine's more of a comment that I'm not in agreement with the reduction in the gravel maintenance, just because this affects our rural population and they already only receive minimal services as it is. And I think taking that away from them would just increase, I guess, unhappiness in the road conditions out there.
Thank you, Councillor Jefferson. Councillor Evoy, and then I'll go to you, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you to you, Madam Chair. It's not unlike my colleague. I look to somebody to give me some actuals around what happens if we don't. Yeah, like what are we looking at from the condition of the roads today to completely just agreeing not to care for those roads, which, to my colleague's points, are really important roads to our rural communities. So I'm just looking for some clarity.
Okay, thank you. Colin is going to come up to the podium to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Evoy, and through Deputy Mayor Wilton. So, yeah, it's as Dan mentioned, it would result in 9% less gravel purchased for 2024, which may not sound like a lot, but it when you look at it in terms of the reduction in the number of kilometers, it'd be actually 6 lane kilometers less that would get maintenance gravel. So, the roads are you may not notice this right away, but this is one of the cuts that kind of catches up with you over time, right? So from staff's perspective, we feel, there has been the operating budget has been supplemented through capital for maintenance gravel for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years probably now. This budget's the first year where we don't have that capital kind of supplement for maintenance gravel. And so we've optimized the program as much as we can. So we feel what the 560,000 in maintenance gravel is the ideal optimized amount, because we've caught up over the last 5 years. I'd hate to see this account kind of get whittled back and fall behind again. So,
thank you, Colin. Councillor McDonald, did you have a question or a comment?
I do, through you, Mayor Wilton, or Deputy Mayor Wilton. So the only concern I have is that I know we've been doing tar and chip on some of our rural roads, which is the less need for that gravel maintenance. But I am concerned about some of the existing roads. But if staff are making the recommendation that we can do less and that the rural roads are being done under the other plan, then I'm okay with it. But that is my only concern, and I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I think in this case, we would be saying no to this particular suggestion. They brought it forward as a possibility, but I think what I'm hearing around the table is that people would prefer to see the gravel maintenance maintained at the 2024 budget request. So in this case, we would not need a recommendation because we'd be going with how it's laid out in the budget book. You're good with that? Okay. So I don't need any further on that. Everybody was okay with that one. We can move on to number 7, reduction in healthcare professional budget. Dan?
Thank you. This was a reduction in the healthcare professional budget of $2,700. We had increased this budget by $12,700 to account for the costs associated with the Gart Shore farmhouse. This would be a slight reduction in that, in the hopes that the hospital can come to the table to cover some of the ongoing maintenance and utility costs at that site.
Okay, so this one was only a 0.01% change in the tax levy. So any comments or questions on this one? Councillor Evoy?
Question through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to you, sir. Knowing that, what if the hospital is not in a position to support? What happens then?
Through the chair, we try to be as efficient as possible on how we run the farmhouse, and if we go over a little bit, then we try to find savings in another area.
Understood.
So this similar situation, if we want to leave it as is, we do not need a recommendation, but if we want to reduce the healthcare professional budget by $2,700, we would need a recommendation to that effect. So any suggestions around the table of what we'd prefer to do?
Better leave it so that we can take this.
Okay. All right, we have a suggestion to leave it as is. So everybody's okay with that? Just a consensus? Councillor McDonald, thumbs up on that? Leave it as is? Great, thank you. All right, number 8, reduction transfer to capital asset management.
Thank you. This is a reduction in the transfer to the capital reserve of $50,000. You'll recall the asset management discussion that Adam went through this morning, and the asset management plan recommendation to have an equivalent of 2% be dedicated to asset management investment every year. This is a way of finding some potential reductions in a difficult budget year, but is going against the asset management plan recommendations and would have long-term impacts on our investment in assets.
Thank you, Dan. So similar situation, if we want to leave it as is in the budget book, we don't need a recommendation. But if we do want to reduce the transfer to capital by $50,000, which would equal a 0.26% reduction in the tax levy, we would need a recommendation to that effect. So any comments, Mayor Waters? To reduce it? Okay.
To which it?
Yeah. Okay, so I have a recommendation. You move to reduce the transfer to capital by $50,000. Do I have a seconder for that recommendation? Councillor Adams. Any further comments or questions? So, yeah, Councillor Craddock.
Just a question, Dan, and through you. Can you just speak to what those implications could be down the line?
Good question, and through the chair, I'll start and then Adam can add to this. We would not want to change our capital program for 2024, so we would suggest that this would be a direct impact on the final balance of the general capital reserve. Our reserve policy tries to keep a minimum balance in that reserve for contingency purposes, for project overages that are approved by council, and this just takes away from the ability to fund some of that.
Just follow up to that, then I would, being a hard budget year, I think maybe it's worth taking that risk, but we won't have to rely on that contingency plan.
Adam, did you want to add anything to Dan's comments?
No further comments. I think Dan summed it up well.
Thank you. So I personally would worry about future kind of not following the asset management plan and kind of having implications later on as we've had to catch up from other decisions in the past. I think maintaining our assets is really important. So I'd be hesitant to see us reduce this budget, and I'd rather see us stick to the plan. That'd be my, yep. Dan?
Just a suggestion for council, and with that, the importance of asset management. If council decides to reduce the budget by 50,000, consider directing staff to try to get back on track with the 2025 budget, like do a little bit of an extra increase in 2025, which is hopefully less of a pressure budget year, so that we can get back on track and offset the effects of this in 2024.
Okay. Councillor Evoy.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you. I know I heard you when you say you're concerned about going north of that at all. I suspect next year is going to be a challenging budget year as well. I think if we're following the numbers, this year and next year are probably going to be two of our most challenging. And I worry about how much further behind we might get. Is there space or an opportunity to do a smaller portion of the 50 so we don't have quite as much catch up next year? Or is that not an option we can address?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilton, and thank you for the question, Councillor Evoy. Certainly, there's always opportunity to reduce that. I think being a difficult budget year and with the contingency in place, I would suggest, if anything, this is the year to do that, as we've already implemented 2 special levies effectively to facilitate that, appreciating and not trying to diminish at all the necessity for kind of own source funding our asset management programs into the future, because as Mark and I had both alluded to, the reliance on the external funding sources is always in question and can change at the whim of our senior provincial partners. So with that, I think the recommendations in front of you, this is what staff is comfortable with, but if it is the direction of council to reduce that from the $50,000, we will take your direction.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, I guess we have a move that's moved and seconded, correct? So we have all in favor? Opposed? Okay, we'll move on to, that's carried. So we'll move on to number 9, reduction in staff learning and development, $2,000. Dan.
Thank you. This was through Human Resources. They were wanting to increase their learning and development program by $2,000 to account for inflation and to add a few more workshops for staff. And we can defer that a year if council wishes.
Thank you, Dan. And that's only a 0.01%. I have lots of comments, but I'll go to council first. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. It's only a 0.0%, which, you know, could be pretty insignificant to some as we look at this on the tax, but it could be really significant to staff that might be looking to, you know, move up or stay here. So for me, this isn't an area that I would look to cut.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Egoy.
Thank you, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And to that point, we have made it a point of saying we are striving to be an employer of choice. And I believe that that includes allowing our staff and team members to have that opportunity to learn and grow. So I wouldn't support it either.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Egoy. And Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Learning and development is part of good succession planning, whether it's a corporation, whether it's a municipality, whether it's a government organization. So it's just part and parcel with good HR. So I'm not interested in reducing that.
Okay, so I'm hearing a general consensus that this is not an item we'd want to look at, so we can probably move on to leave that as it is in the budget book and move on to number 10, which is reduction and beautification. Again, a fairly small number there.
Yes, thank you. This is beautification for our downtowns, and the thought was to add $5,000 to cover both inflation and the hopes to add some more beautifications to both Bellwood and Salem. But this can be reduced by the $5,000 increase, and we can try to spread the existing funding out to all areas.
Thank you, Dan. Comments? Councillor Adams?
So, sorry, just to clarify, this isn't a reduction. There was a planned increase, and this would just be withholding that increase.
Through the chair, that is correct. We had planned to increase it by 5,000 and to reduce it. Maybe Pat can add to this.
So that was an increase to maintain current service levels in Elora and Fergus and add some additional small amount of beautification in the Bellwood and Salem area. So this will have an impact on the current service level.
Thank you, Pat. Any comments on that? Councillor Jefferson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I don't want to do this reduction for the 5,000. We ran into an awful lot of vandalism with the beautification, with pots and flowers and things being thrown off bridges on a whim and torn down and that. So I know Marissa ran out of funds like halfway through the summer. She couldn't replace anything that was vandalized, and we had to kind of stretch out the budget as it was. So I'm personally not interested in doing the reduction in the beautification.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
I agree with my colleague, Councillor Jefferson. I'm not interested in reducing it simply because I knew of the vandalism last summer. Plus, we have the East Mill reconstruction project in its next phase coming up next year. And I believe we grow in those greenhouses things that we need to use around the township. So I'm not, for that very reason, I'm not interested in reducing it. Thank you.
Right, so I'm hearing generally not interested in this particular reduction, and that's only a 0.03% reduction in the tax levy. So seeing no other comments on this one, I think we can move on to number 11.
Okay, thank you. This is for the rental of temporary washrooms in downtown Elora, $14,100 or 0.07% to accommodate the demand for more washrooms over the summer period. And this would be reducing that and eliminating that trailer of washrooms.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Any comments on this one? Mayor Waters? Sean, if you could, or Mayor Waters, if you could use your microphone.
No washrooms. Literally, we built a new a set of washrooms. I think there's enough washrooms in the core right now. So 14,000 is a lot of money. So
we do have a couple other items that are not on this list that might make up for that. But any other comments on the washrooms? Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. See, because I was looking at if we just left the temporary washrooms, because we all know that it's a bad situation here. But then also with the user fees, I was interested in maybe increasing some of the Parks and Rec money too for the user fees percentage to help cover the cost of that, if that's a possibility. But that's, that might be tomorrow's discussion, but.
Okay, so your suggestion though is to leave the temporary washrooms in there as an item as it currently sits.
As it currently sits, yeah. And that if we can do something with the user fees for Parks and Recs and maybe help cover the cost of that in a different area.
Okay. So I'm just gonna let Pat comment on that. I am aware of our time as well. We might have to just call the discussion to a close at a certain point, but hopefully we can finish this item at least. So Pat?
Yeah, I would suggest that this particular item, then you just wait until after you have your conversation about Parks and Rec fees, because I'm not sure all that is being considered and there could be impacts that you're not interested in also seeing that as well. So I would suggest that you hold and have both those conversations at the same time. There's never enough washrooms. I'm just going to share that. And this is an attempt to also pilot what it would look like if we had 3 additional washrooms there. So there's pros and cons to both, but
if you could stay there for a second, because I had a question about the usage and complaints maybe, and just maybe if you could describe the situation in Elora in the summertime, if how badly these washrooms are needed.
It's I'm going to use the words of my colleague back there. We need to flush this out. No, that was Brett. That was Brett. Right. So it is, I believe at the beginning of the presentation, Dan Wilson shared some numbers with our people counter that, you know, you're seeing 50,000 people come through that little facility with its washrooms. And there is often lineups, but I've also heard, you know, that no matter how many washrooms you build, you will never have enough for all of the peak time. So yes, there are complaints. Yes, it is crowded in those washrooms, and yes, there are wait times for them. Our attempt here was to have a seasonal washroom be brought in with the opportunity to see if that offsets some of the impact during those months when we mostly feel the crunch for them. That was the intent of this, and to see how those are received. And if it's successful, then it is a lot less expensive than building lots and lots of washrooms in our downtown core.
Thank you, Pat. So I think what we're going to do for our agenda is to park that discussion or the decision on that one and bundle it with the user fee discussion for tomorrow's meeting. And with that, we're going to do one more item, but we're going to go back to the Elora Center for the Arts. So Mayor Waters, if you could excuse yourself, and we'll have that discussion, and then we will be adjourning for the day after that discussion. Over to you, Dan.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. Back to number 1 on the parking lot, which is Elora Center for the Arts. We're looking for some support and assistance. What staff are proposing is that we would like to have some more detailed conversations with the Elora Center for the Arts, have an opportunity for staff to discuss their specific needs, opportunities for collaboration and support. So rather than impact the 2024 budget, we're proposing a resolution that the Council of the